You might hear a heavy downpour at first, but stick around. We get to the good stuff very soon. It is so hard to quiet a brain that has been forced to run at full speed for 12 hours straight. When the obligations, deadlines, and quiet anxieties stack up, sleep feels like a distant luxury rather than a simple rest. Stories give us a place to put all that heavy mental weight down, even if just for an hour. I'm Deb, and this is Shadowed Slumber. If you need a peaceful place to land every night, take a second to subscribe and hit that like button. Feel free to leave a comment about where in the world you're tuning in from tonight. You don't have to carry the weight of the day anymore. You are safe here. Now let's begin. Story 1. Good evening, and welcome back to the Shadowed Slumber. Settle in, dim the lights, and let tonight's story carry you the rest of the way down. The baby monitor picked up the humming 3 nights before Mara Voss found the obituary. It was a small thing, the kind of small thing a person explains away without even noticing they've done it. 2 in the morning, the monitor's green light steady on the nightstand, and, under the ordinary static, a low, tuneless hum drifting through the speaker. Gone by the time Mara sat up and turned the volume higher. She checked the app on her phone, the same brand of camera she installed for other people's houses 6 days a week. The same brand she trusted enough to put in her own daughter's room. And the footage showed exactly what it always showed. Wren asleep in the crib, one fist near her mouth, the room lit faint green by the nightlight. No sound flagged in the audio log. No motion event triggered. Mara told herself the monitor had picked up a neighbor's television through the wall, went back to sleep, and didn't think about it again until the second time. She was good at her job, precisely because she didn't spook easily. 6 years installing security systems for Belhaven rentals, higher-end properties, and the private clients who found her through word of mouth had taught her that 90% of what people called paranormal was a loose wire, a settling foundation, a motion sensor angled wrong. She could walk into a house that had unnerved 3 families in a row and tell you, usually within 20 minutes, exactly which draft or reflection or creaking joist was doing the haunting. It was a useful skill, and it paid, on a good month, enough to almost cover the gap between what she and Theo made and what their daughter needed, which was the whole reason they were renting the house on Corvid Lane in the first place. $600 under market for the neighborhood. Month to month, with an option to extend. No explanation given for the price beyond Carol Ashby at Belhaven saying the owner just wanted good, reliable tenants in there. Theo worked nights at the regional distribution center, home by 6 most mornings, gone again by 4 in the afternoon, which meant Mara spent a lot of hours alone in that house with a 7-month-old and apparently a hum with no source. They'd picked the house on Corvid Lane out of 11 listings, the only one in the neighborhood that fit what they could afford, without pushing Wren's daycare deposit off another month. Mara remembered walking through it, with the previous tenant's furniture already gone, sun coming clean through bare windows, and thinking it felt lucky. A good bones, good light kind of house. The phrase realtors used, and that she'd mocked for years, until she found herself using it unironically about her own future daughter's nursery. Theo had knocked on the walls in every room out of some inherited instinct from his own father, listening for hollow spots, finding nothing but solid old lath and plaster, and declared it sound. They'd signed the lease 2 days later. Relieved, the way you're relieved when a long search finally ends, and hadn't thought to ask why a house That solid and that recently renovated. New paint throughout, refinished floors, a nursery already painted a pale, careful yellow before they'd even moved a single box in. Had sat empty long enough for Belhaven to be this eager to fill it. The second time was worse, because it happened while she was awake. She was in the nursery at 11, folding the laundry she never seemed to get ahead of. Wren already down for the night, when the hum started again. Closer this time. Close enough that she could feel it as much as hear it. A low vibration under the floorboards that made the hanging mobile above the crib turn very slightly, though there was no draft in the room, no vent, no fan running. She stood very still with a onesie in her hands and listened to a tune that was almost familiar, almost a lullaby. 4 notes repeating in a pattern that didn't quite resolve, and watched her daughter's face in the crib for any sign of distress. Wren slept through it entirely, which somehow frightened Mara more than if she'd woken crying. The mobile stopped turning the moment the hum stopped. She checked the vents. She checked the crawl space access in the hall closet with a flashlight, on her knees at 11:30 at night, finding nothing but insulation and a dead spider. She told Theo about it when he got home at 6, and he listened the way he always listened to her work stories, sympathetic and a little distracted, and said the house was old. Old houses hummed, and did she want him to look at the water heater, because it had been making a noise too. That was the reasonable explanation, and for a week it held. It stopped holding the night Mara found 3 faint scratches across the top of her left forearm. 4 evenly spaced lines like a hand had dragged fingers across her skin, and she had no memory of anything touching her at all. She'd been asleep. Theo was at work. Wren had woken at 2 for a bottle, the ordinary 2 a.m. wake-up that had structured every night of the last 7 months. And Mara had done what she always did. Sat up, reached for the baby before she was even fully conscious. The motion so automatic it barely registered as a memory afterward. And it wasn't until she was in the rocking chair, with Wren settled against her, that she noticed the marks. Dark red against pale skin, already beginning to bruise at the edges. She stared at them for a long moment in the dim glow of the nightlight, running through the mechanical possibilities the way she ran through them at work. A corner of the crib rail, a zipper pull, her own nails in her sleep. None of them fit the spacing. None of them fit the fact that the marks were on the outside of her forearm, in a place her own hand couldn't have reached without a contortion she hadn't performed. She didn't tell Theo about that one right away. She told herself it wasn't worth worrying him over something she couldn't even explain to herself, which she understood, even as she thought it, was not really the reason. The reason was that saying it out loud would make it a fact instead of an incident, and she wasn't ready yet to live in a house that had facts like that in it. She was ready by the following Tuesday, when Theo found the same 4 marks, lower on his own forearm, after falling asleep on the couch during Wren's afternoon nap. They sat at the kitchen table that evening, with Wren in her high chair between them, gumming a teething ring, and had the conversation 2 exhausted parents have when neither one wants to be the first to say the word haunted out loud. They compared marks. They agreed the spacing matched too closely to be coincidence. They ran through every rational alternative they could think of. A spider they hadn't found, a reaction to new laundry detergent, some shared and admittedly unlikely parasomnia, and discarded each one for the same reason. None of them explained why the marks always appeared during sleep, always on the forearm. Always 4 lines, never 5, never 3. Theo turned his own forearm over under the kitchen light, tracing the fading marks with one finger, and asked the question Mara had been avoiding since she'd first seen the scratches on her own arm. Could it be dangerous? Actually dangerous, not just creepy. He didn't look at her when he asked it. He looked at the high chair, at Wren gumming her teething ring, oblivious, and Mara understood that the question wasn't really about the marks at all. "I don't know," she said, because it was the truth, and because 6 years of professional confidence had never once prepared her to answer a question like that honestly. "I know how to tell you if a lock is bad or a camera has a blind spot. I don't know how to tell you if a house is dangerous in a way I can't see." "I'll put a camera in our room too," she said instead, because that was the answer she had for everything. The tool she trusted more than any other tool she owned. Full coverage. "If something's coming in here, I'll catch it." She installed 3 cameras that weekend. One in the nursery angled on the crib, one in the master bedroom angled on the bed, one in the hallway between the 2 rooms, all professional grade, all recording continuously to a hard drive she kept in the hall closet, the same equipment she'd have put in a client's house that reported break-ins nobody could explain. She felt better with the red recording lights glowing steady in 3 rooms of her own home. She'd spent 6 years telling frightened homeowners that a camera watching a room made the room safe, and she believed it the way she believed anything she'd proven to enough other people to stop questioning it herself. The cameras caught nothing for 4 nights. On the 5th night, they caught everything, and it told her less than she'd hoped it would. She watched the footage the next morning with her coffee going cold, scrubbing back and forth across the timestamp where the nursery audio log had flagged an event at 2:47 a.m. The video showed Wren asleep in the crib, exactly as always, the mobile above her, turning in that same too slow, no-draft way Mara had seen with her own eyes weeks earlier. And then, at 2:47, the mobile stopped turning all at once, as though a hand had reached up and stilled it, and a shadow crossed the crib rail. Not a shape, not a figure. Nothing with edges she could point to and say, "There, that's a person." Just a darkening of the ambient infrared light across roughly the width of a torso, moving from the doorway to the crib and back again in the space of 11 seconds, while the audio picked up, faint and close to the microphone, the same 4-note hum. Wren did not wake. Wren, on every single recording, across every single incident, never once woke. Mara called Theo at the distribution center, which she never did during his shift, and made him watch it on her phone in the break room during his 15 minutes. He was quiet for a long time afterward. "Could be a compression artifact," he said finally. The same way she'd said reasonable things to herself for weeks, and she let him have that sentence because she understood, better than he did, what it cost a person to give it up. They looked into moving that week. It took less than a day to understand why they weren't going to. Their lease with Belhaven ran through the end of the following spring, 8 months out, with an early termination clause that required either landlord consent or a penalty equal to 2 months' rent plus forfeiture of the security deposit. A number that, when Mara actually sat down and added it against their savings, against Wren's daycare deposit for the fall, against the used car they still owed 4 payments on, came to more than they had. Carol Ashby, when Mara called to ask, with careful vagueness, whether the owner might consider an early release given some unspecified issues with the property, was pleasant and entirely unmoving. The lease was the lease. If there was a maintenance problem, Belhaven would happily send someone out. If it was something else, she wasn't sure what Mara wanted her to do about it. "Has anyone ever had trouble in that house before?" Mara asked, as casually as she could manage. There was a pause on the line just slightly too long to be nothing. Every house has its quirks, Carol said. You let me know if you want maintenance out. That pause was the detail that sent Mara to the county records office 2 days later, on her lunch break, in the same building, where she'd once pulled permit histories for a client's renovation. It didn't take much digging. The house on Corvid Lane had sold to its current owner, an LLC, not a person, which told her nothing directly but told her something about how the property was being managed. 11 years earlier, at a price nearly 30% below the neighborhood's going rate that year, the kind of discount a property usually carries for a reason. The reason, when she cross-referenced the address against the local paper's archive at the library 2 blocks over, appeared in a 4-paragraph article from 12 years back. A 41-year-old man named Russell Kopp, living alone in the house after a divorce and a layoff 18 months apart, found dead in the nursery, then just a spare bedroom, by a neighbor who'd noticed his mail piling up. The article didn't use the word suicide directly, in the careful way small local papers avoided it back then, but it didn't need to. It mentioned, almost in passing, that Kopp had been behind on child support for a daughter who lived out of state with her mother. That he'd told the same neighbor weeks before that he didn't know how he was going to keep making the payments and keep the lights on in his own place too, and that friends described him as a man who'd stopped answering his phone. Mara sat in the library with that article for a long time, thinking about a man who had died in the exact room where her daughter now slept, worrying in his last months about the exact thing she and Theo worried about at that same kitchen table every night. Money, and whether there'd be enough of it, and what happened to the people you loved if there wasn't. She mentioned it carefully to the elderly woman 2 doors down, Mrs. Atah, who'd lived on Corvid Lane longer than any of the newer families, and who watered a strip of marigolds along her fence line every evening around the time Mara usually walked Wren in the stroller. Mrs. Ada's face did something complicated when Mara said the address out loud. Not surprise, exactly. More like the particular carefulness of a person deciding how much to say to someone who hadn't asked to hear it. That house sits empty a lot, she said finally, coiling her hose, longer than it should, for how nice they keep it up. Owners always fix it up real pretty after somebody moves out. Then it sits a spell before the next family comes. She didn't say why, and Mara, standing there with Wren fussing in the stroller, didn't push, though she understood, walking home, that she'd just been told something true, in the shape of something evasive. She did not, at that point, think the ghost of Russell Kopp was angry at her. That would come later, and it would come from a direction she didn't expect. The escalation, once it started in earnest, didn't announce itself as escalation. It arrived the way these things always arrive, as a series of individually explainable inconveniences that only added up to something else when you stopped explaining each one separately. The hum moved from the nursery to the hallway, twice unmistakably, inside the walls of the master bedroom, traveling along the pipes the way a sound travels through old plumbing, except there was no plumbing in that wall. Mara checked the house plans Bellhaven had on file. The scratches came more often on both of them, sometimes 3 sets in a single week, always 4 lines, always during sleep, until Mara stopped, being able to remember which marks were new and which were healing. Objects moved in small, deniable ways. A pacifier that was on the changing table, and then, an hour later, inside the crib, though neither of them remembered putting it there. A kitchen drawer that stood open every morning, no matter how firmly it had been shut the night before. There was a night in the middle of that stretch when Mara woke to find every cabinet door in the kitchen standing open at once. Not just the one drawer she'd grown used to, but all of them, upper and lower. A dozen doors hanging wide in the dark like the house had exhaled everything it was holding in a single breath. She stood in the kitchen doorway at 3 a.m. with a flashlight, closing each one by hand, counting them out loud just to have something steady to do with her voice. She checked the camera footage the next morning and found 11 seconds, time-stamped 2:58, where every recording in the house, nursery, hallway, bedroom, showed nothing but a uniform. Structureless static, the kind of interference her own equipment manuals described as electromagnetic, and that she had genuinely never seen it produce, not once, in 6 years of installing that exact model in dozens of other houses. When the static cleared, the cabinets were already open. Nothing in the footage showed a hand doing it. She started keeping a private log after that, separate from the shared kitchen calendar, the kind of documentation habit she used professionally when a client's case might eventually need to go to an insurance adjuster. Date, time, description, nothing embellished. Reading it back over 2 weeks gave her a shape she hadn't been able to see incident by incident. The hum always preceded the physical events by roughly 10 to 15 minutes, like a warning or a warming up, the way an old radiator ticks before it starts to heat. The scratches never appeared on a night the hum hadn't sounded first. The static on the cameras only ever happened during the physical events, never during the hum alone, as though whatever was doing this needed to gather itself in sound before it could manage to touch anything, and needed to hide itself from the cameras before it dared to try. And Wren began to hum it back. That was the detail that broke something loose in Mara. More than the marks, more than the shadow on the recording. She was in the nursery on an ordinary Tuesday afternoon, Wren propped against a nursing pillow on the rug, and her daughter, 7 months old, capable of exactly 3 consonant sounds and no melody of any kind that either parent had ever heard from her, hummed 4 notes, low and tuneless, in a pattern that matched the recording so precisely that Mara had to sit down on the floor to keep her legs from giving out. Wren looked delighted with herself. She did it again, twice, clearly pleased at the reaction on her mother's face, the way babies repeat any sound that gets attention, with no idea at all what she was repeating. Mara did not sleep that night. She sat in the nursery, in the rocking chair with Wren against her chest, camera light glowing red in the corner, and thought about a man dying in that room, worrying about a daughter he couldn't reach and couldn't provide for, and wondered for the first time whether what was in her house wasn't watching her family the way a predator watches prey, whether it was watching the way a father watches, having lost the ability to do anything except watch, reaching for the one small thing in the house that resembled what he'd lost. She wanted, badly, for that theory to be comforting. It wasn't. A grieving presence that only wanted closeness was, if anything, more frightening than a malicious one, because closeness had no edges to defend against. You could fight a monster, She didn't know how you were supposed to fight a father who couldn't let go. The night everything changed was a Thursday in March, 11 weeks after the first hum on the monitor, and it started with Theo screaming from the bedroom in a voice Mara had never heard him use. She'd been in the kitchen, packing his lunch for his shift, running 4 minutes behind, and she reached the bedroom door in under 3 seconds and found him sitting bolt upright in bed, both hands pressed to his own throat, gasping in a way that at first looked like he was choking, and then, as she got closer, looked like something else entirely. Like a hand that wasn't there was pressing down on his windpipe from outside, his skin already reddening in a band across his neck that had the same evenly spaced quality as the forearm marks. 4 lines becoming visible even as she watched, a grip forming out of nothing at all. She grabbed his shoulders and pulled and felt, for one impossible half-second, resistance, a weight holding him down that had no source she could locate with her hands, no body to push against, just an absence that fought her the way a real thing fights. And then it let go, all at once, and Theo fell forward, gasping into her arms, and from down the hall, through the monitor still clipped to Mara's waistband, she heard Wren start to cry. Not the ordinary hungry cry, but a thin, frightened wail she had never heard her daughter make before. The cry of a baby who has just watched something in her doorway that a baby has no words for. Mara left Theo coughing on the bed and ran. The nursery was empty of anything visible when she got there. Wren, red-faced and shrieking in the crib, and Mara scooped her up and held her hard enough that the crying started to slow, and it was in that moment, chest to chest with her daughter, both of them shaking, that Mara understood something the article at the library hadn't told her, and the county records hadn't told her, and 11 weeks of cameras hadn't told her either. It wasn't watching Wren the way a father watches a daughter he misses. It had been trying the whole time, in whatever blunt and broken way a thing like that reaches for anything. To take her, every scratch on her and Theo's arms, she understood now, standing in that nursery with her daughter's heartbeat hammering against her own chest. Hadn't been an attack at all. Not exactly. It had been a hand. His hand. Whatever remained of Russell Kopp's hand. Reaching for them in the dark. And finding the wrong bodies each time. The miss registering as 4 dragged lines, instead of the grip it meant to close. Tonight, with Theo, it had finally found what it was reaching for, and closed all the way. And Mara understood. With the particular cold clarity of a parent doing arithmetic she never wanted to do, that Theo hadn't been an attack either. Theo had been in the way. She called Carol Ashby's after-hours line and got a recording. She called the police non-emergency line and got a very tired officer 30 minutes later who looked at the marks on Theo's neck with visible skepticism and suggested, not unkindly, that they consider whether either of them had any history of sleepwalking. She called her own mother at midnight and cried on the phone for the first time in years, not explaining any of it, just saying she needed to hear a voice that loved her. What she did not do, because she could not afford to do it, was leave. They looked one more time at every option. A hotel was $200 a night they didn't have, indefinitely, with no end date they could plan around. Family lived 1,100 miles away, no space to take in a family of 3 on short notice, even if Mara could have explained why she needed it. Breaking the lease outright, penalty be damned, meant a debt that would follow them into whatever apartment came next. a black mark that could keep them from qualifying for anywhere decent with an infant in tow. They sat at the kitchen table again, the way they had after the first matching scratches, and worked through the math with the flat, exhausted competence of two people who had done hard math together before and arrived again at the same unbearable answer. They could not afford to leave the house that was trying to hurt their daughter, not for another 11 weeks, until Theo's yearly bonus cleared and the last car payment came off their budget, and they had finally enough saved to eat the penalty and walk away clean. 11 weeks. Mara wrote the number on a sticky note and put it on the refrigerator, and understood that she had just built, without meaning to, the same trap Russell Kopp had lived inside. A family staying somewhere unsafe, because the alternative, on paper, looked worse. She refused to let it be the same trap. She moved Wren's crib into their own bedroom that night. Camera repositioned, no negotiation with Theo required, because he'd already reached the same conclusion lying awake beside her. She strung a line of battery-powered motion lights across the hallway, not because she believed light would stop whatever this was, but because she needed to see it coming, needed some warning. However small, better than none. She began sleeping in shifts with Theo, one of them always awake and upright between 11 and 4, the hours every incident had clustered around. And she went back to the county archive, because if there was one thing 11 weeks of watching camera footage for other people's houses had taught her, it was that the thing you were looking for usually left more than one trace, if you were patient enough to keep looking. She found Russell Kopp's daughter's name in a follow-up article she'd missed the first time. A short community piece from years later about local memorial benches, mentioning a small plaque dedicated in the corner of the town park by a woman named Danielle Kopp Rice in memory of her father. Mara found her, eventually, through the kind of persistent, unglamorous searching that was really just an extension of her day job, a public records trail. A workplace listed on a professional networking site. A phone number that took 3 tries to reach a real person. Danielle was wary at first. Understandably, a stranger calling out of nowhere to ask about a father she hadn't spoken his name aloud in years. But something in the careful, exhausted way Mara explained herself, not claiming anything, just asking gently whether Danielle remembered a song her father used to hum, cracked something open on the other end of the line. He used to hum when he rocked me to sleep, Danielle said, after a long silence. 4 notes. My mom used to tease him that it wasn't even a real song. He just made it up. I haven't thought about that in 20 years. Her voice caught somewhere in the middle of that sentence, and Mara heard her take a breath, the particular steadying breath of someone deciding whether to keep talking to a stranger about something they'd spent 2 decades not talking about at all. We didn't get along great by the end, Danielle said. My mom moved us out when I was 6. He'd call sometimes, and I wouldn't always want to talk to him, because I was a kid, and I was mad, and you don't know any better at that age. I found out he'd died from my mom, not from anybody who actually knew him at the end. I've spent a long time wondering if he thought about me at all, near the end, or if I was just one more thing he didn't have the room left to think about. She laughed, short and unhappy. Why are you asking me this? Is something wrong with the house? Mara chose her next words as carefully as she had ever chosen anything. I think he thought about you a lot, she said. I think that might be the only thing he's been doing since. Mara asked her as carefully as she could manage whether Danielle would consider recording herself humming it. Just once, just for a few seconds, on her phone, and sending it to her. She never fully explained why she asked for that, not to Theo, not really even to herself in words she could have said out loud. It was closer to instinct than reasoning. A father reaching blindly for a daughter he'd lost, mistaking every small body in the dark for the wrong one, closing his hand on the wrong throat, because the only thing left of him was grief with no aim. She thought, if she was right about anything in this whole 11-week nightmare, that the one thing that might actually reach him wasn't anything with edges at all. It was the sound of the one voice he'd actually been listening for the entire time. Danielle sent the recording 2 days later, hesitant, apologetic, saying she felt strange doing it and wasn't sure why she had. Mara played it in the nursery. At 11 that night, phone speaker turned up as high as it would go. Wren asleep in the relocated crib down the hall. Theo standing in the doorway, with his hand tight around Mara's shoulder. The hum that answered from inside the walls was not tuneless this time. It matched Danielle's note for note, and it held the note past where a recording naturally would have ended, past where any speaker should have kept producing sound at all. 4 notes stretching into a long, unbroken tone that filled the room the way water fills a glass, and then, all at once, stopped. Theo's grip on her shoulder tightened until it hurt, and neither of them moved for a long time after the sound stopped. Standing in that yellow-painted doorway, waiting to see if it would come back, the way you wait after a storm to see if the next gust is only a pause. Mara found herself, absurdly, crying without having noticed she'd started. Not from fear anymore, but from something closer to grief borrowed secondhand. The house was silent after that, in a way it had never once been silent in 11 weeks. Not the attentive, listening, quiet Mara had learned to dread. Just an ordinary house, holding an ordinary quiet, the kind she remembered from before any of this started. Nothing physically returned in the weeks that followed. No marks, no hum, no shadow on any camera. Though Mara left every one of them running, unwilling to trust an absence, she couldn't fully explain any more than she'd trusted the presence. She reviewed the footage every morning for the first 2 weeks, out of pure discipline, scrubbing through 8 hours of nothing at a time, telling herself she was being thorough, and knowing, underneath that she was actually waiting to see whether quiet was a thing that could be trusted to hold. It held. Theo's neck healed clean, no lasting mark, though he told Mara once, quietly, weeks later, that he still sometimes woke at 3 in the morning with his hand at his own throat, before he was even fully conscious, checking. She called Danielle one more time before they moved, to tell her, without going into details that would only frighten a woman who hadn't asked to be frightened, that things had settled, and to thank her again for the recording. Danielle was quiet for a moment, and then asked, in a smaller voice than she'd used before, whether Mara thought her father had known, at the end, that she still thought about him sometimes too. Mara told her yes, because she believed it was true. She never told Carol Ashby what they'd found in the county records, never filed a complaint, understanding by then that a woman who'd already chosen her careful, evasive sentences about the house wasn't going to be moved by a tenant's account of something a lease didn't have a clause for. she thought, more than once, about calling the local paper. She never did it. She told herself it was because she couldn't prove any of it in a way that would survive daylight, which was true. But it wasn't the whole truth. The whole truth was that she was tired in a way that went past sleep, and she needed, more than she needed to be believed, to simply be done. They made it the 11 weeks. The bonus cleared. The car payment ended. They ate the early termination penalty, packed a house they'd stopped being able to think of as home somewhere around the 3rd week of March, and moved into a 2-bedroom apartment across town with thin walls and a landlord who answered his phone. Mara kept the cameras. She still installs them for a living, still tells frightened clients with total professional confidence that a camera watching a room makes the room safer, and she has never once told any of them what she actually believes now. That some things a camera can only prove happened, never why, and that the why is usually the only part that matters. Ren is 2 now, talking in full sentences, utterly unbothered by any of it, too young when it happened to carry a single conscious memory of the house on Corvid Lane. Mara has decided most days to be grateful for that. Theo doesn't talk about it much either, though he installed a small motion light outside their new apartment door the first weekend they moved in, unprompted, and Mara didn't ask him why because she already knew, except that sometimes in the new apartment, in the ordinary quiet of an ordinary evening, Ren will be playing on the floor with no music on anywhere in the house, and she'll start to hum 4 notes, low and tuneless, in a pattern she was never taught, that neither of her parents has hummed near her since the night in the nursery. And Mara will stop whatever she's doing and listen and tell herself every single time that it doesn't mean anything. She kept the sticky note from the refrigerator, folded small in the bottom of a drawer in the new apartment, where she doesn't have to see it but knows exactly where it is. She thinks, some nights, it's because it's the physical proof she has that they did the math correctly and survived it. That day staying, when staying was the only option they actually had, didn't cost them what it cost Russell Kopp, though she understands now exactly how thin the margin between those 2 outcomes really was. She has gotten very good over the years at reasonable explanations. She has never once, not for a single night since they left that house, fully believed her own. Sleep well. Story 2. Tonight's story is a true one, reconstructed from claims files, marina records, sworn statements, and a lot of hours I'd rather not have logged. Close your eyes. I'll take it from here. I've been a marine fraud investigator for 19 years, and for most of that, the worst thing I dealt with was a guy in Sarasota who scuttled his own Bertram for the insurance money and forgot to remove the registration numbers first. Boat fraud is usually stupid and small. Somebody oversells a hull. Somebody torches an engine room for a payout. Somebody's theft claim has a GPS track that ends in their own driveway at 2 in the morning. I got hired by insurers to look at things like that. Tidewater Marine underwriters kept me on retainer specifically because I was good at it. 11 years without a case I couldn't close by the 90-day mark. I'm telling you this so you understand what I thought I was walking into when Tidewater sent me the Holloway file in March. A stalled title transfer claim, nothing more. A retired couple sold their boat. The closing funds hadn't cleared the way anyone expected, and a compliance officer wanted a second set of eyes before she'd sign off on releasing a hold. Routine, borderline boring. I told my husband I'd be home by Friday. I packed for 4 days. I want to tell you about Roger and Diane Holloway first, because somewhere in the 6 weeks I spent on this, I stopped thinking of them as a case number. Roger was 71, a marine surveyor for 34 years. The guy insurance companies and buyers hire to climb through a boat's bilge and engine room and tell them the plain truth about what they're paying for. He'd surveyed close to 4,000 vessels up and down the eastern seaboard. Everything from 22-foot center consoles to 110-foot motor yachts. And he had the particular unshowy confidence of a man who'd spent decades being right about hulls other people couldn't see the flaws in. He still carried a moisture meter in his truck 3 years after retirement, out of habit, the way some men carry a pocket knife. Diane was 68, a probate and estate attorney for almost as long. The person families called when somebody died and the paperwork got ugly, when a will didn't say what everyone assumed it said. She'd read 10,000 contracts for a living, and could find a bad clause the way Roger could find a soft transom. By feel almost as much as by training, they'd been married 44 years. They lived aboard a 52-foot trawler yacht named Second Wind. Bought the month Roger retired. Half home, half joke about starting over. Docked in a covered slip at Bahia Mar in Fort Lauderdale. They were selling her that spring because Diane's knees couldn't do the companionway stairs down to the staterooms anymore, and they'd put a deposit on a ground floor unit in a retirement community outside Asheville. The kind with a walking trail and a dining room that did fish on Fridays. Their daughter, Meredith, was 2 hours away in Charlotte, helping them pick out paint colors for a house that would never need a bilge pump. That's who they were before any of this. I want that on the record before I tell you the rest, because everything that happened afterward exploited exactly what made them good at their lives. Roger's confidence in his own read of a buyer, and Diane's discipline about not blowing up a nearly done deal over a feeling she couldn't fully put a name to. The buyer's name, as far as anyone could ever prove, was Preston Vale. He came to look at Second Wind on a Tuesday in late February, alone, driving a rental car, wearing the kind of understated expensive clothes that don't announce themselves, a quarter zip, deck shoes broken in just enough to look owned rather than bought for the occasion. Late 20s, maybe 31 or 32. Nobody, including the listing broker, ever pinned his age down with any precision, which in hindsight should have told us something on its own. He said he'd sold a tech consultancy the year before, and wanted to live aboard for a year before deciding where to put down real roots. He asked good questions. Draft, fuel burn at cruise, how the stabilizers handled beam seas, whether the genset had ever needed a rebuild. Roger, who'd spent 3 decades judging whether people deserved to own the boats they wanted, told the broker afterward that Preston was sharp. Asks like someone who's actually going to take care of her. He said something similar to Diane that night, over dinner, according to a text she sent Meredith. Dad likes this one. Says he asks the right questions. That's detail 1, and I want you to hold on to it, because it matters later. The man who spent his career correctly reading buyers read this one as trustworthy specifically because Preston knew exactly what a careful buyer sounds like. He'd clearly done this before. Practiced questions sound almost exactly like curious ones if you're not listening for the difference. And Roger, God love him, wasn't listening for a difference, because in 34 years, no buyer had ever needed to fool him. He'd always been the one grading the transaction, not living inside it. Detail 2 came 4 days later, at the broker's office, when Preston produced a pre-filled purchase agreement that already listed Second Wind's hull identification number, her current insurance policy number with Tidewater, and Roger's exact boat loan payoff figure, none of which Roger had given him yet, none of which was public. The broker, a woman named Connie Ruiz, who I interviewed twice over the course of this, told me she assumed Preston had pulled the numbers from the listing paperwork or gotten them from her own office file during an earlier visit, and didn't think much more of it at the time. It was, she said, the kind of thing that makes a deal easier, not the kind of thing that makes you nervous. She'd been brokering boats for 19 years, the same as I'd been chasing fraud in them, and she told me, and I believed her, and I still believe her, that in 19 years she'd never once had a closing go sideways badly enough to involve the FBI, and that she replays that Tuesday afternoon in her office more than she'd like to admit, looking for the moment she should have felt something and hadn't. I told her what I tell myself most nights, that the entire design of a con like this one is to make sure there isn't a moment like that, that the absence of a warning sign is itself the warning sign, and almost nobody is built to read it that way in a long time. Not a 19-year broker, not a 34-year surveyor, not, if I'm being honest with you, a fraud investigator who once sat across a coffee shop table from an empty chair and told herself that counted as caution. Roger's own survey of Second Wind, the one he'd done on his own boat, out of pure professional habit, the year before listing her, turned up in his files exactly as thorough as anything he'd done for a paying client across 3 decades. Engine hours, hull moisture readings by section, a full page on the anchor, windlass, and ground tackle, current as of 14 months before the sale. It listed one anchor, 150 feet of 3/8 chain, manufacturer and batch stamp, both noted in his own careful hand. It is, of everything in this file, the document that makes the heaviest, unmatched chain found, wrapped through Second Wind's bow roller, feel less like a detail and more like an accusation. Roger surveyed thousands of boats, and never once let a piece of equipment go unlisted on his own vessel. Whatever came aboard that Saturday didn't come from him. Roger, when Meredith later asked him about it on the phone, laughed it off entirely. Guy's thorough. I like thorough. Wish more buyers were. He wasn't wrong to like thorough people. He was wrong about where this particular thoroughness had come from. Tidewater's own claims systems had been breached 11 weeks earlier through a phishing email sent to a junior adjuster in the company's Orlando office. Small, contained, the kind of intrusion that earns a paragraph in an internal security bulletin and then gets filed and forgotten. Nobody connected it to a yacht sale in Fort Lauderdale until I did, in March, at 11 at night, in a rental car parking lot, staring at an intrusion detection log with the hair standing up on my arms. Detail 3. Full cash offer, no financing, close in 9 days. In yacht sales, that's not unheard of. Cash buyers exist, but it's unusual enough that Connie flagged it for her own internal compliance file. She'd had one prior all-cash buyer, years earlier, turn out to be laundering proceeds from a Ponzi scheme. And she'd learned since then to ask a couple of extra questions about source of funds. She asked Preston. He said, easily, consultancy buyout, all documented, and produced a wire confirmation from an entity called Meridian Blue Holdings LLC, registered in Delaware 4 months prior. That was, functionally, the entire due diligence process on either side of the transaction. Nobody at Tidewater flagged the newness of the LLC. Nobody at the title company flagged it either. I flagged it in March, sitting outside that same title company's office in a rental car, with a coffee going cold in the cup holder, and by then it had already been 3 weeks since anyone had seen the Halloways. The sea trial was scheduled for the following Saturday. Standard procedure in a boat sale like this. Buyer takes the vessel out with the seller aboard, runs the engines under load, tests the systems the way the survey says they'll perform. Roger had done 1,000 of these from the surveyor's side of the clipboard. He'd never once, in 34 years, been the seller standing on the other side of it, and I think this is speculation, not evidence, so take it as that. I think some part of him enjoyed being the one showing off a boat for once, instead of grading somebody else's work. Diane almost didn't go. She had a hair appointment booked for that morning. Roger told her Preston had specifically asked whether she'd come along, said something to Connie about wanting to hear from the person who'd actually lived aboard, not just the man who fixed things. It was a small, flattering, ordinary-sounding request. Diane canceled the appointment. I think about that a lot, more than almost anything else in this file. They left the fuel dock at Bahia Mar a little after 8 that morning. Marina security footage, the last visual record anyone has of either of them, shows Roger at the helm in a faded ball cap, Diane on the foredeck coiling a spring line with the easy, unconscious competence of someone who's done it 4,000 times, and Preston stepping aboard last, carrying 2 duffel bags, where a normal sea trial guest carries none at all. A dockhand named Terrell Boone remembered it specifically because one of the bags clanked when Preston set it on the deck, like tools or chain, and he almost said something and then didn't, because it wasn't his place to ask a buyer what he'd brought aboard a boat he was about to own. That's detail 4. I didn't get to interview Terrell until 5 weeks in. By then it didn't change the timeline, but it confirmed something I'd already started to suspect. Preston came prepared for a great deal more than an engine check. Meredith told me, when I finally sat across from her at her kitchen table in Charlotte in early April, that she almost called her mother back around noon that Saturday just to check in and talked herself out of it. Didn't want to seem like she was hovering over a couple who'd been boating longer than she'd been alive. That's a decision I've heard some version of in nearly every case file I've ever worked. Nobody wants to be the family member who panics over nothing. Nobody wants to call the Marina or the Coast Guard or a neighbor over a feeling they can't defend out loud. It's not a flaw specific to the Halloways or to Meredith. It's how ordinary, reasonable people behave, almost every time, right up until the one time it matters. The float plan Roger filed with the Marina office, a habit left over from his surveying days, the kind of careful paperwork most weekend boaters never bother with at all, put them running out to the reef line off Fort Lauderdale, roughly 11 miles, testing engines under load, back in by early afternoon. Ordinary. Short. The kind of trip on which nothing is supposed to happen. Second Wind's AIS transponder, the tracking beacon required on vessels her size, tells a different story. At 9:52 that morning, 40 minutes past the point where they should have already been turning back toward the reef, the boat was still running southeast, well past any reasonable engine test distance. By 11:15, she'd crossed past the edge of the Bahama Banks entirely, on a heading toward Andros Island. By early afternoon, she was sitting nearly stationary over a stretch of water known as the tongue of the ocean, a submarine trench that drops from a few hundred feet to well past 6,000 in the space of a couple of miles, close enough to the Bahamian coast that dive operators run wall tours along its edge on calm days. It is, if you don't already know what's underneath it, an entirely unremarkable patch of blue. I've flown over it since. It doesn't look like anything. Nobody at Bahia Mar noticed the float plan had been abandoned because a float plan isn't a leash. It exists for search and rescue crews after the fact, not as something anyone monitors in real time. That isn't a failure of the Halloway's judgment. It's a gap built into a system that assumes reasonably, almost always correctly, that people come back the way they said they would. Diane's last outgoing message went to Meredith at 10:47 that morning. Out on the water, buyers very thorough, might run a little long. Talk tonight. Ordinary words, the kind mothers send 100 times a year. Meredith didn't think twice about them until that evening, when talk tonight simply didn't happen. And even then, she assumed a dead phone battery, a long day out past the reef, a bad connection. She called the marina office the next morning, mostly to feel like she was doing something. Bahia Mar had no record of second wind returning to her slip. Satellite hotspot logs recovered later from second wind's onboard system, the kind of low-bandwidth marine internet unit most cruising boats carry now, mostly so retired couples can check email and grandchildren's photos out past cell range. Show something I didn't fully understand the weight of until I'd stared at it for a full afternoon. Between 11:40 that morning and 1:20 that afternoon, the unit processed data consistent with 3 separate banking app sessions, 2 document signing platform sessions, and 1 brief, unexplained call routed through a satellite voice service to a number that, when I finally got a subpoena through for the carrier's records, resolved to another burner. 90 minutes. A boat sitting nearly still over 6,000 feet of water. An older couple who, by every account of their marriage, never let a financial decision go by without discussing it first. Working, or being made to work. Through their own accounts on a rocking foredeck in the open Atlantic sun. I try not to picture it in detail. I don't always manage that. I want to be honest about something. When I first opened the file, I assumed exactly what Meredith assumed at first, and what the initial Coast Guard search assumed for the better part of 2 days. Mechanical failure, maybe an engine room fire, an older couple, and an inexperienced young buyer caught out by weather nobody had forecast. The Coast Guard ran a standard, expanding square search pattern off the reported route and found nothing across 4 days of flying, because they were searching 11 miles off Fort Lauderdale, not 40-some miles southeast over open trench water. Nobody had any documented reason yet to search. 4 days of low altitude passes over an empty patch of reasonable, well-traveled coastal water, in good visibility, in calm seas, finding absolutely nothing. No debris field, no oil sheen, no life ring. Should have told someone sooner than it did that the search was in the wrong place entirely, rather than that the ocean had simply kept its secret well. Instead it read, to everyone involved, including me for a while, like a boat that had gone down clean and fast somewhere the currents had already scattered. I didn't have a reason to look anywhere else, either, not for another 3 weeks. By the second week, Meredith had already had to start making the calls nobody wants to make. To the retirement community outside Asheville, asking them to hold the deposit. To her parents' bank, asking questions a daughter shouldn't have to learn the vocabulary for. To a family friend who was a retired detective, and told her gently that after this long, she should prepare herself for the search to become a recovery. She told me later that the hardest part wasn't the fear. It was how ordinary everyone around her kept acting. Bank tellers, marina staff, even the first Coast Guard liaison, because to them this was still, procedurally, just an open case, and to her it was already the worst thing that had ever happened to her family. What changed my mind was money, the way it usually is. 6 days after the sea trial, before anyone had reported the Halloways missing to the FBI, before it had occurred to Tidewater that a stalled sea trial and a disappearance might be the same event. $890,000 moved out of Roger and Diane's joint brokerage account, their entire retirement, the money that was supposed to buy the unit outside Asheville, in 3 separate wire transfers to accounts in Belize, Cyprus, and a credit union in Nevada that turned out, on closer inspection, to be little more than a mail drop with a routing number. The wires were authorized through a mobile notary application neither Roger nor Diane had ever downloaded, using Diane's own tablet, timestamped 1:14 p.m. and 1:52 p.m. That's Saturday, while according to the AIS track, Second Wind was still sitting almost motionless over open water, hours after anyone had last heard from either of them. That's detail 5. And it's the one that turned this from a missing persons case I was peripheral to into something I couldn't hand back to Tidewater with a clean closing report. A notarized transfer of the boat's title and full power of attorney over their accounts, authenticated at sea. Hours after they'd stopped answering anyone's calls at all. I've read a lot of coerced signatures over 19 years. People signing under financial desperation, under a spouse's quiet pressure, under threats that show up later only as a shaky hand or an oddly formal turn of phrase in a document that isn't otherwise formal. These signatures were clean, too clean if anything. Diane's, in particular, matched her normal hand almost exactly. With one small deviation, a forensic document examiner I brought in later flagged within about 10 minutes of looking at it. On the power of attorney form, she'd signed her full legal name, Diane Marie Halloway, spelled out completely. Something she never did on any other document across 30 years of professional practice, where she'd always signed D. M. Halloway, fast and economical. The signature of a woman who signed her name 40 times a day and had no patience for spelling it out. She wrote it in full exactly once, on the single document that mattered most, on the one day she never came home. I didn't understand what that meant for a long time. I'm not sure I fully understand it now, but I have a theory. And it's the kind of theory that keeps me up more than any of the financial forensics ever did. I think somebody told her precisely how to sign it, watching. And I think it was the last message she had any way left of sending. Not to whoever was holding that tablet in front of her, but to whoever might, someday, actually look closely enough at her handwriting to notice. The insurer's hold on the funds, the actual boring reason I'd been hired, turned out to be almost incidental to everything that came after. A junior compliance officer at Tidewater had frozen the boat loan payoff portion of the closing because Meridian Blue Holdings' incoming wire had come from an account flagged 4 months earlier and for a completely unrelated reason. By a routine Treasury-sanctioned screening tool. Nobody had escalated it. It had simply sat in a queue behind 40 other flags that turned out to be nothing. If that one analyst, I never got her name, only her employee ID, hadn't been diligent about a line item that had nothing to do with the Halloways at all, I don't know that anyone would ever have looked at this deal again before the trail went fully cold. I spent the next 2 weeks doing the part of this job nobody puts in the movies. Subpoenas, bank records, incorporation filings, marina fuel logs, cell tower pings, hours on hold with a Delaware registered agent service that manages incorporation paperwork for thousands of shell companies, and genuinely had no idea who controlled any given one of them. I watched the Bahia Mar dock footage so many times I could recite the 11 seconds of it from memory. Roger's ball cap, Diane's hands on the line, Preston's second duffel bag landing with that small, wrong sound Terrell described, until the marina's IT manager, not unkindly, asked whether I wanted my own login instead of coming in every morning to use his terminal. I said yes. I used it for 6 more weeks after that, most days before the office had even opened for the day's charters. Coffee going cold beside the keyboard, watching 11 seconds of a Tuesday and then a Saturday over and over, the way you press on a bruise to see if it still hurts. Diane's tablet itself was never recovered. It went down with the boat or was disposed of separately. We never determined which. But her cloud account had synced automatically to a backup server right up until the moment its Wi-Fi connection dropped for good. And that backup was where the notary application first surfaced, installed at 11:52 that morning, and never opened again after 1:56 that afternoon. 4 minutes after the last of the 3 wire transfers cleared. I sat with that gap, 11:52 to 1:56, 2 hours and 4 minutes. The entire visible shape of what happened to 2 people I never met. Longer than I've sat with almost anything else in 19 years of this work. Preston Vale had a driver's license from a state that, when I finally got someone at their DMV to check, had no record of ever issuing it. His face, when I ran a marina camera still clear enough to be useful through a facial recognition tool, a contact at a private firm owed me a favor on, came back with exactly one partial match. A background actor, credited under a different name in the mid-1990s. 3 uncredited episodes as a masked extra on a since-canceled Saturday morning kids' action show. The kind of single-line credit that exists on an old casting database and essentially nowhere else. The name on that credit didn't match any social security number, still in active use, anywhere I could find. Whoever he'd been as a child, he'd built Preston Vale, and whoever came before Preston Vale, as thoroughly and completely as Roger used to survey a hull. No soft spots. Nothing that wouldn't hold up under a normal buyer's inspection, because he'd designed himself, patiently, to be inspected and pass. Somewhere in that second week, I made a mistake I still haven't fully forgiven myself for. It's the part of this I hesitate to tell you, because it isn't really about the Halloways at all. It's about a habit of mind I've relied on my whole career, and the one time it nearly cost me something. I trust paper. That's the honest version of it. 19 years of this work has taught me that people lie constantly and casually, but documents, once you know how to read them properly, tend to hold still and tell the truth eventually. It's why I'm good at this job. It's also, I've come to understand, a specific kind of blind spot. When an anonymous message came in through the tip line on Tidewater's fraud portal, no name, A burner email. 3 lines claiming to have worked with Preston before and offering to meet in person, somewhere, public, your choice. I did what 19 years of trusting the paper trail had trained me to do. I treated it like a lead instead of what it actually was. I picked a coffee shop 2 blocks from my hotel, told myself that counted as public and safe, and I did not tell my husband, and I did not tell the 2 law enforcement contacts I'd been working alongside, because I wanted the source to myself before anyone else got there first. That's the honest reason. Not caution, possessiveness over my own case. Nobody showed up to that coffee shop. What showed up instead, 4 days later, was a single text message to a burner number I'd used exactly once, for exactly that tip line. A number I'd never given to anyone connected to my actual identity. That read, "You're asking good questions. Ask fewer of them. Nothing else. No follow-up, no second message. Ever. No matter how long I kept that phone charged and waiting on my nightstand. I want to tell you I got scared and backed off, and that would be the responsible ending to that part of the story. It isn't quite what happened. I got angrier and more careful, and I told my 2 law enforcement contacts everything that same night, 3 days too late to matter, and I moved the rest of the investigation entirely onto channels I could document and share in real time. I don't know if that message came from Preston himself, from whoever helps him move money, or from someone with nothing at all to do with this case, who simply enjoys frightening strangers on the internet. I never found out. I think about it anyway, most nights, the exact same way I think about Diane's full signature. Both of them are messages I can't fully translate, sent by someone I'll probably never get to ask. I found the boat on April the 9th, not through detective work, in the end, through a marine salvage report filed by a private dive operator running a wall tour off Andros, whose client that day happened to be rebreather rated for technical depths, well past the standard tour range, and who came back up with photographs of a hull resting on a ledge at roughly 3,400 feet. It was identified 2 days later from footage a Bahamian Maritime Authority ROV was eventually able to shoot. Second wind, largely intact, her anchor chain run out and doubled back through her own bow roller in a rigging configuration no boat is ever set up in. A heavier gauge length of chain that didn't match her original equipment, manifest at all, the kind, I now believe, that had clanked into that second duffel bag 6 weeks earlier on Tyrell Boone's dock. I flew to Nassau 3 days after that, and then out to the dive operations dock on Andros, because I needed to hear the description from the technical diver himself, rather than through a written report. His name was Julien Fabre, French-Canadian, 22 years of deep wreck diving, and he told me, carefully, like a man choosing each word before he let it out, that he'd done the wall dive 100 times and had never once gone as deep as his client wanted to that particular afternoon, and that he'd almost said no. He described the hull appearing out of the blue the way deep wrecks do, not gradually but all at once, a pale shape resolving out of nothing at the edge of his light. He said the boat looked, from a distance, almost peaceful, upright, intact, sitting on a ledge like she'd been carefully parked there rather than sunk. It was only closer in, he said, that the chain configuration stopped making any sense to him at all, and he'd surfaced without going any nearer, and called it in that same evening. I'm not going to walk you through everything the ROV footage showed 4 days later. Once the Bahamian Authority got their own equipment on site, I've seen it. I'll tell you only what belongs in the case file, because it's the part I still can't fully put down. Roger and Diane were found together, anchored to each other, at a depth the Coast Guard's original search area would never, under any circumstance, have reached. whatever happened aboard that boat between 9:52 that morning and whenever that anchor finally went over the side happened across a span of hours, not minutes. Long enough for a full asset transfer to be prepared, authenticated, and wired out through 3 jurisdictions. Long enough for a woman who'd signed her name one particular way for 30 consecutive years to sign it a different way exactly once. I have to believe, because the alternative is worse, and I have to sleep eventually, that by the time the water closed over them, whatever they still had left to give had already been taken from them some other way, hours before. The chain is the detail I keep coming back to, more than any of the financial forensics. A salvage examiner with the Bahamian Maritime Authority, someone who'd worked chain and anchor cases before, flagged the wear pattern on the shackles connecting it to the anchor rode. Corrosion consistent, in her professional opinion, with far more cumulative salt exposure than the 4 months Meridian Blue Holdings had existed as a company. Consistent, she wrote in her report, with equipment that had been used, cleaned, stowed, and used again. I sent her photographs to a contact at the FBI's Miami field office, more out of a hunch by that point than any real expectation of a result, and asked her to run the shackle manufacturer's batch stamp against open missing persons cases involving vessels of any size. She called me back 9 days later, and I remember exactly where I was standing when the phone rang, because I've thought about that call more than almost any other conversation I've had in this job. There was a retired dentist and his wife in Rhode Island, sold their sailboat to an all-cash buyer 3 years earlier, vanished on the delivery trip to the new owner, case never solved, ultimately ruled an accidental sinking for lack of any other explanation anyone could prove. There was a widower in San Diego who'd sold his powerboat to a cash buyer 18 months before that, also vanished, also ruled an accident, also never connected to anything, because a sailboat sinking off Rhode Island and a powerboat disappearing off California and a trawler yacht going down in the Bahamas don't get filed anywhere near each other. Different states, different Coast Guard districts, different insurers, different detectives, each of whom closed his or her own file, exactly the way I would have closed mine, if that one junior compliance analyst in Orlando hadn't done her small, unglamorous job a little too well. 3 that we know of. The agent I spoke with was careful, both times we talked, to use the phrase, at least 3. I understood exactly what she meant by it. I still think about it more than I'd like to admit out loud. The San Diego case, when I finally got the original detective on the phone, had one detail that stayed with me the way the chain had. The widower's boat had also sold to a buyer who paid entirely in cash through a brand new holding company, and the delivery trip paperwork had also included a power of attorney notarized the same day he vanished, granting full control of accounts he'd spent 40 years as an aerospace engineer building up. The detective told me he'd always found the timing strange. A man signing away everything he owned the same day he disappeared. But strange isn't evidence. And a single strange fact in an otherwise unremarkable accidental death file doesn't reopen a case on its own. It took a corroded shackle 3,000 miles away, and 3 years later, to give his strange fact a second one to stand next to. That's most of what this job actually is in the end. Waiting for 2 strange facts from different oceans to finally recognize each other. There's a version of this story where I get to tell you about the moment the case broke wide open. A fingerprint, a confession, a name that finally matched a face. I don't have that version. What I have instead is a slow accumulating of documents that all point in the same direction without ever quite arriving anywhere. The way a tide comes in a few inches at a time, until you look up and realize the thing you were standing on is gone. I've testified in front of a federal grand jury exactly once in my career, that August, walking a room full of strangers through wire routing numbers, and a chain's corrosion pattern, and a signature spelled out in full for the only time in 30 years. And I remember thinking, halfway through, that everyone in that room understood the shape of what had happened to Roger and Diane Holloway, and that none of us, including me, could actually prove which hands had done it. I want to tell you I caught him. I didn't. Preston Vale, whoever he actually is, whoever he was before 3 uncredited lines on a cancelled kids show 30 years ago, has not resurfaced under any identity anyone's been able to confirm since that Saturday in February. Meridian Blue Holdings LLC was formally dissolved 11 days after the wires cleared, filed by the same Delaware registered agent service that had no memory of who'd hired them. The money has gone through enough jurisdictions and enough intermediary accounts that Tidewater's own recovery counsel told me, off the record, not to expect to see a single dollar of it again, ever. There is an open federal case. I'm told, in the careful, hedged language investigators use when they genuinely don't have anything new to report, but don't want to say the word cold, that it remains active. I stopped taking yacht sale cases after that summer. I told Tidewater it was a scheduling issue. It wasn't. I still keep a saved search, running against marine salvage databases and Coast Guard missing vessel bulletins. 3 years on now, for any hull turning up with a heavier than standard anchor chain and a buyer who paid in full, in cash, inside of 2 weeks with an LLC younger than the deal itself. I haven't found a fourth. I genuinely don't know whether that means it stopped, or only that nobody's found the fourth one yet. Sitting somewhere on a ledge, nobody's dive route happens to pass over. Meredith Holloway Cho kept the paint swatches. She told me that herself, the last time we spoke, almost apologetically, as though it were a strange thing to have held on to for 3 years. 3 little cardboard fans of grage and soft white she never got to hold up against a wall that was never going to be built for her parents. I told her it wasn't strange at all. She asked me, near the end of that conversation, whether I thought her mother had been afraid. I told her the truth, which is that I don't know, and that some evidence doesn't answer the questions you most need it to answer, no matter how long you sit with it. She said that was almost worse than a real answer. I understood exactly what she meant. I closed the Tidewater file that August with a report longer than any I'd filed in 19 years, and a closing line I'd never written before and never expected to. Recommend referral to federal authorities. Insurer liability limited. Underlying loss not financial in nature. My supervisor read it twice before he signed off on it. He didn't say anything else about it, and neither did I. I have a coffee shop table, 2 blocks from a hotel I'll probably never book again for as long as I live, and I understand now, in a way I didn't before that spring, exactly what it means to keep something you can't fully explain to anyone else, including yourself. My husband asked me once, months later, whether I regretted taking the case. I told him no, and that was true. And I also told him I sometimes wished Tidewater had sent it to somebody else, and that was true too. Both of those things live in the same place now. I don't take my own boat past the edge of the reef anymore, if I can help it. My husband thinks it's about the depth. It isn't, not really. It's the part where the float plan says one thing, and the water underneath it says something else entirely, and nobody's watching closely enough, in real time, to notice the gap between them until it's already too late to matter. Roger used to tell Meredith, back when she was small and he was still working, that a good survey never lies to you. That a hull will always tell you the truth about itself if you know where to put your hands. I think about that more than I probably should, given what I do for a living now. I've put my hands on every part of this file I can reach for 3 years, and the truth it tells me is smaller than I want it to be. A chain, a signature, a gap of 2 hours and 4 minutes, and a man who was never really there at all. In any record that holds still long enough to be read, sleep well. I mean that sincerely. Some of us have a harder time with it than others. Story 3. I've been a monument conservator for 8 years, which is a fancier way of saying I clean, stabilize, and document old gravestones, so the weather and the roots stop finishing them off before historians get a chance to read them. Most of my work comes through a regional historical society in Vermont on contract, one family plot or churchyard at a time. I'm good at it. I can read a stone that looks like a blank gray tooth to anyone else and tell you the carver's shop, the decade, sometimes the exact quarry the granite came from, just from the tool marks. I also can't leave a job half-logged. That's not a virtue, whatever people want to tell me. If I've started an inventory, every stone photographed, measured, cross-checked against the parish register or the family Bible or the town's burial index, I finish it, even if it means staying an extra hour after the light's gone soft and the mosquitoes have found my ankles. My last supervisor used to joke that I'd rather sleep in a cemetery than leave a stone unaccounted for. She wasn't entirely joking. In April, the society sent me out to the old Kestrel family plot, a private burial ground on a hillside property in the northeast corner of the county, because the current owner, Warren Kestrel, was selling 40 acres to a developer, and the plot needed to be documented and, if possible, relocated before the land got cleared. Warren was 70-something, widowed, living alone in a farmhouse that had been in his family since the 1820s. He met me at the gate on my first day with a thermos of coffee he didn't offer to share, and a stack of photocopied pages, parish burial records, a few Bible pages, a hand-drawn plot map from the 1950s that he said would save me some digging. I thought that was generous of him. I didn't think much of it at the time. The plot itself sat behind a stand of sugar maples, maybe 24 stones ringed by a low stone wall, most of them slate or marble, worn soft at the edges the way old New England stone gets. I started where I always start, north corner oldest stones, working my way through in a grid, matching each one against Warren's records as I went. It was slow, ordinary work, rubbing frost lichen off with a soft brush, photographing in raking light, noting condition, cross-referencing names and dates. 19 stones matched clean. The 20th didn't. It was a small marble marker, tucked near the back wall, easy to miss under a maple root that had lifted one corner. The carving read Constance Kestrel, 1871-1889, 18 years old. Nothing dramatic about the stone itself. Plain lettering, a carved lily, standard for the period. I checked it against the parish register Warren had given me. No Constance. I checked the Bible pages. No Constance. I checked the 1950s plot map. There was a stone marked in that exact spot, but the name on the map was smudged, illegible, like someone had run a wet thumb across it decades ago. I figured it was a transcription gap. 19th century record-keeping was inconsistent at the best of times. A circuit pastor who covered 4 townships, a family Bible that got water damaged in a flood, whatever. I made a note, name not corroborated in available records, flag for society follow-up, and moved on to Stone 21. I want to be honest about something. I've flagged discrepancies like that maybe a dozen times in my career. Every single time, it turned out to be exactly what I assumed. Sloppy record keeping, nothing more. So, I didn't lose sleep over Constance that first week. I logged her, photographed her, and went home. The second thing I noticed only because I was being thorough, which is the whole problem with being thorough. About 4 feet to the left of Constance's stone, there was a shallow depression in the grass, maybe 2 feet by 4, slightly sunken compared to the ground around it. No stone, no marker, nothing in the plot map. I've seen 100 depressions like that in old cemeteries. Settling, erosion, a coffin collapsing in on itself a century down. I noted it as a possible unmarked grave, standard practice, and mentioned it to Warren when he wandered out with a second cup of coffee. He still didn't offer me. Probably just a low spot, he said. Ground shifts out there. Always has. That was reasonable. I believed him. I want that on the record, because it matters later. I believed him, and I kept believing him for a long time, because everything he said had the shape of something true. Week 2, I brought a probing rod, which is standard equipment. A thin steel rod you push gently into turf to feel for the resistance change where a grave shaft was dug and refilled. Looser soil, then the harder line of a vault or coffin lid a few feet down. I probed the depression near Constance's stone mostly out of habit, not suspicion. At about 30 inches, the rod met resistance, consistent with a small burial. A child's most likely, given the size of the sunken area. I wrote it up as probable unmarked infant or child grave. No corresponding record located, which is a sentence I have written more times than I can count. Unmarked children's graves are common in old family plots, stillbirths, infant deaths, sometimes not even given a formal service in that era. Sad, but not strange. What was strange, though I didn't clock it as strange yet, more like a loose thread I wanted to tug, because that's what my job is, came from the church itself. I drove out to St. Aldrich's, the small congregational church whose circuit rider had served the Kestrel family in the 1880s, to look at the original burial register, the actual leather-bound book, not Warren's photocopies. The current pastor, a younger woman named Reverend Osei, pulled it from a fireproof cabinet and let me sit with it at the back table. The register was mostly intact, water-stained along the bottom edge from some long Ago basement flood, but readable. I found the page that should have held 1889's burials. It was there, except the bottom third of the page, right where a late-year entry would sit, had been torn away. Not water-damaged, torn, a clean-ish diagonal rip that didn't match the water staining on the rest of the page at all. Any idea what happened here? I asked Reverend Osei. She shrugged. That's from before my time. I've heard the pastor too before me wasn't great with the archives. Kept coffee on his desk, that sort of thing. I photographed the torn edge and moved on. I logged it as page missing, likely damage because that's what the evidence at that point supported. I hadn't yet done the thing that changed everything, which was look at Constance's stone under proper raking light, with a strong lateral lamp instead of daylight. I did that on a Thursday, late in the day, because Thursdays were when the light came in low enough through the maples to do good raking light photography without waiting for evening. Raking light throws shadows sideways across a carved surface, which is how you catch old, shallow, worn-down lettering that's invisible in flat daylight. Ghost inscriptions, we call them, when a stone's been recarved. and the original letters are still faintly there underneath. A few thousandths of an inch of stone removed to cut new ones. Constance Kestrel's stone had a ghost inscription. Under the lamp, at an angle, I could see it. Very faint, very shallow. But there, not Constance. The old letters, what I could make out, read something closer to infant daughter, and instead of 1871 to 1889, the shadow of the original numbers, hard to be sure, but I'd have sworn on my own name, read 1889 twice. Same year for both dates. A birth and a death in the same year. A baby. I sat on the cold ground with my lamp for a long time. I've seen recarved stones before. Families updating a worn inscription, correcting a misspelled name. That's routine. Its historical societies see it constantly, and it's almost never sinister. But recarving a stone to change infant daughter, born and died 1889, into Constance Kestrel, 1871 to 1889, age 18, isn't a correction. It's a replacement. Someone had taken a baby's grave and given it, on the stone at least, a whole invented life, a name, a birth year 18 years earlier, an adulthood that never happened. I told myself there could be an explanation. Families do strange, private things with grief. Maybe an infant died, and a grieving mother, years later, wanted the stone to say something else, wanted to imagine the daughter grown. Sad, private, not criminal. I wrote a careful, neutral note in my file. Evidence of prior inscription, name and dates altered, recommend society review. And I did not yet mention it to Warren. I told myself that was procedure. Flag it for the society, not the property owner, until it's confirmed. That was true. It was also the first time I'd kept something from him on purpose, and I noticed myself doing it, and I didn't like what that meant. I want to describe an ordinary Tuesday, because most of this story is ordinary Tuesdays, right up until it wasn't. I'd get to the property around 9, park at the gate, walk the quarter-mile up through the lower field to the plot. The grass out there stayed wet with dew past noon most days that spring. My boots were never dry before lunch. Warren's dog, an old shepherd mix named Duke, would sometimes trot out to sit near me while I worked, which I liked. Warren himself came out most days around 10 with his coffee, watched me for a while, asked how it was going, went back inside. Ordinary. Almost pleasant. It was on one of those ordinary Tuesdays, in the 4th week, that Duke wouldn't come near the back corner of the plot at all. He'd sit at the wall, at the gap where the stone had crumbled, and whine, low, and not cross into the grass near Constance's stone and the depression beside it. Dogs avoid all kinds of things, for reasons that have nothing to do with anything. A groundhog den, a smell I couldn't pick up, an old habit. I noted it the way you note weather. I didn't make it mean anything. I want to be honest that I still don't fully know what it meant, if it meant anything at all. What I do know is that the same week, a neighbor, a retired dairy farmer named Alton Pruitt, whose land bordered the Kestrel property to the east, stopped his truck at the gate while I was loading equipment and rolled his window down. "You the one doing the graves?" he asked. I said I was. "Used to be more of them out there," he said, nodding toward the hillside. "When I was a kid, my father used to say there was a whole second row along that back wall, past where it stops now. Regraded that lower shelf sometime in the 60s, I think, when they widened the drive. Never thought much of it." I asked if he remembered any names. "No," he said. "Just remember there being more stones than there are now." He drove off before I could ask anything else, and I never saw him again. I heard later he'd gone into assisted living that summer. and I never got a chance to follow up in person, which is one of a handful of things about this job I still wish I'd handled differently. I added his account to my file as an unverified oral history note, which is standard practice, and I probed the ground along that back wall the following week in a wider grid than before. I found 2 more depressions consistent with graves, both smaller than an adult burial, both unmarked, both absent from the 1950s plot map, both absent from Warren's photocopied records. That was 5 discrepancies now by my own accounting. Constance's mismatched name, the torn register page, the unmarked depression beside her stone, the recarved inscription under raking light, and now 2 more unmarked graves entirely outside what any record acknowledged existed. Warren's behavior changed around then, though slowly enough that I kept explaining it away, the same way I'd explained away everything else. He started coming out earlier, before I arrived some mornings, and I'd catch him standing near the back wall, like he was checking on something. He asked more often how close I was to finishing, in a tone that had started as polite curiosity and had shifted, by late May, into something closer to pressure. "Society's paying you by the day, isn't it?" he said once. "Might go faster if you just log what's on the stones. Don't need to go chasing every gap in the paperwork. Half these old records are a mess anyway. Everybody knows that." I told him accuracy was the job. He didn't push back, not that day. But a week later, he offered me an extra $500, cash, for your trouble, if I could have the full inventory wrapped by the following Friday. Well ahead of my actual deadline, and well ahead of what a thorough job on 20-some stones with this many open questions could reasonably take. I said no. I told him the society needed accuracy, not speed, and that I couldn't accept money outside my contract regardless. He said he understood and dropped it, and was perfectly pleasant for the rest of the day. And that pleasantness sat worse with me than if he'd been angry. There was a tool shed near the plot, a small outbuilding with a padlocked drawer inside a workbench, which I'd noticed my first week, because it was the only locked thing on the whole property. Even the farmhouse itself. Warren told me once he never bothered locking. I asked early on, out of nothing but conversation, what was in it. "Old deed paperwork," he said. "Family stuff. Nothing that concerns the graves." I believed him. I had no reason not to. Not then. I mention it now only because it becomes relevant, and because I think about how easy it was for me to accept an answer that fit the shape of a normal, boring life. Old deeds, family stuff, nothing that concerns you. Even while I was standing 40 feet from a stone that had been carved to erase a dead baby and replace her with a woman who never existed. The devastating part, the part that changed how I understood everything that had come before it, happened on a Wednesday in early June, and it didn't happen at the cemetery at all. It happened at the county clerk's office, 40 minutes away, where I'd gone to check something almost as an afterthought. Recarved stones and torn register pages made me curious about the broader Kestrel family history. So I pulled the county's birth and death index for the 1880s, a public record, nothing unusual about requesting it. I wasn't looking for anything specific. I was doing what I always do, which is over-document, past the point anyone strictly needs me to. There was no birth record for a Constance Kestrel in 1871. There was, however, a death index entry for an unnamed female infant, Kestrel family recorded in the township ledger for 1889. No birth certificate, because home births in that era often weren't separately recorded, but a death was logged, cause of death illegible, in the scanned copy, informant listed only as father. And then I kept going, because that's the flaw, that's the thing I can't turn off. And I found two more. An unnamed infant, Kestrel family, 1911. Cause of death illegible. Informant, father. Another, unnamed infant, Kestrel family, 1934. Same pattern. 3 infant deaths, 3 generations of Kestrel men listed as the informant. And not one of those 3 infants had a name recorded anywhere in the county's public documents. I drove back to the property that afternoon with a very different question than the one I'd started with. And I didn't ask it out loud yet because I genuinely didn't know what I was looking at. A pattern of unnamed infant deaths across 100 years isn't proof of anything specific. Infant mortality in that era was brutal. Plenty of families lost multiple children. Plenty of informal home births went unrecorded. That part on its own was sad, not sinister. What made it something else was going back through my own stone-by-stone photographs from the past 6 weeks with fresh eyes, specifically at the raking light images I'd taken of every stone in the plot, not just Constance's. 2 other stones had ghost inscriptions under the lamp. A marker reading Harold Kestrel, 1889 to 1911, beloved son, had a shadow underneath reading something closer to infant son. A marker reading Ruth Kestrel, 1912-1934, devoted daughter, had the same faint doubled numbers underneath that Constance's had. A birth and death compressed into 1 year. Later stretched out on the surface into an entire invented adulthood. 3 recarved stones, 3 unnamed infant deaths in the county index, spaced almost exactly the intervals the fake adult ages implied. 3 generations of Kestrel men listed as informant on a death with no name attached. I sat in my car outside the gate for close to an hour before I went in that day. I want to say something about what I did and didn't feel, because I think people expect fear, and what I actually felt was closer to a very cold, very specific kind of sadness, followed by a much colder kind of caution. I understood, or thought I understood, what I was looking at. Somewhere in the Kestrel family's history, going back at least 3 generations, infant deaths. Deaths that for whatever reason the family didn't want formally, permanently recorded as what they were, had been quietly reburied, or left unmarked, or both, and years later, a stone would go up nearby, claiming a whole invented life for that same small grave. A daughter who lived to 18, a son who lived to 22, a woman who lived to be 22, then Ruth's daughter maybe. Whole fictional lifetimes laid over real graves that were never allowed to say what they actually held. I didn't know why. I still don't, not fully, and I've made a kind of peace with that. 'Cause Section 0 of every horror story I'd ever half believed had taught me to expect a monster with a motive, and what I actually found was worse in a quieter way. A family, or maybe just its men, generation after generation, deciding that certain deaths were shameful enough to erase and dignified enough, later, to fake. Stillbirths outside marriage, maybe. Deaths that would have required an explanation nobody wanted to give a circuit pastor. I don't know, and the county records I have access to were never going to tell me, and I stopped trying to find out past a certain point, because it wasn't my job to solve it. My job was to document what was actually on the stones, accurately, for the Historical Society's permanent record, which put me, I realized sitting in that car, in a very specific and very unpleasant position. If I filed the inventory the way Warren wanted, logging Constance and Harold and Ruth exactly as their stones read, I'd be making the family's century of quiet erasure permanent and official, stamped by a historical society forever. If I filed what I'd actually found, the ghost inscriptions, the county index, the unmarked graves, I'd be the one who finally said it out loud on a property Warren was about to sell, about a family that had never asked to be exposed by a woman they'd hired to clean their headstones. I didn't get to make that decision on my own terms. Warren made it for me first. I went out the next morning to finish the last 4 stones on my list, intending to spend the whole day, because I still couldn't leave a job unfinished, even that job, even then. Warren wasn't at the farmhouse when I arrived, which was unusual. His truck was gone. I worked through the morning alone, Duke sitting well away from the back corner the whole time the way he always did now. Around 1 in the afternoon, Warren's truck came back up the drive fast enough that gravel sprayed off the tires, and he was out of it and moving toward the tool shed before he'd even shut the door. He didn't see me at first or didn't register me. I was kneeling by Ruth's stone with my lamp and my camera, 30 feet from the shed. I watched him unlock the drawer in the workbench, pull out a bundle of papers, and what looked like a small cloth-bound book, and stand there for a second like he didn't know what to do next. "Warren," I said. He turned fast. His face did something I'd never seen it do. Not anger exactly, more like a man caught mid-collapse, holding himself together by pure will. "You should head out early today," he said. "I've got some family business." "What's in the book?" I don't know why I asked directly. Every professional instinct I have says you don't confront a property owner alone on his own land about something you can't yet prove. But I'd spent 6 weeks reading 100 years of careful, patient erasure carved into stone, and something in me had run out of patience to match it. He held the book against his chest, both arms crossed over it, the way you'd hold something you were afraid would be taken. "It's not for the society," he said. "It's not for anybody. It was my grandfather's, and his father's before that, and there's things a family keeps for itself. That's all this is. That's all it's ever been." 3 infants, Warren," I said. 3 stones with somebody else's whole life carved over them. I found the county index. He was quiet a long moment. Duke had come to stand near me, pressed against my leg, still not looking toward the back wall. "They didn't want it known," Warren said finally, and his voice had gone thin, older than I'd heard it. "Not the babies dying. Lord, half the county lost babies back then. Nobody was ashamed of that. It was." He stopped, started again. "There's things in that book I've never told a living soul, and I'm not fixing to start today, and I'm not real sure it's yours to make me. My family kept those graves quiet, because keeping quiet is the only mercy anybody in this family ever learned how to give each other. I'm not proud of the stones. I'm not defending the stones. But I've spent 70 years being the only kestrel man alive who knows what's really under that back corner. And I don't much feel like being the one who stops being the only one." He didn't threaten me. I want to be exact about that, because I've turned this moment over more times than any other part of the story, and there was no raised voice, no physical move toward me. Nothing a courtroom or a police report would call an act of aggression. He just stood there, holding 100 years of his family's silence against his chest, like a shield, and asked me, without quite asking, to help him keep holding it. I told him I had to report what I'd documented. It was true, and it was the only thing I could say. He nodded, like he'd expected that, and got in his truck and drove off with the book and the papers. And I never saw either again, and I never saw Warren Kestrel again either. not directly. I finished photographing Ruth's stone with hands that weren't entirely steady, packed my equipment, and drove home in the last of the daylight, with the 4 remaining stones unlogged, which is the only cemetery inventory in 8 years I have ever left incomplete. I filed my report to the Historical Society the following week. I documented everything factually: the recarved inscriptions, the raking light photographs, the county index discrepancies, the unmarked graves, Alton Pruitt's account of a missing row of stones, without speculating about motive, because I genuinely don't know the motive, and because it wasn't, in the end, my story to finish for them. The society flagged the plot for preservation rather than relocation, which meant the developer's clearing plan had to root around it. I don't know what happened to the 3 altered stones specifically, whether they were left exactly as carved, or whether someone eventually corrected them. I've thought about driving back out to find out, and I haven't done it. Warren sold the remaining acreage that fall, and I heard, secondhand through someone at the society, that he'd moved to be near a niece, somewhere downstate. I don't know if that's true. I never confirmed his new address, and part of me doesn't want to. I still think about the depression in the grass, more than the stones themselves, if I'm honest. 3 named markers, 3 carefully invented lives laid over 3 unnamed children, and I keep landing on the plainest fact underneath all of it. Nobody, not one person across 100 years of that family, ever got to know a real name for those 3 babies. Not even the Historical Society's final record has one. My report says unnamed infant, kestrel family, 3 times, dated a century apart, and that's the most honest thing anyone's managed to put on paper about them, and it isn't much. I don't do raking light photography as casually as I used to. It's part of the job. I can't stop doing it. But I notice now that I brace for what it might show me, in a way I never used to before that spring. I check my own family's records sometimes, late at night, for gaps I probably wouldn't have thought to look for a year ago. A missing page, a name that doesn't match a date, informant lines with nothing but a father's signature and no mother's name at all. I haven't found anything. I keep checking anyway. I still take the job when a family plot needs documenting. I'm not going to pretend this one changed my profession, or that I see something sinister in every worn inscription now. Most of them really are just what they say they are. Families remembering their dead, honestly, the way most families do. But I finish every inventory now with one extra step I never used to bother with. I photograph every stone under raking light, every single one, no matter how ordinary the carving looks in daylight. No matter how thorough I already feel like I've been. I tell myself it's just good practice. Mostly I believe that. But some nights, packing up equipment in a cemetery as the light goes soft and the shadows start running sideways across the stones, I catch myself wondering how many other quiet family plots are holding a name they never earned, over a life that was never allowed to have one of its own, and whether anyone besides the stone itself will ever be thorough enough to notice. I sleep with a light on in the hallway now. I never used to. I couldn't tell you exactly what I think is out there, 60 miles from that hillside, in my own house. I only know that some habits, once you've earned them, you don't get to put down again. Story 4. Elena Marsh took the house-sitting job because it paid $600 for 12 nights and came with a heated pool she had no intention of using, and because her advisor had warned her, more than once, that a second-year MSW student who didn't have some kind of financial cushion during internship season, was going to burn out before graduation. She was 26 3 semesters from her degree, and she spent her actual paid hours 2 evenings a week at Larkspur House, a 14-bed women's shelter downtown, doing intake and overnight coverage. The Ashford job came through a listing a classmate forwarded her. A wealthy couple in the hills above town, Richard and Vivian Ashford, needing someone reliable to stay in their house for a work trip, feed the dog, water the garden, keep an eye on things. Elena had done 2 smaller house sits before. This one paid nearly triple. She'd come to the social work program the way a lot of her cohort had. Through a specific piece of her own history, she didn't discuss much outside of required disclosures. A mother who'd cycled through 2 relationships in Elena's childhood, that a version of Elena, years later, could finally name accurately, and a decade spent, in one form or another, becoming the kind of person who noticed things her mother hadn't had anyone around to notice for her. It made her good at the work. Her supervisor at Larkspur had told her as much more than once. A natural read on a room, an instinct for which nervous, over-explaining new arrival was telling the truth, and which anxious, over-explaining new arrival was covering for someone else entirely. It was also, though nobody had ever framed it to her this way, the exact shape of vulnerability a sufficiently patient person could learn to press on, precisely because it worked so reliably everywhere else. The Ashfords met her in person before agreeing to anything, which she took, at the time, as a sign of how careful and reasonable they were. Vivienne did most of the talking. Richard sat a little apart, checking his phone, the posture of a man who trusted his wife to handle the details of their household, and had no particular interest in the specifics. The house itself was the kind Elena had only ever seen in real estate listings she scrolled through for fun. A long stone drive, a kitchen bigger than her apartment, a view down the whole valley from the back terrace. Vivienne walked her through the ground floor with the brisk, itemized competence of someone giving a tour she'd given before. Thermostat here. Alarm code there. The dog, an elderly greyhound named Fitz, ate at 7 and 6. At the end of the tour, standing at a door off the kitchen hallway that Elena had assumed led to a pantry, Vivienne's tone changed, just slightly, not dramatic, just careful, the tone of someone choosing words she'd chosen before. This goes down to the basement, Vivienne said. Our daughter stays down there. She has a condition, episodes at night that can get physical. We manage it privately, with a caretaker, Maricela, who's normally here. But Maricela has a family emergency out of state for the 2 weeks we're gone, so it'll just be you. She said this the way you'd explain a complicated recycling schedule, and Elena, in the moment, appreciated that. The lack of drama, the sense that this was simply a fact of the household, not a crisis being handed to her. Elena asked, carefully, whether Sable had a diagnosis, a treatment team, anything Elena should know in case of an actual emergency. Vivian answered readily enough. A rotating string of specialists over the years, a private psychiatrist who came to the house rather than the other way around, medication that helped some and not others. We stopped bringing her to hospitals a long time ago, Vivian said. It never went well. People panic. They see a young woman having an episode, and they call things by names that follow her around afterward. We decided, as a family, that we'd rather manage this ourselves, with people we trust, then hand her over to a system that's never once made things better for her. It was, Elena thought at the time, a version of a sentence she'd heard from more than one family at Larkspur's own community outreach sessions. A specific, worn kind of exhaustion with institutions that had failed someone they loved, dressed up, in the Ashfords' case, in enough money to make the failure invisible from the outside. The instructions were specific. 3 trays a day, left on a small table at the top of the basement stairs, never carried down. The door stayed locked at all times. Elena would have a key for emergencies only, and Vivian asked her, twice, in slightly different phrasing, not to use it. If Sable spoke to her through the door, and she would, Vivian said. She gets lonely, she's very intelligent, she'll want to talk. Elena could talk back. Just don't let her out. Don't believe anything she says about needing to get out. It's the illness talking. She's a wonderful person, and she is also, when the episodes come on, not safe to be near. Elena, at the time, filed this the way she filed most difficult family situations she'd encountered in her training. A private tragedy, imperfectly managed. The kind of arrangement families made when the formal systems available to them, inpatient psychiatric care, guardianship proceedings, group homes, felt either inadequate or unbearable to submit to. She'd read enough case files at Larkspur to know that wealth didn't buy families out of hard situations. It just let them handle those situations more privately, with hired help instead of institutions, out of sight of the systems that might otherwise have gotten involved. That explanation held for the first several days. It's the explanation she wishes. Now, she'd questioned harder right there in the kitchen before she'd agreed to anything. The first 2 nights were uneventful in the specific, deflating way house sitting usually is. Elena fed Fitz, watered the garden, left trays at the basement door at 8, 1, and 6, and heard nothing from below except, faintly, a radio or television running low, the ordinary background noise of someone occupying a room. She did her reading for a seminar at the kitchen island, went to bed in the guest room, woke to an empty tray each morning that told her, at least, that someone down there was eating. The first thing that snagged her attention came on night 3, and it was small enough that she almost didn't write it down in the loose journal she'd started keeping, mostly to track meal times for her own records. The 8 p.m. tray came back nearly untouched, but the position of the fork had changed, moved from where she'd set it, laid instead across the plate at a precise diagonal, tines up. She told herself Sable had simply eaten with the fork, and put it down differently than Elena would have. That's the whole incident. A fork moved. She noted it anyway, and moved on, because there was nothing else to note. There was a second small thing that night, one she almost forgot to mention to herself, even in the loose privacy of her own journal. Fitz, the greyhound who'd slept through her first 2 nights without so much as lifting his head, spent the whole of night 3 pacing the kitchen hallway near the basement door, low and restless, refusing to settle in his usual spot by the fireplace. Old dogs get restless, she told herself. Arthritis, a change in the weather. She let him out into the hall to pace as long as he wanted and went up to bed, and didn't think about it again until much later, when she found herself wondering whether an animal's discomfort near a door might have been telling her something she'd had no professional framework to translate. Night 4 brought the first voice. Elena was on her way past the basement door with the 6 a.m. tray when a voice from the other side said her name. Not shouted, not urgent, just conversational, pitched exactly loud enough to carry through a solid door. Elena, you're the new one. Maricela usually hums when she comes down the hall. You don't. A pause. I like it better. Maricela's humming makes me feel like I'm being handled. Elena set the tray down at the top of the stairs as instructed and found herself answering before she'd decided to. I didn't know I was supposed to hum. You're not. I just noticed. Something that might have been a laugh, soft, close to the door. I'm Sable, by the way. I assume they told you not to talk to me. They said I could talk. Just not. Elena stopped, unsure how to finish that sentence politely. Not let me out? Yeah, I know the rules. The voice was warm, unhurried, entirely reasonable. It's fine. I'm not going to try to talk you into anything on day one. That'd be rude. It was, Elena would think later, an unnervingly precise thing to say. The kind of sentence a person says specifically to make you relax about the possibility they've just named. At the time, it read as simple wit, dry and self-aware. Exactly the sort of thing an intelligent, isolated person confined for weeks at a stretch might say to charm the one new face who'd wandered into her routine. Elena, whose whole professional training was built around not flinching from people in difficult circumstances, took it as a good sign. She said something non-committal and friendly back, and went to start her day, and thought about the conversation, on and off, for the rest of it, in a way she didn't examine closely enough to find strange. The pattern that formed over the next several nights was gradual, easy, the kind of pattern Elena would have recognized instantly in a client file, and somehow didn't recognize in her own life until it was most of the way built. Sable talked to her at the 8 p.m. tray, briefly, always light, always careful not to push. She asked about Elena's program, her work at the shelter. Elena mentioned it in passing on night 5, an offhand detail about why she was tired, and Sable's response was warm and immediate, an easy show of interest that felt at the time like simple human curiosity from someone starved of ordinary conversation. That must be intense, Sable said, believing people. I imagine that's most of the job. Someone tells you a thing happened to them, and you have to decide, fast, whether to believe it. Because if you don't and they're telling the truth, you've failed them completely. That's basically it, Elena said, surprised by how exactly Sable had named the center of the work. I think about that a lot down here, Sable said, and let the sentence sit, unfinished, in a way that invited a question Elena didn't ask that night, though she thought about it walking back up the stairs. Night 6 was quieter, almost deliberately so, in a way Elena would only recognize as a pattern much later, a rhythm of advance and retreat, warmth followed by distance, that kept her slightly off balance in a way that made the next warm exchange feel earned rather than freely given. Sable barely spoke when Elena brought the evening tray. Just a soft thanks through the door, nothing more, and Elena found herself lingering an extra moment on the step before going back upstairs, disappointed in a way she didn't examine. It was only the next morning, finding the tray scraped completely clean, that she understood. The silence hadn't been distance at all. It had been something else being tested, whether Elena would come looking, whether she'd knock, whether the absence of a voice would draw her closer than its presence had. By night 7, The conversations had lengthened past what Elena's own rules for herself allowed. 10 minutes at the door instead of 2. Sitting on the top step instead of standing at the tray table. A comfort in the exchange that had crept up on her without her marking the moment it arrived. Sable talked about books, about a garden she used to keep before all this, about a childhood memory of the two of them, she and her older sister, a name Elena hadn't heard the Ashfords mention, swimming at a lake house that had since been sold. She never once, in that first week, asked directly to be let out. That restraint, Elena realizes now, was the whole method. It made every later request land as something Sable was reluctant to make, rather than something she'd been building toward since the fork moved on night 3. Elena mentioned Sable to exactly one person during those 2 weeks, a fellow second year named Priya, over coffee between classes, in the vague, protective way you talk about a confidential client without actually being one. There's a woman staying at the house I'm sitting, she said. Family situation. Locked in, basically. I don't know what to think. Priya, who'd done a placement at a psychiatric step-down facility the previous year, asked the obvious question. Had Elena actually seen a diagnosis, a treatment plan, anything beyond the family's own account? And Elena, a little defensively, said she hadn't, but that wealthy families handled things privately all the time. And Priya, not unreasonably, said that was exactly the kind of situation where you couldn't tell from outside whether handling it privately meant protecting someone or hiding something, and that either way, it wasn't Elena's case to solve alone. Elena agreed with her, out loud, and then went home that night and sat on the basement steps for 20 minutes anyway, listening to Sable describe a dream she'd had about the ocean, and didn't mention the conversation with Priya at all. She tested Sable once on night 8, in a small private way she never told anyone about, asking mid-conversation an easy factual question about the lake house, the town it was near, a detail she could quietly check later against the one photograph she'd already seen. Sable answered without hesitation, specific, unbothered. A town name Elena later found did exist, 3 hours north, with a public records listing for a lake house sale that roughly matched the timeline Sable had given. It felt at the time like confirmation. It would occur to her much later that a woman intelligent enough to construct the rest of what followed was more than capable of anchoring a handful of easily checkable details to something real, the way any good story borrows its scaffolding from the truth to hold up everything built on top of it. The first real crack in the parents' account came on night 9, and it came in the form of a photograph. Sable slid it under the door, a small worn print, corners soft with handling, of 2 girls at maybe 8 and 11 standing on a dock, one of them unmistakably a younger Sable, with a faint yellowing bruise visible along her upper arm, half hidden by a swimsuit strap. My father did that, Sable said through the door, her voice flatter than Elena had heard it. Not the last time. Not the only time. I kept a couple of pictures back when I still thought someone would believe me if I had proof. Nobody ever asked to see them. It's strange how that works. You spend your whole childhood collecting evidence for a case. Nobody's ever going to hear. Elena sat on the step with the photograph in her hands for a long time after. Sable stopped talking. It matched, in every detail she could check against what little she knew. The sort of documentation Larkspur's own intake process trained her to treat as significant. A specific, dated, physically corroborated account, offered without prompting, by someone with every incentive to lie and no obvious payoff for lying about something this granular. She thought about the parents' explanation, the episodes, the condition, the careful, itemized calm with which Vivienne had described locking her own daughter in a basement, and felt, for the first time, the specific vertigo of a story she'd accepted starting to look from a different angle, like the exact shape of a story she'd been trained for 2 years to recognize as false. She didn't unlock anything that night. She told herself she needed more information, and meant it, and spent the next 2 days doing something she'd later have a hard time defending to herself as anything other than building a case. Searching what little was publicly findable about the Ashford family. A society page mentioned here, a charity gala photo there. Nothing about a second daughter anywhere. No hospital records she had any legal way to access. No police reports on file with the county, which she checked, using a database Larkspur used for background verification on shelter intakes. A use of her work access, she knew, even as she did it, she wasn't strictly supposed to make for personal reasons. The absence of any official record read, to her, as confirmation. That's the piece she keeps returning to. In her training, an abuser who avoids the formal system. No police calls, no psychiatric hold on record, no paper trail. Anywhere a court or a caseworker might someday find it. Isn't a family managing a private tragedy responsibly. It's a family keeping their control over a victim entirely outside anywhere. That victim could be independently verified. She'd taught that exact principle to incoming volunteers at Larkspur. From a laminated card she'd helped draft herself. The absence of a record is not neutral. Ask who benefits from there, being nothing written down. Vivienne called once during the trip, on night 10, ostensibly to check on Fitz. The conversation lasted 4 minutes and covered the dog's appetite, the state of the garden, and then, in the last 30 seconds, in a tone that had shifted just slightly from the rest of the call. Whether Sable had been talking a lot, Elena said a little nothing unusual, and Vivienne said, "Good. She's persuasive when she wants to be. It's part of the illness. Just remember that whatever she tells you is true, from where she's standing. That doesn't mean it happened." Elena thanked her for the reminder, hung up, and sat with the phone in her hand for a while afterward, unable to decide whether she'd just been given a genuinely useful clinical warning, or the exact kind of preemptive discrediting her training had taught her to distrust on sight. A family member, getting to a listener first, framing any future account as illness, before it could even be heard as testimony. She wrote the call down in her journal, verbatim as best she could remember it, and read it back twice, and still couldn't make it mean only one thing. Night 11 was the night Sable, for the first time, asked her something that wasn't really about the basement at all. "Your shelter," Sable said. "Larkspur, you said. Is it locked at night? Card access, that kind of thing?" Elena answered without thinking twice about it, because it was the kind of small talk question anyone might ask, the sort of thing she answered for donors, for volunteers, for her own family at dinner. Keypad on the front door, staff desk overnight, pretty standard. And you're there, Tuesdays and Fridays? Wednesdays and Saturdays, actually. Right. Wednesdays. A pause, warm, easy, nothing in the tone that should have caught. It sounds like a good place. I like that you'd have somewhere like that waiting for you. Whatever happens with all this. Elena has replayed that exchange more times than any other single moment in the whole 12 days. Because it's the one where, laid out afterward on paper, the extraction is so plain it embarrasses her. The door type, the staffing pattern, her own schedule, all handed over in under a minute. Wrapped in exactly the kind of warmth that made it feel like closeness rather than reconnaissance. At the time, it felt like being seen. It felt like the first person in weeks who was actually curious about her life, rather than simply directing it. That, more than the photograph, more than anything Sable ever said about her father, was the thing doing the real work. Not evidence, but attention, offered on a schedule and in a shape precisely calibrated to a woman who spent her working life being the first person to offer that same attention to people no one else had bothered to really listen to. The dilemma, when it finally arrived on night 12, the last night before the Ashfords were due back, which was, Elena would realize afterward, exactly the deadline pressure that made a careful decision hardest. One last chance before the locked, watchful, official version of the household returned and closed back over everything. I'm not asking you to let me out for good, Sable said, and for the first time in 12 nights there was a thinness in her voice, something that sounded, to Elena, unmistakably like fear rather than performance. I know how that sounds. I know you can't just decide that on your own. I'm asking for an hour. The garden. I haven't stood outside in 4 months. I'll be back at the door before the trays even matter. You can lock it again yourself. You'll never have told a lie about anything, because nothing will have happened. Elena stood on that step for what felt, afterward, like a very long time, though her phone would later show it was under 6 minutes. She thought about the photograph. She thought about the empty record search. She thought about every case file at Larkspur, where a woman had finally, after years, found one person willing to believe her, and what it had cost every time for that person to hesitate. She thought about Priya's warning, briefly, and set it aside the way she'd set aside every other caution over the previous 11 nights, because the warning was general and the woman in front of her, or rather behind the door in front of her, was specific, and specific had always beaten general in the work Elena had trained 2 years to do well. She thought, too, briefly, and dismissed it, which is the part she can't forgive herself for skipping past too quickly, about the fact that she had never once, in 12 days, seen Sable's face. Never confirmed a single detail against anything except Sable's own account, and one photograph she had no way to authenticate, and that everything she believed about this situation rested entirely on a voice through a door, and the specific, practiced skill of being believed. She thought finally about what she would tell herself in 6 months if she didn't open the door, that she'd had the chance to be the one person who finally listened, and chose the safe, procedural, deniable option instead, the same choice she'd catalogued disapprovingly in a dozen other people's files. That thought, more than the photograph, more than anything else, was the one that moved her hand to the lock. She unlocked it. Sable came up the basement stairs slowly, blinking in the kitchen's low night light. An ordinary-looking woman in her early 30s, thin in the way of someone who hadn't been outside in a long time, wearing sweatpants and an old cardigan that must have been down there with her the whole time. She looked, in that first unguarded moment, exactly as fragile as her voice had suggested. And Elena, seeing her at last, felt something in her chest loosen with relief. The specific relief of having a suspicion confirmed by a face instead of a story. It did not occur to her, standing there in the kitchen doorway, that fragility itself could be a fact. Someone had learned to wear as carefully as anything else. The way Elena herself had learned, over 2 years of training, to soften her own posture and voice around a frightened stranger, because she knew professionally exactly what that softness invited in return. They stood on the back terrace together for a while, not talking much. Sable with her face turned up toward the sky in a way that read, entirely convincingly, as a person relearning the simple fact of open air. She thanked Elena twice, quietly, without theater. She asked, once, gently, whether Elena might consider, not now, not tonight, but eventually, helping her find a lawyer. Someone who handled cases like this. Someone who wouldn't be intimidated by the Ashford name. Elena said she'd think about it. She meant it. At one point, Sable asked about the shelter again. Not the door type this time, but the residence. Whether Elena had a favorite. Whether there was ever a woman she worried about more than the others. Someone still not quite safe, even inside those walls. Elena, warmed by the hour, by the strange intimacy of standing outside with a person she'd spent 12 nights getting to know only through a door, told her about a woman named Carla, a regular at Larkspur for the better part of a year, still working through a custody fight, still nervous every time a car idled too long outside. It was the kind of detail Elena would never have shared in any other context. Protected under confidentiality she took seriously in every other part of her life, and she gave it away that night, the same easy way she'd given away the door type, and her shift schedule, not carelessly, exactly, but as an offering, a gesture of the same trust Sable had spent 12 nights teaching her to extend without noticing the cost of extending it. Just before Sable went back down, at her own suggestion, without being asked, she pressed a folded piece of paper into Elena's hand. "In case anything happens to me before this gets sorted properly," she said. "Give this to the police. Not now. Just keep it somewhere safe." Elena took it. She locked the basement door behind her at 11:40 p.m., checked it twice. The way you'd check any door you badly wanted to still be locked, and went to bed telling herself, with real conviction, that she had done something difficult and correct. The Ashfords returned 2 days later, on schedule, cheerful, thanking her extravagantly for the dog and the garden. Elena didn't tell them what had happened on night 12. She told herself she was protecting Sable, buying time to find that lawyer. To do this properly, instead of blowing everything up on a hunch, 2 days before the people with the actual authority to change anything walked back through the door. She left the house $600 richer, and for the first week afterward, almost proud of herself. The folded note sat in her desk drawer, unopened, because Sable had said not yet, and Elena, still deep inside the shape of the trust she'd built over 12 nights, honored that instruction the same way she'd honored every other one Sable had ever given her. The 9 days between the Ashfords' return and that Wednesday shift were, in Elena's memory now, the last stretch of time she got to spend not knowing yet. And she has thought more than once about how ordinary they felt while they were happening. She went to 2 seminars. She graded a stack of undergraduate reflection papers for a professor she TA'd for. She looked twice at the number Sable had given her for a lawyer contact, a name Sable said had helped a friend of hers once, no other details attached, and decided both times to wait until she'd had more time to think it through properly. A caution that felt, at the time, like responsibility, and that she now understands was simply the last few days of a story, still allowed to end the way she'd hoped it would. It was 9 days later, on a Wednesday, her Larkspur shift, that the front desk volunteer mentioned, in passing, a new intake from the weekend. A woman who'd come in using the shelter's standard confidential name protocol. Quiet, watchful, unusually good, the volunteer said, almost admiringly, at making the other residents feel comfortable fast. Elena didn't think much of it at first. New intakes came in every week. It was only when she pulled the file to prep for her shifts rounds, scanning the basic details before deciding who most needed a check-in, that she found the birth date listed. A date that matched? Exactly. A detail Sable had mentioned once, in passing, on night 6, talking about a birthday she used to celebrate at the lake house before everything changed. Elena called the Ashfords first. Vivienne didn't pick up. The trip had apparently extended, some work commitment in another country, and the voicemail she eventually got back, 2 days later, was clipped, unreadable, offering no real information beyond a request that Elena not discuss family matters with anyone outside the household. She tried Richard directly, a number she'd only ever used once, and got a single reply text hours later. We'll handle this. Please don't involve anyone else. Nothing about whether Sable was dangerous. Nothing about whether she'd done this before. Nothing about whether there was anyone else, anywhere, who ought to be warned. She called the non-emergency police line next and got exactly the response she'd have predicted for anyone else's case file, had it not been her own name attached to it. No forced entry, no crime reported. An adult had walked out a door that had, by Elena's own account, been unlocked by the person with legal access to the key. There was nothing on record to indicate Sable had ever been formally committed, diagnosed, or restrained under any court order. No paper trail existed anywhere the county could search. The same absence Elena had once read as proof of a cover-up now read back to her from the other side of a desk as proof of nothing prosecutable at all. The officer taking her statement was polite, unhurried, and asked her, near the end, whether she was sure she wasn't describing a family dispute she'd simply gotten caught in the middle of. A question that landed harder than anything else said that day because it was essentially the same question she'd once have asked, gently, of anyone doubting a survivor's account, and now had nowhere to put. She went to Larkspur early for her next shift, before her scheduled hours, and asked the day coordinator, as casually as she could manage, about the new intake from the weekend. The coordinator pulled the log and told her, apologetically, that the woman had checked out 2 nights earlier, voluntarily, without incident, the way residents sometimes do. No forwarding information required or expected. That's simply how the shelter's confidentiality protocol worked. The same protocol Elena had helped train new volunteers to protect without exception, because that protection was, for the vast majority of the women, who came through Larkspur's doors, the only thing standing between them and someone looking for them. She asked, carefully, whether any of the residents who'd overlapped with the woman during her 2 nights had mentioned anything unusual. A name, a story that didn't quite track. Anyone who'd seemed a little too interested in the building itself. The shift patterns who came and went. The coordinator, sympathetic but visibly puzzled by the question, said no, nothing like that. Only that a couple of the other women had commented, warmly, on how easy she'd been to talk to. How she'd seemed to already understand, without being told, exactly what each of them needed to hear. The first thing Elena did after that conversation was pull Carla's file. Carla had checked out 4 days before the mystery intake ever arrived. Discharged to a transitional apartment the shelter had helped her secure. A routine, positive outcome logged the same as dozens of others that year. Elena told herself that timing meant nothing. That Carla had simply moved on the way residents were supposed to, and spent the better part of an afternoon anyway, trying to reach the transitional housing office to confirm Carla had actually arrived there, safe, before finally getting a call back 2 days later confirming she had. It should have felt like relief. Mostly, it felt like the first of what she suspected would be a long series of names she'd need to quietly check on, one at a time, for longer than she wanted to admit to herself. Elena spent the following weeks doing the 2 things she could actually still do, which felt, most days, like nothing. She filed an incident report with Larkspur's board, carefully worded, admitting her own role in what had happened, and sat through the uncomfortable, necessary conversation that followed about whether her judgment could still be trusted around vulnerable intakes. A conversation that ended, eventually, with her keeping her position on the condition that she work every shift alongside a second staff member for the rest of the semester. A condition she never once argued against, because some part of her agreed with it more than anyone on that board could have known. She also, once, drove out to the Ashford house unannounced on a Sunday and found it dark, the drive gated, a property management company's sign zip-tied to the fence where the mailbox used to be. Nobody she spoke to at the company would tell her anything beyond confirming the family had relocated the household, which she understood, standing there in the empty drive, to mean exactly as much as it was designed to mean and no more. She looked for Fitz's name once, on a whim, on a lost and found pet registry she'd used before, for shelter clients' animals, half hoping to find some trace of the household's new location through the dog's microchip listing. Nothing came up. She told herself that meant the family had simply kept his registration current under a private account, the ordinary, boring explanation, and made herself stop looking because she recognized, doing it, the exact shape of the compulsion that had gotten her into this in the first place. The conviction that one more piece of evidence would finally resolve a question that evidence, on its own, had never actually been capable of resolving. Elena still works Wednesdays and Saturdays. She still does intake, still sits across from a frightened stranger, and has, within the first 10 minutes, to make the same decision she made on a basement staircase 4 months ago. Whether to believe, completely and without proof, the person in front of her, because that belief is most of what the job actually is, and because the alternative, treating every account as a possible manipulation until it clears some evidentiary bar, nobody in crisis could ever meet, would fail every single genuine survivor in order to catch one exception she still isn't entirely sure she caught correctly, even now. She thinks, sometimes, about the exact sentence Sable used on that last night on the terrace, that she'd never have to have told a lie about anything, 'cause nothing would have happened. It's a sentence Elena has heard versions of since, from the other side of her own desk, offered by people whose intentions she had no reason to doubt. She hears it differently now, not as reassurance, as a description of exactly how easy it is to build a door that opens both ways, and to make sure the person opening it never quite has to admit, even to herself, that she chose to. She has never opened the folded note. She keeps it in the same desk drawer, and some nights, closing up the shelter, checking that the keypad is armed, walking the halls to make sure every resident's door is properly shut, she catches herself listening for a particular kind of quiet, a person good at being still, good at being patient, good at being exactly whatever the room in front of her most needs her to be. And she has never yet been entirely sure whether she's protecting the women down that hall, or still, 4 months on, waiting to find out which version of Sable was ever actually true. Story 5. I'd been doing property preservation work for almost 4 years. By the time I got sent out to the house on Larkon Hollow Road, long enough that I'd stopped thinking of the job as strange, even though most people, hearing the actual description of it for the first time, tend to react like I've told them something out of a horror movie. Banks foreclose on a house. The house sits empty, and somebody has to go make sure it doesn't rot or flood or get stripped for copper before it finally sells. Change the locks, winterize the pipes, clear out whatever the previous owners left behind, photograph every room for a file that gets emailed to some regional asset manager who will never once set foot in the place themselves. I liked the quiet of it, mostly. Empty houses don't talk back. That was, at least, the assumption the whole job had always rested on, right up until the afternoon it stopped being true. Larkin Hollow was a single-story ranch on 2 acres at the end of a gravel county road, vacant 3 years according to the work order. Foreclosed after the last owner, a woman named Eleanor Prather, had died in the house and left no heirs willing or able to take on the mortgage. The order was routine. Full trash out, utility documentation, standard photo set. The kind of job I could usually finish in a single afternoon and be home for dinner. I remember thinking, pulling up the gravel drive that first afternoon, that the house looked almost too ordinary for the file's grim little footnote about a resident death. Beige siding, sun-faded shutters. A yard gone to seed, but nothing dramatic, nothing that looked, from the outside, like it was hiding anything worse than 3 years of neglect. I'd learned, over 4 years in this line of work, to read a property's exterior the way some people read weather, a kind of professional shorthand for what I'd probably find inside before I ever touched the door. Overgrown yards usually meant a slow foreclosure, months or years of a family hanging on before finally giving up the mortgage payments. Boarded windows meant vandalism usually, or a bank that had already sent someone out once before to secure the place. Larkin Hollow gave me none of the usual signals either way. Just a house that looked, from the gravel drive, like its owner might walk back out the front door any minute and ask what I thought I was doing on her property. I remember that specific ordinary quality staying with me the whole drive up, the way a house that looks too normal for its own file sometimes unsettles you, more than one that announces its history plainly from the curb. The first call came a little after 1 in the afternoon, maybe 20 minutes into the job. While I was working through the kitchen cabinets and photographing what was left behind, expired cans, a drawer of mismatched silverware, the ordinary detritus of a life nobody had come back to finish packing. My phone buzzed in my back pocket, and I pulled it out, expecting a text from dispatch about the next address on my list, and found instead an incoming call from a number with no name attached, no area code I recognized, and this is the detail that actually made me stop what I was doing, and 0 bars showing at the top of the screen. I'd checked my signal not 5 minutes earlier, annoyed that I couldn't pull up the work order's PDF attachment out here, at the end of a gravel road that clearly sat in some kind of dead zone for my carrier. I answered it anyway, the way you answer most calls out of pure reflex, before your brain fully processes whether you should. There was a long stretch of static first, thick and uneven, the specific quality of a bad connection rather than silence, and then a voice, male, older, careful in a way that struck me even in that first confused moment as deliberate rather than simply cautious. "Don't answer the phone in the bedroom," it said, and then the call dropped, cutting off mid-syllable on whatever he'd been about to say next, leaving me standing in a dead stranger's kitchen holding a phone that had somehow just rung with 0 bars showing the entire time, the screen already back to its ordinary home display, as if nothing at all had just happened. I did what I imagine most people would do with a call like that, which is decide it had to be some kind of glitch or prank before I let myself take it seriously. Spoofed caller ID, a scam robocall that had somehow triggered even without service, a badly timed coincidence with a wrong number. I ran through every mundane explanation I could think of standing there in that kitchen, and none of them quite accounted for the 0 bars. But all of them together felt like enough to let me put the phone back in my pocket and get on with the job. I had 4 more properties on my list that day. I didn't have room in my schedule, or honestly in my nerves, to spend the afternoon spooked by a single strange phone call, and some stubborn part of me resented the idea that one odd interruption might be allowed to derail a routine I'd built carefully over 4 years of doing exactly this kind of work without incident. It rang again 40 minutes later, same block number, same static-heavy connection, same lack of signal on my screen the whole time it was ringing. This time the voice sounded more urgent, faster, like a man trying to fit as much information as he possibly could into a call he already suspected wouldn't hold together long enough to finish. If it rings, let it ring. Whatever you do, don't pick up the bedroom phone. And then, just before the connection dropped again, "I know how this sounds. Please just..." and static, and nothing. I finished the kitchen and moved slowly into the living room, telling myself I was simply going to work through the rest of the job on schedule and deal with the strange calls as an afterthought, for whoever I told about them later, over a beer, as a funny story about the weirdest property I'd ever cleared. I photographed the water-stained ceiling, the outlet that had clearly sparked and scorched the wall around it at some point, a stack of unopened mail addressed to Eleanor Prather that the bank's file said should have been forwarded to a niece in another state, but apparently never had been. I found myself checking my phone's signal bars every few minutes without quite admitting to myself why, and getting the same answer every time. Nothing, not one bar, not even the faint flicker you sometimes get at the edge of a dead zone. The third call came while I was standing in the hallway outside the bedroom door, work order clipboard in hand, about to note down the room for my standard walkthrough. I watched the screen light up this time rather than simply feeling it buzz in my pocket. Watched the same blocked number appear over a status bar showing absolutely no signal, and let it ring 3 full times before I finally answered. Some stubborn professional instinct telling me I needed to actually understand what was happening, rather than keep dodging it. "Who is this?" I said, and the voice on the other end, the same voice, unmistakably, careful and older and now audibly relieved that I'd finally picked up at all, didn't answer the question directly. "You're at Larkin Hollow," he said instead. Not a question. "Listen to me carefully. There's a phone in the bedroom, older one, probably still plugged into the wall. Do not answer it if it rings. I don't care what protocol says about documenting active lines. Leave that room without touching it if you can manage that at all." I asked him, again, who he was, how he had my number, how he was calling me at all from wherever he was standing, given that my own phone was showing 0 signal the entire time we'd been talking. He was quiet for a moment, long enough that I thought the call had dropped again on its own before he said, in a voice that had gone quieter and more tired than urgent, "Now there's a logbook. Basement. Behind the water heater. Read it before you do anything else in that room. I've made this call more times than I want to tell you, and I'm running out of ways to make people believe me fast enough." Call ended there. Not with static this time, but with an ordinary click, the specific sound of someone hanging up a landline handset, rather than a cell phone disconnecting. A detail I didn't consciously register as strange until much later, replaying the whole exchange in my head for what felt like the 100th time. I want to be honest about the particular kind of denial I brought to that hallway, because I think it explains a great deal about what happened next. I'd been doing this job for 4 years. I'd cleared out houses with genuinely disturbing histories before. A suicide scene nobody had bothered to fully clean. A hoarder's home so packed with rot that I'd needed a respirator just to get through the front door. And I'd built, over those years, a kind of professional armor against being rattled by any single strange detail a property threw at me. A stranger's voice on a phone with no signal should have rattled that armor considerably more than it actually did in the moment. Instead, I found myself doing the thing my job had trained me to do above almost anything else, treating the warning as one more piece of information to verify, rather than a reason to simply leave. I went to the basement first, mostly because it felt like the more reasonable of the 2 instructions I'd been given. Check the logbook. Avoid the phone. The kind of sequencing a careful person makes when they've decided to take a stranger's warning seriously, without fully surrendering their own judgment about how to act on it. The logbook was exactly where he'd said it would be, tucked behind the water heater in a plastic bag that had clearly been replaced more than once over the years to keep the pages dry. A battered spiral notebook with a cover gone soft and gray with handling. I sat on an overturned bucket in that cold, dim basement and read through it by the light of my phone, and it took me the better part of 20 minutes to understand what I was actually looking at. It wasn't one person's writing. Different hands, different pens, different years noted at the top of each entry. The earliest dated almost 11 years back, the most recent barely 3 months old. Property preservation workers, one after another, each one apparently having found this same notebook during their own job at this same address, each one leaving behind a short account of what had happened to them. A call with no signal, a warning about the bedroom phone, and, in every single entry, some version of the same closing line, written in different handwriting each time, but carrying an identical shape. I didn't answer it. I don't know what would have happened if I had. I read them in order, start to finish, and found myself building a strange, second-hand kinship with a string of strangers I'd never meet. All of us connected by nothing more than having been sent, at some point over a decade, to clear out the same unremarkable house. Some entries were long, almost confessional, clearly written by someone who'd needed to get the whole experience down on paper before they could let themselves leave. Others were brief to the point of terseness, 4 or 5 lines and nothing more, as if the writer had wanted the fact of the warning recorded without dwelling on it a moment longer than necessary. One entry, dated 7 years back, included a rough pencil sketch of the bedroom's layout, an arrow, pointing to the phone with a single word beside it. Don't. I sat with that page longer than any of the others, turning the pencil lines over in the light of my phone, trying to imagine the specific fear that had made someone stop, mid-crisis, to actually draw a diagram rather than simply write a sentence. Except for one entry, near the middle of the notebook, dated 4 years earlier. That broke that pattern entirely. The handwriting was smaller, more cramped, harder to read than the others. And it didn't end with the same reassuring closing line. It ended instead mid-sentence, the pen pressure trailing off across the page, as if the writer had simply stopped without finishing the thought. I picked it up because I thought it might be dispatch, calling about the next job, and nothing after that. No signature, no date past the one at the top of the entry. Nothing at all to tell me what had happened to whoever had started writing those words, or why they'd never come back to finish them. I sat with that unfinished sentence for a long time, longer than I'd sat with any of the others, feeling the specific weight of an ending that had simply never arrived on the page in front of me. The pages after it picked back up in a different, later hand, dated almost a year afterward, as if whoever had written it, or whoever had found the notebook next, had needed that much time to work up the nerve to add another entry at all. That gap in the dates unsettled me more than almost anything else in the basement that afternoon, a full year in which, as far as the notebook's own record showed, nobody had been sent to this address, or nobody who'd found the logbook had survived intact enough to write in it. I called the number on my own work order for dispatch, the closest thing I had to an actual authority to report any of this to, and got a supervisor named Renata, who listened to my careful, edited version of the afternoon, leaving out the calls with no signal, focusing instead on a genuinely factual concern about the property's history and condition, with the patient, slightly bored tone of someone who'd fielded plenty of contractor complaints about creepy old houses before. She pulled up the file while I waited, and told me after a minute something that made the back of my neck go cold in a way 4 years of unsettling job sites never quite had. Larkin Hollow Road had been assigned to 5 different contractors over the past 11 years, every single one of them completing the job in a single day, with no reported issues. No notes in the file about anything unusual at all, which meant whatever had actually happened to each of those 5 people in that house, none of it had ever once made it into the official record I was currently looking at. I asked her, trying to keep my voice as steady and procedural as her own had been, whether the file showed anything at all about the phone line's status, whether the utility company had ever confirmed full disconnection, whether there'd been any service calls logged at that address since the foreclosure. She clicked through a few more screens before telling me the utility record showed the line disconnected 11 years ago. The same year, I realized with a fresh chill that the file listed as Eleanor Prather's date of death. 11 years of official paperwork insisting that phone had no way to ring at all, sitting directly alongside my own very recent memory of watching it do exactly that. I asked her carefully whether she had any contact information for the previous contractors, a name, an old phone number, anything that might tell me who'd been calling me all afternoon. She told me the file only listed company names rather than individual technician names, going back that far, standard practice for contractor turnover, and that she genuinely had no way to identify who specifically had worked the job in any given year without pulling records that would take her days to track down properly. I thanked her, hung up, and sat with the specific, hollow understanding that whoever had called me 3 times that afternoon had done so entirely outside any system that could officially confirm he existed at all. I finished the rest of the house first, deliberately, working through every room except the bedroom, with a thoroughness that felt in hindsight like its own kind of stalling, photographing the bathroom's water damage, the second bedroom's stripped carpet, the living room's scorched outlet, anything at all that let me put off the one room I now understood I couldn't avoid entirely. If I wanted to actually finish the job, property preservation work runs on documentation. A room I skipped would flag the file for review. Might mean sending someone else back out to finish what I hadn't. Might mean the next person to walk into that bedroom would do so with even less warning than I'd gotten. I stood in the bedroom doorway for a long time before I actually stepped inside. The room itself looked almost aggressively ordinary. A stripped mattress, a dresser with 2 drawers still holding folded, undisturbed clothes, curtains gone gray with 3 years of undisturbed dust, and on the nightstand, exactly where the caller had said it would be, an old rotary phone, cream-colored plastic gone yellow with age, cord running down to a wall jack that should have been dead for at least 3 years, if not considerably longer given how outdated the phone itself looked. I photographed it from the doorway first, the way I photographed everything else in the house, telling myself the picture alone would satisfy the file's documentation requirement without my needing to get any closer than I already felt comfortable being. It was only reviewing that photo later, back in my truck, zooming in on my phone's small screen, that I noticed something I hadn't clocked standing in the doorway itself. A faint, dark shape at the edge of the frame, just past the nightstand, low to the ground, that hadn't been visible to my own eyes in the room, but showed clearly, unmistakably, in the photograph itself. Not a person exactly. Just a shape, low and still, sitting in a spot where nothing in that room should have cast a shadow at all. The phone rang while I was still standing in that doorway, before I'd fully processed the photograph. A sound so ordinary and so completely wrong in that context that it took me a full second to understand what I was actually hearing. The specific mechanical double ring of an old rotary phone, sharp and metallic, cutting through a silence so complete I'd stopped noticing it as silence at all. I didn't move. I want to be honest about that, the same way the man on the phone had wanted me to be honest with myself about whatever I decided to do next. I stood in that doorway and watched the phone ring a second time, a third, my whole body caught in the specific paralysis of someone whose training and whose instincts had suddenly, completely diverged. Every professional habit I had telling me to step forward and check the line. Every other part of me screaming that I should already be backing away down the hall. I remember with a clarity that has stayed with me longer than almost any other detail from that afternoon, the specific effort it took to keep my own hands still at my sides, rather than reaching for the clipboard, for my phone, for anything that might have given me an excuse to step further into that room under the cover of ordinary documentation. My whole career had trained me to walk toward exactly the kind of anomaly that phone represented. An active line where the record said there shouldn't be one, a working appliance in a house that had supposedly been dead for years. And every part of that training screamed at me, in the moment, to go verify it properly, rather than simply stand there and let the mystery remain unexamined. I have never in my life had to fight my own competence quite that hard. It rang 4 times in total, and stopped, and the silence that followed felt considerably louder than the ringing itself had. I stood in that doorway for a long moment afterward, counting my own breaths the way you count something when you need proof your body is still doing what it's supposed to be doing. Before I finally, carefully pulled the door shut without stepping fully into the room at all. I left the house without finishing the bedroom's photo documentation, drove straight to the nearest gas station with actual cell signal, and called the number that had called me 3 times that afternoon, half expecting it to be disconnected, out of service, some final confirmation that none of it had ever really been reachable at all. It rang twice and picked up, and the same voice answered, sounding exhausted in a way that had nothing to do with the connection quality this time. "You didn't answer it," he said. Not quite a question, more like a man confirming something he'd been holding his breath about. I asked him, finally and plainly, who exactly he was. He was quiet for a long moment before he told me his name was Walter Higbee, that he'd worked as a phone company lineman for almost 30 years before he retired, that he'd been the technician who came out to Larkin Hollow Road 11 years ago to investigate a reported outage, and that he'd been the one who found Eleanor Prather 3 days dead in that same bedroom, the rotary phone's handset still clutched in her hand. He told me the rest slowly, in the careful, rationed way of a man who'd told this story too many times to strangers who mostly didn't believe him, and who'd learned to brace for that disbelief before he even finished a sentence. Eleanor's son had died overseas, years before any of this. A death the family learned about, according to what neighbors had told Walter afterward, through a phone call to that same bedroom extension, delivered by a stranger's voice, with details specific enough that nobody in the family had ever doubted the call was real, though nobody had ever been able to trace where it came from either. Eleanor had kept the phone in that room for the rest of her life, according to Walter, convinced in the particular grief-warped logic of a mother who'd lost a child, that someday another call might come through that same line to explain the first one, or take it back, or offer some correction the universe owed her. He didn't know exactly what she'd heard the day she died. He only knew, from everything he'd since pieced together, that whatever it was, she hadn't survived hearing it. The coroner called it a heart attack, Walter said. Natural causes. Nothing suspicious enough to look at twice. I believed that myself for a long while, honestly, right up until I started hearing from other technicians who'd been sent out to that address over the years after her, before it ever became a preservation job at all. A plumber, a home inspector doing a routine appraisal walkthrough, a real estate agent's assistant who went in alone to take listing photos before the first sale attempt. Every one of them mentioned the same phone, the same room, some version of a call that shouldn't have been possible reaching them while they were inside it. I didn't put all of that together at once. It took me years of hearing pieces of it secondhand before I understood. I wasn't the only person this house had ever reached out to. I asked him how exactly he'd first learned about the pattern. Himself, what had made a retired lineman start keeping track of contractor dispatch schedules for a single house on a single gravel road, a habit that most people would have long since dismissed as too strange and too consuming to sustain across more than a decade. He was quiet for a moment before he told me that after he'd found Eleanor's body, something about the whole call, the one he'd been sent out to investigate that day, an outage report that turned out not to be an outage at all, had stayed lodged in him in a way he'd never fully been able to shake. He'd requested his own retirement earlier than planned, he said, not long after, though he'd never told his wife or his former co-workers the real reason why. He'd simply started watching the property from a distance instead, checking public foreclosure listings, eventually finding a contact at the bank's regional office who, for reasons Walter still didn't fully understand himself, had quietly agreed to flag him whenever a new work order went out for that address. I've made calls to every contractor I could reach ever since, he said. Company changes hands, workers change, but the address stays the same, and somebody's always eventually sent back out there. I don't fully understand how I'm able to reach people the way I do. No signal out there. Hasn't been in years, and my own phone's nothing special. Just an old cordless base I kept from my line work days. I've stopped trying to explain it to myself. I just know that if I don't call, sooner or later somebody picks up that phone in the bedroom, and I don't know of anybody who has and come back out to tell me what they heard. I asked him about the entry in the logbook, the one that had stopped mid-sentence and never once picked back up. He went quiet again, longer this time, before he told me that was a young man named Curtis Ames, 4 years back, and that Walter had gotten to him too late. A signal issue on his own end, he said, a call that hadn't connected until Curtis had already picked up the bedroom extension. Curtis had walked out of that house that day, physically fine, and had, according to his family, simply stopped being fully himself afterward. Quiet in a way he'd never been before. Unable or unwilling to explain what he'd heard. Dead 18 months later in circumstances Walter wouldn't describe to me in any more detail than that. I pressed him. gently, for more. Not the circumstances of Curtis's death, which he'd already made clear he wasn't willing to share, but what Curtis himself had said in whatever time passed between that afternoon and whatever came after. Walter told me he'd tracked down Curtis's mother. Eventually, introduced himself carefully, explained enough of his own connection to the house to earn a cautious kind of trust, and that she'd told him her son had said almost nothing about the call itself, no matter how many times she'd gently asked. The one thing he had said, months later, unprompted, sitting at her kitchen table on an ordinary evening, was that the voice on the phone had known things about him nobody outside his own head could have known. Not facts, not events, but the specific, private shape of thoughts he'd never once said aloud to another living person. He hadn't been able to explain how that felt, his mother told Walter. Only that he'd never quite trusted his own privacy again after that. The sense that some part of his inner life had been read by something that had no business reading it. That's the part that's always stuck with me hardest, Walter said. Everybody assumes a haunted phone's going to threaten you, or scare you, or tell you something's coming for you. From what little I've ever been able to piece together, it's worse than that. It just knows you. However it manages that, it just knows exactly what would undo a person. And it says it plainly, like it's doing you some kind of favor by finally being honest. He paused for a long moment before adding, quieter, that he sometimes wondered whether that was the true cruelty of the whole thing. Not a threat delivered from outside a person's life, but an intimacy nobody had ever consented to. Arriving through a phone line in a room where you'd only ever expected the ordinary, forgettable business of an incoming call. I asked him whether that meant the voice would say something different to each person who answered. Whether, whatever it was, tailored itself individually rather than repeating some fixed, singular message. He said he genuinely didn't know, that he'd never once been foolish enough to test it himself, despite 30 years of curiosity gnawing at him, and that every account he'd ever managed to piece together, secondhand, suggested something different each time, specific to whoever was listening. Which was, he said, exactly what made it so hard to warn anybody in a way that actually landed. You can't tell somebody exactly what they'll hear, he said. You can only tell them not to listen at all, and hope that's enough. I asked him, because I had to, why he didn't just have the house condemned, torn down, the phone line physically cut at the pole, once and for all, instead of relying on a warning call every single time a new contractor showed up. He laughed, short and humorless, and told me he'd tried, more than once, over the years, calls to the county, to the utility company, to the bank that had held the mortgage since the foreclosure, and had gotten nowhere every time, because a house that looked structurally sound from the outside, with a phone line the utility company's own records insisted had been fully disconnected for over a decade, wasn't the kind of property anyone with actual authority was inclined to prioritize demolishing on the word of a retired lineman, with what most of them clearly assumed was an overactive imagination. He told me he'd even driven out there himself once, years back, with a pair of cable cutters, and every intention of severing the line at the point where it entered the house. A plan that had seemed sitting in his own kitchen the night before. The obvious, simple fix he should have thought of years earlier. He'd gotten as far as the utility box mounted on the exterior wall. He said before something in him, he still couldn't fully explain what, whether it was fear or something closer to a specific, targeted reluctance he hadn't chosen for himself, had made him put the cutters back in his truck and drive home without touching a single wire. He'd never tried again after that day. He didn't sound, telling me about it, like a man who'd simply lost his nerve. He sounded like a man describing a door that had quietly, firmly refused to let him through it a second time. "I'm not asking you to fix it," he said. "I gave up on fixing it a long time ago. I'm just trying to make sure whoever gets sent out there next doesn't pick up that phone before I can reach them in time." I filed a report with my company that evening, as complete and factual as I could make it without sounding like a man who'd lost his grip on reality. The utility discrepancy, the still active phone line despite records showing otherwise, a formal recommendation that the property be flagged for a safety review before any future contractor was dispatched there. I don't know whether it did any real good. I've checked the address a handful of times since, through public listing sites that still show the property periodically cycling through relistings and price drops, never quite selling. The bank apparently unable or unwilling to move it off their books despite what should have been, on paper, a perfectly ordinary rural property. I've wondered, more than once, whether that failure to sell is its own kind of evidence. Whether every prospective buyer who's ever walked through that house on a showing has come away, without quite knowing why, with some small, unnameable unease that made them choose a different property instead. The same way I'd have chosen differently if I'd known, before I ever pulled up that gravel drive, what the file's grim little footnote about a resident death was actually understating. I've never been able to confirm that theory. I've simply noticed, watching the listing cycle through its periodic relistings over the following months, that it always comes back onto the market a little faster than seems statistically likely for a property in that price range and that condition, as if something about the house itself keeps quietly, patiently working to stay unclaimed. I think about Walter Higbee more than I've told almost anyone. An old man alone somewhere with a landline and a list of contractor dispatch schedules he's apparently found some way to track, making the same call over and over to strangers who mostly don't believe him, until the moment they're standing in that hallway themselves. I've thought about calling him back, checking in, seeing whether he's still out there doing it. I haven't. Mostly because I'm not sure what I'd say to a man doing something that lonely and that thankless except thank you. And I'm not sure thank you is nearly enough for what he's apparently been carrying by himself for over a decade. I did, eventually, do one thing I haven't told anyone at my company about months after the job itself. I looked up Walter Higbee's name in every public record I had access to, half expecting to find nothing, the same way Renata's file had offered me nothing about any of the contractors before me. I found him easily enough, an obituary notice from a regional newspaper, dated barely 6 weeks after our phone call, Survived by a wife and 2 adult children. No cause of death listed beyond the standard phrasing every obituary in that paper seemed to use. I sat with that for a long, quiet time before I let myself fully absorb what it meant. That a man had spent over a decade making impossible calls to strangers from somewhere I couldn't identify, using a phone line that no signal should have reached, and that whatever had made those calls possible had apparently gone quiet within 2 months of the one call he'd made to me. I don't know who's making the calls now, if anyone is. I don't know whether Walter's death simply ended the warnings, or whether something about his particular grief, his particular guilt, over what he'd found in that bedroom 11 years earlier, was the actual mechanism that had let him reach through a dead zone in the first place. Something no successor could simply inherit the way you'd inherit a job or a house. I've thought, some nights, about driving back out to Larkin Hollow myself, just to see whether the listing's still cycling the way it always has, whether some new contractor is standing in that same hallway right now with no idea what they're about to hear ring from the other room. I haven't done it. I'm not sure I ever will. I still do property preservation work. I've turned down 2 assignments since Larkin Hollow, both times citing a scheduling conflict rather than the real reason, and I don't know how many more times I'll be willing to do that before it starts affecting my standing with the company. I check my phone signal now, out of habit, every time I pull up to a new property at the end of a long gravel road, and I've never once gotten a call like the one Walter made me that afternoon. I don't know if that means the address list he's tracking has simply never sent me back to a house that needed the warning, or whether it means something has finally changed at Larkin Hollow Road that I haven't found the nerve to check. I've told this whole story to exactly 2 people since it happened. My wife, who believed me without hesitation, the same immediate, uncomplicated way you'd want anyone you love to believe you after a day like that, and a co-worker I trust, who listened carefully and then admitted after a long pause that he'd once worked a property with a similarly unexplainable phone issue years before he ever met me. Though nothing quite as sustained or as documented as what I'd found in that basement. I've wondered since how many other property preservation workers scattered across companies and decades might be quietly carrying some smaller version of the same story, never quite finding the logbook or the warning call that would let them understand it as anything more than one strange, isolated afternoon. I keep a photograph of that logbook page on my own phone now, the one with Curtis Ames's unfinished sentence, though I've never shown it to anyone outside the 2 people I've told the full story to. I'm not entirely sure why I keep it, or what exactly I imagine doing with it someday. I think some nights that it's less about proof and more about not wanting Curtis's half-finished warning to simply disappear, along with whatever else that house has managed to keep quiet over the years. A small, private insistence that somebody, somewhere, still remembers exactly how far he got before the sentence stopped. Story 6. Dana Whitlock had built a decent freelance career out of exactly the kind of contract that brought her to Corvid's Bend that October. Small-town museums and historical societies closing their doors, their taxidermy collections needing someone with real conservation training to catalog, stabilize, and prepare everything for transport before a bigger regional institution absorbed whatever pieces were worth keeping and quietly let the rest go. It wasn't glamorous work. Most of what she handled on any given contract was moth damage and sun-bleached fur, decades of well-meaning neglect rather than anything dramatic, and she liked it precisely for that reason. Quiet, solitary, methodical, the kind of job where her hands did most of the thinking, and nobody needed her to make conversation while she worked. She'd come to the field almost by accident, a biology degree she'd never quite known what to do with until a summer internship at a natural history museum introduced her to the specific, meditative discipline of conservation work, the careful chemistry of preserving something without erasing what made it worth preserving in the first place. A balance she'd spent the better part of a decade since learning to strike with increasing confidence, contract by contract, collection by collection, until the whole process had become as instinctive to her as breathing. She trusted her own training completely by the time she reached Corvid's Bend, the way any skilled professional eventually trusts the accumulated judgment of years of careful practice. That trust had never once failed her before. It had certainly never occurred to her that it might someday be the exact thing that failed somebody else. The Corvid's Bend Heritage Room occupied a single converted storefront attached to what had once been the town's feed store. Maybe 1,100 square feet of dusty display cases and mounted animals arranged with the earnest, slightly chaotic logic of a collection built up over a century by whoever happened to be curating it at the time. Silas Mabry had run the place for the last 40 years of his life, and his granddaughter, Mabel, mid-30s, practical, clearly exhausted by the whole process of closing out an estate she hadn't expected to inherit this soon, had hired Dana to get the collection ready for a regional natural history museum. 2 counties over that had agreed to take the pieces worth preserving before the building itself came down for a planned county development project. Dana drove out on a Tuesday, the kind of 2-hour trip through increasingly rural country that always made her feel, somewhere around the halfway mark, like she was crossing into a slightly different version of the state than the one her GPS insisted she'd started in. Fewer gas stations, more hand-painted farm signs, radio stations fading in and out between stretches of static. Corvid's Bend itself turned out to be smaller than she'd pictured from the contract paperwork. A single main street with a post office, a diner, a hardware store, and the heritage room itself, the kind of town that existed mostly for the benefit of the farms surrounding it, rather than for any life of its own. She liked towns like this, generally. They tended to produce exactly the kind of quiet, well-preserved collections she did her best work on, undisturbed by the constant handling and rehanging that plagued bigger institutions. Mabel met her at the door with a ring of keys and an apology for the state of things, explaining, over the first cup of coffee, of what would become a running ritual between them for the next several weeks. that she'd inherited the museum along with the rest of her grandfather's modest estate almost by accident. Nobody else in the family had wanted the responsibility, and she'd felt, in the raw weeks after his death, too guilty to simply let a place he'd cared for that deeply get auctioned off piecemeal to strangers. "I don't even really know what half of this stuff even is," she admitted, gesturing at the cluttered display cases. "I grew up walking past it every week and I never once really looked at it the way you're about to." Most of the collection was exactly what Dana expected. A red fox gone stiff and glassy-eyed with age. A pair of turkeys mounted mid-strut, their tail feathers brittle enough that she knew before she even touched them she'd be doing more stabilization than restoration. A black bear cub, oddly small and sad-looking, that Mabel told her had been a favorite with schoolchildren on field trips for decades. Dana worked through the easy pieces first, the way she always did, building a rhythm before she tackled anything that would actually challenge her. The wolf sat alone in its own glass case near the back of the room, and it took Dana most of her first day just walking past it before she let herself really look at it properly, occupied as she was that first morning with the more immediate business of assessing the collection as a whole and mapping out a rough plan for the weeks ahead. It was larger than any timber wolf specimen she'd handled before, mounted mid-stride with its head turned toward the room's east-facing window in a pose that struck her, on first glance, as unusually specific for a piece this old. Most mounts from this era were posed in generic, dramatic postures, meant to showcase taxidermy skill rather than any particular narrative moment. This one looked, if anything, like it had been caught mid-glance at something specific outside that window, its whole body oriented toward the tree line visible through the old glass. She finally stopped in front of it properly near the end of that first day, notebook in hand for her own inventory purposes, and found herself studying the mount's construction with the specific professional attention she usually reserved for pieces she suspected might be more valuable or more skillfully made than the rest of a collection around them. The taxidermy itself was remarkable for its era. The musculature under the pelt convincingly rendered, the glass eyes set at an angle that caught the room's ambient light in a way that made the animal look, from certain positions, unsettlingly alert rather than simply preserved. She'd handled hundreds of century-old mounts by that point in her career, most of them stiff and crudely posed by modern standards, filled with straw or crude wire armatures that betrayed their age the moment you looked closely. This one held none of those usual tells. Whoever Elias Thorne had been, he'd clearly understood his craft in a way that outpaced most of his contemporaries by a significant margin. The placard beside the case read simply, "Timber Wolf, mounted 1911, Elias Thorne, on permanent loan from the Mabry family." Nothing about where the animal had come from, why it had been killed, or why a single wolf specimen in a small-town collection, otherwise made up of local game and roadside finds, had earned language as formal as on permanent loan, rather than simply donated. Dana asked Mabel about it on her second day, mostly out of professional curiosity. The mount's condition was better than almost anything else in the collection. The fur oddly supple for a piece well over a century old. None of the brittleness or fading she'd otherwise expect from 113 years of small-town display lighting. Mabel's answer came slower than Dana expected, with a careful hesitation that read, at the time, like simple unfamiliarity, with a piece that had predated even her grandfather's ownership of the museum. That one's always been my grandfather's, separately from the rest of the collection technically, Mabel said. He used to do something to it every fall. Some kind of treatment, I think. Some old family thing. He never really explained it to me, and I never asked much, because it always seemed like it mattered to him more than it should have for a stuffed wolf. She laughed a little, uncomfortable in a way Dana filed away without quite understanding why. He passed in March. I haven't had the heart to do whatever he used to do, and honestly I wouldn't know how even if I wanted to. Dana mentioned the conversation almost as an afterthought to the diner's owner that same evening while she ate dinner alone at the counter. An older woman named Colette who'd clearly run the place for decades and seemed to know every regular by name and order before they'd even sat down. Colette's face did something complicated when Dana brought up the museum's wolf. A flicker of recognition quickly smoothed back into polite neutrality. Silas kept that old thing dusted better than his own house, from what I heard, Colette said, refilling Dana's coffee without quite meeting her eyes. My mother used to say her own grandmother wouldn't let the children play too close to that display case, even back when it was still just sitting in the old feed store before it was ever a proper museum. Something about respecting what it stood for. I never did get the full story myself. Folks around here have a way of only telling you half of something, and letting you decide whether you want to go digging for the rest. Dana thought about that conversation for a long time afterward, turning it over the way she'd turn over any small unresolved professional curiosity, and decided, driving back to her rented room that first week, that it was simply the ordinary texture of small-town folklore. Every old town had some piece of local superstition attached to an object nobody could fully explain, and she'd learned, over years of contracts like this one, that chasing every thread of that kind of folklore back to its source rarely led anywhere more substantial than an old ghost story told slightly differently by every family who'd ever repeated it. Dana began the wolf's restoration on her fourth day, once the easier pieces were stabilized and crated, approaching it with the same methodical conservation process she'd have applied to any century-old mount. A careful cleaning of the fur with museum-grade solvents, minor repairs to a seam that had begun separating along one flank, a fresh coat of the kind of preservative sealant that modern conservation standards favored over whatever mixture of oils and tallow a taxidermist working in 1911 would have originally used. She'd worked through the first side of the pelt methodically, section by careful section, the same unhurried rhythm she brought to every piece, cataloging each stage of the process in her own notes as she went. Standard documentation practice, the kind of thorough paper trail any receiving institution would expect to see attached to a piece this significant. She noted cleaning the older treatment away from a section of the pelt near the shoulder, a faint residue that didn't match anything she'd typically expect from period-appropriate taxidermy chemicals, something with a faint mineral, almost saline quality to it, layered thin and even across specific sections of the fur rather than the whole mount, in a pattern that struck her, if she'd let herself think about it for more than a passing moment, as closer to something painted on deliberately than something that had simply settled there through age. She held her cleaning swab up to the light for a moment, studying the faint residue clinging to the cotton, and made a note in her log describing it as an unidentified period preservative, likely a home-mixed formula predating commercial taxidermy chemical standards. A perfectly reasonable, perfectly professional conclusion that happened in this one specific case to be catastrophically incomplete. She didn't think about it for more than a passing moment. She cleaned it away, along with the rest of the old, degraded finish, replaced it with her own modern preservative, and moved on to the next section, the same way she'd have handled any outdated treatment on any other piece in the collection. It was, by every standard her training had ever given her, the correct, responsible thing to do. The first report came 2 days later. A farmer named Holt Ferris, whose property backed onto the same tree line, visible through the museum's east window, had lost 2 sheep overnight, throats torn in a way the county extension agent who came out to look called consistent with a large canine predator, though Ferris himself, according to the brief item in the local weekly paper, Mabel showed her over coffee the next morning, had insisted to anyone who'd listen that no ordinary coyote or stray dog had done that kind of damage. Dana met Ferris himself a few days after that, when he stopped into the museum on some unrelated errand, and Mabel introduced them in passing, and found him considerably less excitable in person than the newspaper item had made him sound. A weathered, careful man in his 60s who talked about the attack in the same flat, factual register he'd probably have used to describe any other piece of bad luck on the farm, if it hadn't been for one detail he mentioned almost as an aside, watching Dana's face carefully as he said it. Whatever got in there didn't come through the fence line the normal way predators do, he said. No gap dug under, no break in the wire anywhere I could find. Just found them dead in the middle of the pen like whatever did it had simply been standing there with them the whole time and nobody heard a thing. Dana filed that detail away with a specific unease she didn't yet have language for, not connecting it consciously to the mount in the back room, though some quieter part of her had, she suspects now. Already begun assembling the pieces, long before her conscious mind caught up. Dana read the article with the mild, detached interest of an outsider who had no particular stake in local wildlife concerns, and went back to work on the wolf's remaining flank, without giving it much more thought than she'd have given any small-town news item that didn't involve her directly. She noticed, working through the second half of the pelt that afternoon, the same faint mineral residue in the same deliberate, patterned distribution she'd cleaned away from the first side 2 days earlier, and cleaned it away again without pausing to wonder why a 100-year-old taxidermy treatment would have been applied with that kind of consistency across both sides of an animal nobody, as far as she knew, had touched in months. The second report came 4 days after that. No livestock this time, but a hiker on the county trail system a few miles out from town who described to a local news crew that had picked up the story by then given 2 incidents in under a week. A wolf considerably larger than anything the state wildlife department's own records suggested should exist in that county. Watching her from the tree line for what she estimated was nearly a full minute before it simply turned and vanished back into the woods. The wildlife department's response, quoted in the same article, was cautious and noncommittal, Timberwolves hadn't had a confirmed breeding population in that part of the state in decades, though transient individuals occasionally passed through, and without a clear trail camera image or physical evidence beyond eyewitness description, there wasn't much of an active investigation to speak of yet at that point. Dana watched the segment herself that evening on the small television in her rented room above the diner, studying the hiker's face on screen with a specific, uneasy attention she couldn't fully account for at the time. The woman didn't seem like someone prone to exaggeration. A state park volunteer, by the graphic beneath her name, someone who'd presumably encountered plenty of ordinary wildlife over years of trail work, without ever once feeling the need to call a news station about it. It was the specific detail she kept returning to in her account, repeated twice during the short segment, that stuck with Dana longest, that the animal hadn't seemed frightened of her at all, had simply watched, patient and unhurried, the way you'd watch something you already knew wasn't going anywhere. Dana finished the wolf's final restoration pass that same afternoon, applying her last coat of modern sealant, satisfied with work that had, by any professional standard she could measure it against, gone about as well as any piece in the collection. She stepped back to examine the finished mount under the museum's overhead lights that afternoon, running through her own mental checklist of the restoration's technical merits. The fur cleaned and conditioned, the torn seam along the flank invisibly repaired, the whole piece looking, if anything, more vibrant and lifelike than it likely had in decades. She felt, in that moment, the particular satisfaction any careful craftsperson feels finishing a piece of work they know they've done well. She had no way, standing there admiring her own careful handiwork, of understanding what that satisfaction had actually cost. She photographed it for Mabel's insurance records, packed the crating materials for its eventual transport, and told herself, driving back to her rented room above the town's one diner that evening, that the sheep and the hiker's sighting were exactly the kind of coincidental, unrelated local news items that any small town occasionally produced, and that she had no reasonable grounds to connect either one to a piece of restoration work on an inert, century-old taxidermy mount. She found the notebook on her sixth day, going through a locked drawer in the museum's back office that Mabel had given her the key to, mostly looking for older accession records that might help her document the wolf's provenance more fully for the receiving museum's paperwork. It was old, leather-bound, the kind of ledger a careful record keeper might use for decades, and the handwriting inside it shifted at several points across its pages in a way that told her, before she'd read more than the first entry, that it had passed through more than one set of hands over a very long span of years. She almost didn't open it at all that afternoon, tired from a full day of cataloging work, and half inclined to save the drawer's remaining contents for the following morning instead. It was pure chance, she's thought many times since, that she happened to flip it open at all before locking the office up for the night. A small, idle curiosity about whether it might contain useful provenance dates, nothing more purposeful than that. She has wondered, in the years since, more than once, What might have happened if she'd simply left that drawer for another day entirely? Whether the treatment would have gone unrestored long enough for something considerably worse than 2 dead sheep and 1 uneasy hiker's sighting to unfold in Corvid's Bend, before anyone understood what was actually happening. The earliest entries, dated 1911 and 1912, were written in a tight, formal hand she guessed belonged to Elias Thorne himself, the taxidermist named on the wolf's placard. They described, in matter-of-fact, almost clinical language, a series of livestock and eventually human deaths that had struck the town that year. The same tree line, the same pattern of throat wounds the county extension agent had described in the modern newspaper article, an animal described by surviving witnesses as considerably larger than any wolf anyone in the region had ever encountered before or since. The attacks had stopped, according to Thorne's own account, only after he'd killed the animal himself and completed what he called, with no further elaboration in that early entry, the proper treatment, a mixture, described a few pages later in more detail, of rendered tallow, salt, and ash, worked into the pelt along specific lines corresponding, as far as Dana could tell studying the accompanying rough sketch, almost exactly to the sections she'd cleaned away and resealed with her own modern preservative 6 days earlier. Thorne's writing grew more specific in the entries that followed that first year, as if he'd understood, even then, that whoever eventually inherited this notebook would need precision rather than vague impression. He described the exact proportions of his mixture, 3 parts rendered tallow to 1 part fine salt, a small measure of hardwood ash worked in until the paste held together without separating, and the specific pattern he'd developed for applying it, tracing lines along the pelt that Dana, studying his careful diagram, recognized as running almost exactly along the same seams and seam-adjacent sections she'd spent her first days professionally repairing and resealing. He wrote, in one entry dated the following spring, something that struck her harder than anything else in the whole ledger. I do not fully understand what I am doing when I do this, only that it works, and that not doing it does not. He'd underlined that final clause twice, hard enough that the pen had nearly torn through the page. She kept reading, working forward through the decades that followed, piecing together a history of the town she'd never once encountered in any of the official records she'd reviewed before starting the contract. A second wave of attacks in the 1920s resolved within weeks once whoever was tending the mount by then, a name she didn't recognize, presumably a Thorne descendant or an early caretaker outside the family, re-established the schedule after some unrecorded lapse. A note from the 1950s describing, almost as an aside, that the treatment had begun including a small pouch of salt buried beneath the case itself, an addition the caretaker of that era apparently believed strengthened whatever the tallow mixture alone provided. The later entries, spanning decade in at least 4 distinct handwritings, documented something Dana read through twice before she let herself fully absorb what it actually meant. A strict, unbroken annual schedule of reapplying that same treatment every autumn, along with a handful of terse, specific notes about the few occasions the schedule had lapsed. 1943 J. Away at the war. Treatment missed. Attacks resumed on the OC farm through November. Resolved on his return in December. 1978. Fire required temporary relocation of the mount. Treatment delayed 6 weeks. 2 incidents reported before I could complete it properly once returned to its place. The most recent entry, dated the previous September, was in a hand Dana now recognized from the museum's own records as Silas Mabry's. A brief, almost weary note confirming the treatment completed on schedule, followed by a line that read, simply, "Told Mabel nothing again this year." Don't know how to start that conversation with her. Hoping I have more time to figure it out than I probably do. He hadn't had more time. He died the following March, 5 months after that final entry, and nobody, not Mabel, not the county, not the regional museum preparing to take the collection off her hands, had known to continue whatever he'd spent decades quietly maintaining, right up until Dana had spent 6 methodical, professionally correct days stripping the last of it away. She sat with the notebook open on her lap for a long time after she finished reading, in an empty museum going dim with the early dusk of a late October evening, feeling the specific, sick vertigo of understanding that her own careful, well-trained hands had almost certainly caused something she had no framework for fully believing in, and no way now to simply undo. She thought about calling Mabel immediately, and hesitated, running through in her head exactly how she'd explain any of this to a woman already exhausted by grief and probate paperwork. Your grandfather was maintaining some kind of ritual treatment on a stuffed wolf that I accidentally cleaned off, and I think that might be connected to your neighbor's dead sheep and a hiker's wolf sighting. A sentence that sounded, even rehearsed silently in her own head, exactly as unhinged as she knew it would sound out loud to anyone who hadn't spent the last hour reading Elias Thorne's century-old ledger for themselves. She called her anyway. Mabel came to the museum within 20 minutes, still in the clothes she'd clearly been wearing around the house all evening, and read the notebook herself at the same back-office desk, in the same slow, disbelieving silence Dana had just worked through alone. It was Mabel, not Dana, who finally broke that silence, in a voice gone small and strange. "He used to disappear out to that case every September," she said. "I always just thought it was sentimental, dusting something that mattered to him. I never once thought to ask what he was actually doing with his hands while he was back there." She sat with the ledger open in her lap for a long time after that, turning back through the earlier pages the way Dana had, tracing her own family's handwriting across generations she'd never fully known existed in relation to this one wolf, this one glass case she'd walked past 1,000 times without a second thought, growing up in this same town, in this same building, entirely unaware of what it had quietly asked of her family across 4 generations. "My great-great-grandfather," she said eventually, finding Thorne's name near the front of the book, working out the relation slowly, half to herself. "I didn't even know we were related to him. Grandpa never mentioned it. I always thought Thorne was just some old taxidermist whose work happened to end up here." She closed the ledger gently, the way you'd close something you'd only just learned to be careful with, and looked at Dana with an expression that had shifted somewhere in the last 20 minutes, from confusion into something closer to a frightened, determined resolve. "Whatever this actually is," she said, "I don't want to be the generation that let it stop because nobody had the nerve to say the word out loud." They tried, together, to reconstruct Thorne's original treatment from the notebook's own description. Rendered tallow, salt, wood ash, worked into the pelt along the same lines the century-old sketch indicated, applied as close as either of them could manage to whatever proportions and process the ledger's terse, practical language allowed them to guess at. They worked past midnight that first night, Mabel driving into the next town over to find a butcher shop still open long enough to sell her raw fat for rendering. Dana staying behind to prep the workspace and study Thorne's diagram one more time under better light, trying to translate a century-old sketch into something precise enough to actually follow. The rendering itself took longer than either of them expected. The two of them hunched over a borrowed hot back plate in the museum's cramped back kitchen well past midnight, filling the small space with a smell neither of them had anticipated, and neither could quite bring themselves to complain about given the circumstances. It felt, Dana admitted to herself, somewhere around 2 in the morning, less like conservation work, and more like the kind of careful, superstitious labor she'd only ever read about in academic papers on folk practice. The strange sensation of taking something seriously that every part of her training told her shouldn't be taken seriously at all, and doing it anyway because the alternative felt considerably worse. Dana wants to be honest, telling this part of the story that she has no real evidence the treatment they improvised together that night matched Thorne's original formula with any real precision, and no evidence at all that precision would have mattered, even if they had. She only knows what happened afterward, which she's never been able to fully separate from coincidence, no matter how many times she's turned it over since. The attacks slowed within the week, not stopped entirely. Holt Ferris lost one more animal 9 days after Dana and Mabel completed their improvised treatment, a loss that sat heavy and unresolved in both their minds for a long stretch afterward, but nothing further after that, through the rest of that November, and into a winter that passed. As far as either of them could determine from the local paper's coverage, and Mabel's own careful check-ins with neighbors, without a single additional incident. Dana drove out to see Ferris herself, the week after that final loss, unable to shake the guilt of knowing she'd been the one to strip away whatever protection his animals had apparently relied on for over a century, without either of them ever knowing it existed. She'd rehearsed what she might say to him more than once on the long, quiet drive out, running through version after version of an apology that never quite made sense once she tried to imagine actually saying them out loud to a man who had no reason yet to understand what she was even apologizing for. She didn't tell him the full story. She and Mabel had agreed, in the days after that first frantic night, that neither of them was ready to explain any of this to the wider town. Not yet. Not until they understood it better themselves. But she offered to cover the cost of his losses out of her own contract fee, a gesture he accepted with the same flat, unsurprised practicality he brought to everything else. Though he studied her face for a long moment afterward, in a way that told her he suspected there was more to the story than she was telling him. "Something changed out there a few weeks back," he said, nodding vaguely toward the tree line. "Can't say what. Whatever it was, it feels quieter again now than it has in a while." He didn't ask her to explain further. She's never been sure whether that was tact or a deeper, older kind of local knowing she wasn't yet part of. Dana finished the rest of the collection's preparation over the following 2 weeks, working alongside Mabel rather than alone now, both of them having developed a wary, specific carefulness around the Wolf's case that neither one ever needed to fully explain to the other in so many words. They fell into an easy rhythm together during those final weeks, an unlikely friendship forged less out of shared interests than out of the specific, isolating experience of having witnessed something neither of them could have explained to anyone else without sounding unwell. The kind of bond, Dana has come to think since, that forms faster and holds tighter than almost any other, precisely because it has nowhere else to go. She recommended, in her final report to the receiving museum, that the wolf specimen be excluded from the general collection transfer and remain, instead, on permanent loan to the Mabry family. Language she chose deliberately, mirroring the original placard's own phrasing, understanding by then exactly why that specific wording had mattered enough to Elias Thorne to write it down over a century earlier. She spent longer drafting that single paragraph than she'd spent on almost any other section of the entire report, revising the phrasing again and again until it read as unremarkable and procedurally ordinary as every other line item in the document surrounding it. The museum's collections manager, a pleasant, overworked woman named Priscilla, who had no reason to question a routine provenance recommendation, approved the exclusion without a second thought, filing Dana's justification, family heritage significance, an ongoing local historical interest, into a database that would likely never be scrutinized closely enough for anyone to ask a harder question about it. She wrote something else into that same report, too. Something she's thought about more than almost any other professional decision of her career since. A formal conservation note, framed entirely in the dry, credible language of standard museum practice, recommending an annual autumn treatment of the specimen's pelt, using a specific tallow salt ash formulation for historical accuracy and material stability, to be performed each September by whoever held responsibility for the piece going forward. She wrote it knowing exactly what it actually was, and knowing, too, that framing it as ordinary conservation protocol was the only way she could think of to make sure some future caretaker, Mabel's own child perhaps, or whoever eventually inherited the Mabry family's obligations, or simply the next museum registrar, assigned to review an old file, would follow the instruction without ever needing to be told, out loud, what it was truly protecting them from. She's read that paragraph back to herself more times than she can count in the years since, checking and rechecking the precision of every word, understanding that its entire purpose depended on sounding exactly boring enough that nobody would ever think to question it, and exactly precise enough that anybody who actually followed it would, without realizing it, be doing something considerably more consequential than routine conservation maintenance ever, usually, requires of a person. Dana still checks in with Mabel a few times a year, long after the contract itself wrapped up and the crates had all been shipped off to their new home an ordinary-sounding friendship that neither of them has ever fully unpacked to anyone outside the two of them. Mabel completed the treatment herself last September, the first time entirely on her own without Dana there beside her to help, and told Dana afterward, in a voice that had settled into something steadier than the shaken, disbelieving tone she'd carried that first October night, that she thought she finally understood the specific, quiet weight her grandfather must have carried alone for 40 years. Not fear, exactly, she said, but a kind of vigilance so constant it had simply become the shape of an ordinary life, invisible from the outside, indispensable from within. She told Dana, too, about a conversation she'd finally worked up the nerve to have with her own mother that same month, Silas's daughter, who'd left Corvid's Bend decades earlier and had never shown much interest in the museum or its contents, but who, when Mabel finally asked her directly whether she'd ever heard anything about the wolf, went quiet on the phone for a long moment before admitting that her own father had once, just once, when she was very young, tried to explain something about keeping the old debt paid, before apparently thinking better of it and never bringing the subject up again. Mabel had cried after that call, she told Dana. Not from fear exactly, but from the specific quiet grief of understanding how much her grandfather had carried entirely alone, for reasons he'd never once found the words, or perhaps simply the courage, to fully share with anyone he loved most in his own life. Mabel's mother had asked her, before they hung up that day, whether she intended to keep the museum running, now that she understood what it apparently required of her, or whether she'd rather sell the whole property and let someone else inherit whatever obligation came attached to it. Mabel told Dana she hadn't hesitated answering, though she'd surprised herself a little by how quickly the answer arrived. She was staying, she said, not out of any real conviction that she fully believed everything the notebook implied, but because the alternative felt like abandoning a post nobody else in her family had ever once considered abandoning, no matter how heavy or how frightening it must have been to carry across 4 generations of quiet, unexplained vigilance. I don't know if I believe in it the way my grandfather must have, Mabel told Dana. I just know I'm not willing to be the one who finds out the hard way what happens if nobody does it at all. Dana still takes contracts clearing out small-town collections, though she's more careful now than she used to be about any single piece that seems disproportionately well preserved for its age. Any placard phrased with more formal precision than the rest of a collection around it. Any older treatment she finds herself about to strip away in the name of doing the job correctly. She's learned to ask more questions before she touches anything now, even when the answers she gets are as uncertain and half-formed as Mabel's had first been. She keeps, in her own private files now, a running list of pieces from other contracts that gave her a similar, specific unease before she'd ever consciously articulated why. An oddly formal placard here, an unusually well-preserved section of pelt there, small anomalies she's learned not to simply clean away without asking first, even when nobody around her can tell her what she might be asking about. She's added 3 more entries to that list in the years since Corvid's Bend, none of them ever confirmed as anything more than her own heightened caution. And she's decided, weighing the cost of a few unnecessary questions against what she now knows the alternative can genuinely cost a whole town, that she'd rather ask and be wrong every single time than risk being right even once more without ever asking at all. She's come to believe, in the years since Corvid's Bend, that the most dangerous thing about her own training was never a lack of skill. It was the specific, professional confidence that told her modern methods always improved on whatever came before them. A confidence she's since learned to hold a good deal more carefully than she once did. She still thinks, some nights, about Elias Thorne's own underlined sentence in that century-old ledger. I do not fully understand what I am doing when I do this, only that it works, and that not doing it does not, and has come to see it, over time, less as a strange old man's superstition, and more as the single most honest piece of professional writing she's ever encountered in her entire career. A standard of intellectual humility she's still, most days, trying quietly to live up to herself. Story 7. Tonight's story is a true one, reconstructed from case files, and my own 11 years working it. I'll step back now and let it tell itself. I've spent 11 years as a behavioral analyst with a regional violent crimes task force, which is a polite way of saying, I read files other people can't finish reading, and I've learned that almost every case has one detail that outlasts all the others. One thing that stays lodged behind your sternum long after the trial ends and the file goes into storage. I want to tell you, before I tell you anything else, that I've thought hard about whether to tell this story at all, and specifically about how much of it to tell. There's a version of this case that's already been told, badly, by people who never sat across a table from Marcus Teague, or drove out to that lake, or sat in an office with a fake plant on the table, listening to a woman take apart 6 years of her own memory in real time. That version treats what happened to Josie as a kind of entertainment, a puzzle to be admired for its cruelty. And I've made a decision, across the years since, to tell this only when I can tell it in a way that keeps her a person rather than a plot. I'd ask you to hold that intention alongside everything I'm about to describe. For this case, mine isn't the worst thing that happened to Josie Renner, though. God knows there's competition for that title. Mine is a receipt. A single, ordinary hotel restaurant receipt for a kid's menu chicken tender basket, time-stamped 11 days after she disappeared, charged to a card belonging to a man who was, at that exact moment, somewhere over the Gulf of Alaska on a cruise ship with his 10-year-old daughter, ordering her dinner while her plate came with a little paper umbrella. I've read a lot of evidence in this job. That receipt is the only piece of paper that's ever made me leave a conference room to be sick in a bathroom down the hall. Josie was 18. She worked mornings at a coffee stand called The Grind, a converted drive-through shack on the edge of Larch Falls, Washington, a town of about 9,000 people an hour and a half east of Seattle, the kind of place where the biggest local news most years is a school levy vote. She'd graduated the previous spring, was saving for community college. In the fall, still lived at home with her mother 2 streets over. She had a regular customer list she knew by drink order rather than name. The guy who got a triple shot in a 20-ounce cup every weekday at 6:40, the retired teacher who tipped in exact change and always apologized for it. She closed the stand alone most nights that winter, because the owner was down a second employee. And Josie, by every account I've ever gathered from people who knew her, was the kind of 18-year-old who said yes to covering a shift because someone needed her to, not because anyone made her. She closed on a Tuesday in January. The security camera over the drive-through window, grainy, angled wrong. The kind of camera installed to satisfy an insurance requirement rather than actually catch anything. Shows her wiping down the espresso machine at 8:52 p.m. alone, the parking lot behind her empty except for her own car. At 8:58, the recording shows a set of headlights pulling in at the edge of the frame and going dark. At 9:03, Josie is no longer visible inside the stand. That's the entire visual record of the worst 5 minutes of her life, and I want you to sit with how little that actually is. 5 minutes, 4 data points, a girl wiping down a machine, and then simply not being there anymore. Her mother reported her missing at 11:40 that night, when Josie's car was found still in the lot. Doors locked, purse on the passenger seat, phone gone. Standard missing persons protocol for an 18-year-old with no history of running kicks in fast when a vehicle's abandoned like that. Patrol units, a canvas of the area, her name and photo out to regional media by the next morning. The first 72 hours went, as they almost always do, toward the person closest to her. In this case, an ex-boyfriend, Cole Aldridge, who'd broken things off with Josie about 6 weeks earlier under circumstances 2 of her friends independently described as messy, which is the word people reach for when they don't want to say the specific ugly thing out loud. Cole had texted her twice that week, unanswered, and one of those texts, taken out of the context nobody had yet read enough, like a threat that he spent most of that Wednesday in an interview room while a detective walked him through his whereabouts minute by minute. His alibi held completely, a closing shift of his own, 45 minutes away, verified by 2 co-workers and a punch clock record that couldn't have been faked without a level of foresight nobody who knew Cole believed he was capable of. He was cleared by Thursday afternoon. I mention this, not because it moved the case forward in any way, but because it's the shape almost every one of these investigations takes in its opening days. You look hardest at the person standing closest, because statistically, that's usually where the answer lives. And you only start to understand how unusual a case actually is once that instinct comes up empty. What kicked the case into something else entirely happened 2 days later, when her mother's phone buzzed with a text from Josie's own number. A photograph of Josie, alive, holding a folded section of that morning's newspaper against her chest. The headline visible enough to read, her face turned slightly toward the camera. Underneath it, a second message, instructions for $40,000, cash, wired to an account by Friday, or she wouldn't come home. I want to tell you what that photograph actually was, because understanding it is most of what this case ever gave any of us, and it took us far too long to see it clearly. It looked, at first glance and for the first several days, like exactly what it was designed to look like. Proof that a frightened, living young woman was being held for ransom and might still be recovered if her family did what they were told. Her mother wired what she could scrape together within 18 hours. Not the full amount. Everything the family had access to on short notice, to an account that emptied itself into an untraceable chain within minutes of the transfer clearing. No further contact ever came. The photograph sat in our case file for 4 months as the single piece of hope anyone working the case had to hold on to, right up until the exact moment it became the single most horrifying object in it. I need to tell you about Marcus Teague, because for the first 4 months of this case, none of us had any reason to know his name. He was 34, self-employed, ran a small residential remodeling business out of a work truck registered in 3 different states over the previous 6 years. The kind of itinerant contracting work that takes a man to job sites for weeks at a stretch and gives nobody around him a reason to ask too many questions about his schedule. He had a girlfriend, Dana Michaud, and a 10-year-old daughter, Ellie, from an earlier relationship, whom he had primary custody of and whom, by every account from neighbors and Ellie's own teachers, he was by all outward appearances a devoted, involved father to. Coached her rec league soccer team for 2 seasons, picked her up from school most days himself, kept a photo of her on the dash of every truck he ever drove. One of his old rec league co-coaches told us, months later, still visibly shaken, that Marcus had once driven 40 minutes out of his way on a Saturday to pick up a spare goalie jersey for a kid on the opposing team whose own hadn't arrived in time, simply because he couldn't stand the idea of a 9-year-old sitting out a game over something that small. That detail sat in our file for weeks before anyone could figure out what to do with it, because it was true, and it was also, in its own way, exactly the kind of evidence this case kept handing us. Proof that decency and monstrousness can occupy the same body without either one canceling the other out. I want to say that plainly and let it sit exactly as uncomfortably as it should, because I think the discomfort is the actual point. Every neighbor we interviewed, every teacher, every parent from that soccer team described a normal, even admirable father right up until the week we told them what else he was. He surfaced on our radar not through anything connected to Josie at all, but through an incident 400 miles south, in Oregon, in May. I've read the responding officer's reports from that parking lot enough times to picture it, without ever having stood there myself. It was a Saturday afternoon, a grocery store on the edge of a strip mall, ordinary foot traffic. The woman, I'm not going to use her name here, out of respect for the fact that she survived this and has asked, through her own attorney, not to be a permanent feature of anyone else's account of it, was loading bags into her trunk when a man she didn't know approached from her blind side, a knife visible enough that she understood immediately what was happening, and attempted to force her toward a parked cargo van. She fought. She fought hard enough, loud enough, that 2 other shoppers, a man in his 60s and a teenage boy working a cart return shift, closed the distance before Marcus Teague could get her fully inside the vehicle, and he made the decision, in the 2 or 3 seconds that decision apparently took him, to run, rather than finish it. He fled on foot, was identified within days through the van's plates, and arrested at a motel 2 exits down the interstate. It should have been, on paper, an attempted kidnapping case entirely separate from ours. What made it ours was what the arresting officers found in the back of that van. A sealed plastic tote containing zip ties, a roll of duct tape, a folding shovel, a change of clothes in a size that matched neither Marcus nor anyone he was known to associate with, and a burner phone with a single contact saved under a first name that turned out, 3 days later, to belong to nobody real at all. I've come to understand in the months since that this was not improvisation. It was inventory. Marcus Teague kept what investigators eventually took to calling kill kits, pre-assembled totes, buried or stashed in remote, memorable locations across at least 4 states he'd worked in over the previous 6 years, each one built for a version of this exact scenario, ready and waiting for, whenever opportunity and impulse happened to line up in the same afternoon. We would eventually recover 5 of them, based on locations he gave up before he stopped talking to anyone at all. We believe, based on receipts, storage patterns, and gaps in his known travel that don't line up with any job we can document, that there were more we never found. The Oregon arrest got him a public defender, a bail hearing, and 4 days later, a jailhouse phone call to Dana that a detective down there happened to be monitoring as a matter of routine. He said almost nothing incriminating on that call. He said one thing that mattered enormously. He asked her twice, in a tone the detective described afterward as almost bored, whether she'd kept the truck clean, and when she asked what he meant, he told her not to worry about it, and to please, for God's sake, not let Ellie visit him at the facility looking upset. That single exchange, a man in custody for attempted kidnapping, more worried about his daughter's emotional state than his own exposure, is the thing that made a detective down there run his name against every open, missing persons case in the region, instead of just the one in front of her. Josie Renner's case came up on the second search. One of Josie's co-workers at the grind, a girl named Priya who'd worked the counter alongside her most weekends, told me during the initial canvass that Josie kept a running list, taped inside a cabinet nobody but staff ever opened, of regular customers' orders and small personal details she'd picked up over months of small talk, whose dog had just had surgery, who was studying for the bar exam, who'd mentioned once, in passing, that they hated their job, and Josie had remembered it every single time that person came through afterward, always with some small, genuine question about whether things had gotten any better. Priya cried, telling me this. Not about anything dramatic, just about the list itself, still taped inside that cabinet the whole time we were searching for her. I've kept that detail, apart from almost everything else in this case, in the same place I keep the crew's photograph, because I think it's important that I not let this story become only about what was done to her. She was, by every account anyone who knew her ever gave me, exactly the kind of person this town is worse off for losing. And I don't want that fact buried under everything else I have to tell you. Her mother told me once, months into the investigation, a small detail about Josie's childhood that has stayed with me ever since. That Josie had, at 7 years old, insisted on walking a lost turtle 3 blocks back to a pond, rather than leaving it in the family's yard, carrying it the entire way in a laundry basket, because she was afraid it would be too far from water otherwise. Her mother told me this without any obvious point to make, just talking, the way grieving people sometimes need to talk about anything, except the thing that's actually unbearable. And I've thought about that turtle more times than I can count, mostly because it's the exact opposite, in every possible way, of what was eventually done to her. A girl who spent her whole short life making sure smaller, more vulnerable things got safely home. DNA recovered from items in that Oregon tote matched Josie's profile within 9 days. He was extradited to Washington 3 weeks after that, and it was only then, sitting across a table from investigators who finally had enough physical evidence to make refusing to talk a losing strategy, that Marcus Teague began, in pieces, over several sessions, to tell us what had actually happened to her. Though even then, he never told us everything, and what he did tell us, I've come to believe, he offered less out of remorse than out of a specific, chilling vanity about the parts of it he was proud of. I sat in on 4 of those sessions myself, on the other side of a 2-way glass rather than at the table, because the lead detective on the case had learned early that Marcus responded better to an audience of exactly 1, plus his attorney, than to a room that felt, to him, like a tribunal. I want to describe what he was like across that table, because I think it matters more than almost anything else I can tell you, and because it contradicts nearly everything popular imagination expects a man like this to look like. He was calm. He asked, more than once, whether the coffee they'd brought him was decaf, because caffeine gave him headaches by that hour. He corrected a detective's pronunciation of a street name in Larch Falls, with what struck me, watching through the glass, as genuine, almost pedantic irritation, the tone of a man annoyed at a small inaccuracy, rather than a man discussing the murder of an 18-year-old girl. He never raised his voice. He never, in 4 sessions I personally observed, showed anything I would call remorse, though he was careful, always, to use words that sounded like it, when his attorney's expression suggested he should. He was in the shed behind his house for 6 days, he told us. That's how he phrased it, the first time. Not I held her, but a passive, almost logistical framing, as though the sentence were describing weather, rather than something he had built and maintained by hand. I'm going to tell you what I can tell you, and be honest about where I'm choosing not to go further, because I think that choice matters as much as anything else in this account. He held her there, in a detached outbuilding 20 feet from the back door of the house, where his girlfriend and his 10-year-old daughter were sleeping every one of those 6 nights, unaware. He sexually assaulted her, repeatedly, across that period. I'm not going to describe that further, and I'd ask you not to need me to. On the 6th night, he killed her. What he did after that is the part of this case that broke something in nearly every investigator who touched it. And it's the part I've had to think longest about how to tell you, because I don't want to hand you something that reads as spectacle, when what it actually was, underneath everything, was a kind of horror I don't have adequate language for even now. He dressed her body. He did her hair, braided it the way crime scene photos from her own bedroom show she sometimes wore it herself. He applied makeup to her face with what a forensic pathologist later described, in testimony I still hear in my own voice sometimes when I can't sleep, as notable technical care. And using thread from a sewing kit recovered later in his garage, he stitched her eyelids into an open position, so that in the photograph he took of her afterward, seated upright, a folded newspaper held against her chest, by hands he had positioned himself, she would appear to a frightened mother staring at a phone screen 400 miles away, unmistakably, convincingly alive. That photograph bought him 5 days. 5 days in which Josie's mother believed, because he had engineered her to believe it with a level of care I have never encountered before, or since, in any other case in this file cabinet, that her daughter might still come home. He collected the ransom during those 5 days. He was, by every piece of financial and cellular evidence we later assembled, dismembering her body during at least part of that same window, in the same shed, disposing of her remains across 2 separate trips to Lake Pemry, a reservoir about 40 minutes from his house, weighted and sunk beneath ice that wouldn't fully break until March. Divers recovered what the lake had kept for 11 weeks, in stages, over the following spring. Working from coordinates he eventually provided, I believe, again, less from remorse than from a desire to control precisely how much of this story anyone else ever got to tell without him. I went out to Lake Pemry twice that spring, both times standing well back from the actual dive operation, because there was no professional reason for me to be closer, watching a dive team's support boat idle near a buoy marker for hours at a stretch, while a diver worked coordinates a killer had handed over with the specific, unhurried confidence of a man reading off a grocery list. The lake itself is unremarkable, a reservoir built in the 1950s for irrigation, ringed by scrub pine, popular with ice fishermen in years the ice comes in reliably, which that particular winter it had. I remember thinking, the first time I stood on that shoreline, that I would never again be able to look at a frozen lake as simply a frozen lake. And I've found that to be true in the years since, every single winter, without exception. I'm not going to describe what those recoveries looked like. I'll tell you only that identifying her, at that point, required dental records, and that the technician who ran that comparison asked for 2 personal days afterward that nobody in that lab has ever questioned giving her. Here is the detail I opened with, and I want to put it back in front of you, now that you understand everything around it. 11 days after Josie disappeared, while the ransom photograph was still the only thing her mother had to hold on to, while patrol units were still canvassing gas stations on the theory that a kidnapper holding someone for ransom might still be somewhere nearby, watching, waiting for payment, Marcus Teague took Ellie on a 2-week Alaska cruise he had booked. According to the reservation records we eventually pulled, 4 months earlier, for what the confirmation email describes as a father-daughter trip, just the 2 of us. He ordered her a chicken tender basket with a paper umbrella in the ship's main dining room on night 11. He is, in a photograph Dana provided us months later, without any understanding yet of what she was handing over. Smiling in a Hawaiian shirt at a formal night, his hand on his daughter's shoulder, both of them wearing lies a crew member had draped around their necks for a photo package Dana had paid extra for as a surprise. I spent the better part of a week, months into the investigation, reconstructing that cruise hour by hour, because I needed, for reasons I couldn't fully articulate to my own supervisor at the time, and still can't entirely articulate to you now, to understand exactly what those 14 days had contained. The ship's onboard purchase records gave us most of it. A shore excursion in Juneau, a whale-watching tour. Ellie's teacher later told us she wrote an entire school report about that spring, 2 formal dinners, a kids' club Ellie attended most afternoons while the crew logs show Marcus used the adult lounge, alone, for stretches of 2 and 3 hours at a time that no witness statement has ever been able to account for. I don't know what he did in that lounge. I built theories I'm not going to share with you, because they're theories and nothing more, and I've learned the hard way in this job the damage an unsupported theory can do once it's spoken aloud. What I know for certain is only the outline. A man on a cruise ship, buying his daughter a paper umbrella for her chicken tenders, while 400 miles south, a woman refreshed her phone every few minutes, hoping for a second message that was never going to come. Because the man who could have sent it was on a formal night, in a Hawaiian shirt, smiling for a photo package. I keep that photograph in my own file, separate from the case binder, in an envelope I don't open often. I'm not sure I can fully explain why I've kept it, rather than simply letting it live in evidence storage with everything else. I think it's because it's the single clearest piece of proof I own that a person can do what he did in that shed and then, 11 days later, hold his own child's hand at a ship's railing and mean it, completely in that exact moment, that the two things lived in him at once, uncontradicted, and neither one, as far as we can ever determine, made the other one less real to him. The search of his storage units, once we had warrants for every state he'd worked in, is its own chapter of this case that I could tell you at the same length as everything I've told you so far, and some nights I still do, in my own head against my will. The first kit we found, in a self-storage facility outside Boise, was inside a unit rented 18 months earlier, under his actual name. Early, unrefined, almost amateurish compared to what came later, which told the analysts working the pattern that we were looking at the beginning of something, rather than an established system already at full maturity when Josie crossed his path. The second, found 4 states away outside a small town in Montana he'd worked a single job in for 11 days, was buried rather than stored, wrapped in contractor's plastic, sunk about 2 feet down at the base of a specific fence post on land he had no ownership connection to whatsoever, findable only because he told us, unprompted, with what I can only describe as quiet professional pride, exactly how many fence posts to count from the gate. 5 kill kits recovered, each one slightly different, each one clearly refined from the version before it. A man improving a system across years the way another person might improve a woodworking technique. Adding a smaller folding saw in the fourth kit that wasn't present in the first three. A change our forensic team believes reflects a specific, deliberate decision about how he preferred to manage disposal by that point in his pattern. I'm not going to say more about what that decision implies. I think you can do that math yourself, and I'd rather not do it for you in more detail than that. Trace evidence in 3 of the 5 that didn't match Josie, or match anyone we could identify from any open case in our system. A storage unit in a 4th state, rented under a name that wasn't his, containing a single item that has never been explained to this day. A child's shoe, 1 shoe, a size that would fit a girl of roughly 7 or 8 with no matching missing persons case anywhere in the national database that our best analysts have been able to connect it to. Across 4 years of trying, we believe, based on travel records, unexplained cash withdrawals, and gaps in his documented work history that stretch back at least 8 years before Josie, that Marcus Teague killed at least 11 people. I want to be precise about that number, because precision is the one thing this case has almost never let me have. 11 is our floor, not our ceiling. It's the number we can build a defensible circumstantial case around using kit contents, travel overlap, and unexplained financial activity. It is very likely not the true number. It may never be the true number, and that not knowing is, I've come to believe, exactly the outcome he intended. He was arraigned on charges related to Josie's murder in September, with additional charges from 2 other jurisdictions pending extradition. Once Washington's case concluded, he met with his own defense investigator 11 times over the following 4 months, each session generating notes that his attorney has since described carefully as productive, which I've come to understand as legal language for a man slowly, deliberately doling out just enough information to keep every prosecutor's office that wanted a piece of him invested in keeping him alive and talking. I spoke with the corrections officer who found him once briefly at a conference 18 months later, neither of us having sought the conversation out, both of us recognizing each other from case photos we'd each spent too long looking at. He told me he still runs the same 40-minute window through his head on nights he can't sleep. A routine security check, nothing unusual in the cell. A man who'd been calm and cooperative for months by that point, giving the staff no reason for extra caution. He said the thing that undid him afterward wasn't guilt exactly, though there was plenty of that too. It was that Marcus Teague had, by every account, spent his final weeks being easier to manage than almost anyone else on that block. Polite, compliant, patient, and that the ease itself, in hindsight, should have been its own kind of warning, the same way it apparently had been for 6 years of neighbors, teachers, and a girlfriend who never had a single reason to look twice. On a Tuesday in February, using a length of bedsheet and a bunk frame in a cell that had been checked 40 minutes earlier by a corrections officer who has not, as far as I know, ever fully forgiven himself for the gap, Marcus Teague ended his own life before a single one of those 11 sessions produced a full accounting of anyone beyond Josie and the 2 victims whose remains we'd already independently recovered. I was in the building that morning. I got the call at 6:14 a.m. and drove to the facility not because there was anything left for me to do there, but because I think some part of me needed to be angry at something with a physical location, and the jail was the only address I had for that anger that morning. I stood in a parking lot I had no professional reason to be standing in, and I thought about a child's shoe in a storage unit in a state I'd never worked a case in before, this one, and I understood, standing there, that whoever that shoe belonged to was never, now, going to have a name in any file I would ever get to close. Dana Michaud has never been charged with anything. I want to say that plainly because I think it matters, and because I've watched enough public commentary on this case over the years to know how badly some people want a second villain to be sitting somewhere in it. Every piece of evidence we ever developed says she knew nothing, not about the shed, not about the kits, not about a photograph of a dead girl designed to look alive. I interviewed Dana myself, twice, in the weeks after the arrest, in a small office at the sheriff's department that someone had tried, not very successfully, to make less institutional with a fake plant and a box of tissues on the table. She was, across both conversations, a woman methodically taking apart every memory she owned of the previous 6 years, looking for the moment she should have known and hadn't, out loud, in real time, in front of me. She told me about a padlock on the shed she'd always assumed was for his tools, a smell she'd noticed once that summer and accepted his explanation, about a dead raccoon under the floorboards, a night in January, the same week Josie disappeared, though Dana didn't make that connection herself until I sat across from her with a calendar, when he'd come to bed later than usual, and told her he'd been finishing a deck stain job by work light, and she had believed him completely, because there had never, in 6 years, been a single reason not to. She asked me, near the end of the second interview, whether I thought she was a fool. I told her I thought she was someone who'd been lied to with total, practiced confidence by a man who had spent years learning exactly how to do it, and that those two things are not the same, no matter how much they can feel the same from the inside. I don't know if she believed me. I've thought about that question more than almost any other single moment in this entire case, because I'm honestly still not sure I fully believe my own answer either. On the worst nights, she raised Ellie alone for the 18 months between the arrest and a custody ruling that placed the girl, eventually, with an aunt in a different state, under a new last name that I have promised myself I will never look for, no matter how many idle hours this job occasionally hands me. Ellie would be 17 or 18 now, close to the exact age Josie was the night her father pulled a work truck into an empty parking lot behind a coffee stand. I think about that arithmetic more than I probably should. I don't think I'll ever fully stop. I still drive out to Lake Pemry once or twice a year, usually in early spring, right around the time the ice starts going soft along the shoreline. I don't have a professional reason to anymore. The case has been closed on paper for years now, filed, cross-referenced, cited twice in training materials for newer analysts who never met any of the people in it. I go anyway, and I stand at roughly the same spot on the shore I stood at during the recovery, and I don't pray exactly, because I've never been sure what I believe in enough to call it that, but I stand there for a while. And I think her name deliberately, the way you'd say something out loud to make sure it's still real. Josie Renner. I think it's important that somebody keeps doing that on purpose, on a schedule, rather than only when a case file happens to cross a desk. I've started bringing my own daughter along the last 2 years. Old enough now to sit quietly in the car while I stand at the water for a few minutes. Too young still to ask why. And some part of me is already dreading the year she's old enough to ask. And already certain I'll tell her the truth when she does. I think about Ellie, too. On those drives, more than I probably should, given that she did nothing wrong and deserves, more than almost anyone else touched by this case, to simply be left alone, to live whatever life she's built for herself since. I hope, genuinely, that whatever last name she carries now feels entirely her own by this point, unweighted by anything her father did in a shed 20 feet from where she slept. I hope the chicken tenders and the paper umbrella are for her nothing more than an ordinary happy memory of a trip with her dad, uncomplicated by anything else, because she was 10 and she didn't know, and she shouldn't have to carry what I carry just because we happen to share a case file. I hope, if she ever does learn the full shape of what her father was, that somebody sits with her the way you're supposed to sit with someone carrying something that size, not to fix anything, because some things don't fix, but just so she isn't alone with it the first time she has to understand it fully. I want to tell you about the fence post kit in Montana a little more, because I think it's the piece of evidence that taught me the most about who Marcus Teague actually was. Underneath the version, everyone around him believed they knew. When we asked him, in one of those later sessions, why he'd chosen that specific fence post on land he had no connection to, in a state he'd only worked a single job in, he told us, again with that same quiet, almost proud precision, that he liked to build his kits in places he might plausibly have a reason to be again someday, so that if he ever needed to check on one or use one, nobody watching him would think twice about a contractor's truck parked on a rural road for 20 minutes. It wasn't opportunism. It was infrastructure, laid down years in advance, maintained the way a careful man maintains anything he expects to rely on for a long time. I've sat with a lot of dangerous people across 11 years in this job, and most of them, in the end, are reactive, impulse dressed up afterward as plan. Marcus Teague was the first person I ever met who had built patience itself into a weapon, and used it exactly as intended, for years, without a single person close to him ever noticing what the patience was actually for. Josie's mother still lives in the same house, 2 streets from where the grind used to stand. The stand itself was torn down 2 years ago, the lot sold, a different business going up in its place. And she told me, the last time we spoke, that she'd driven past the new construction once, and hasn't gone that direction again since. She keeps the ransom photograph, printed and framed, in a drawer rather than displayed anywhere in the house, because she told me she needs to be able to choose the moments as she looks at it rather than have it choose them for her. She asked me, in that same conversation, whether I thought Josie had known, in that shed, across those 6 days, that somebody out there loved her enough to wire every dollar the family had to a stranger's account on the strength of one photograph. I told her the truth, which is that I don't know, and that I've stopped believing any answer I could give her would actually be the thing she was asking for in the first place. What I carry from this case, more than the photograph, more than the shoe, more than the number 11, that I know isn't the real number, is something closer to a permanent, low-grade unwillingness to fully believe any version of ordinary I'm shown. I've sat across kitchen tables from 100 devoted fathers since this case closed, in 100 other investigations that had nothing to do with Marcus Teague. And some small, exhausted part of my mind runs a check on every single one of them, now that I can't turn off and don't entirely want to, because turning it off feels, to me, like a kind of forgetting I'm not willing to do on Josie's behalf, or on behalf of whoever that shoe belonged to, or on behalf of however many others are still sitting unnamed in a case file nobody has been able to open yet. Sleep well tonight if you can. Somewhere out there, 6 or 7 or 11 files are still waiting on a name. I think about them more nights than I'd like to admit. And some of those nights, I think you should, too. Not so you're afraid, but so nobody stays unnamed simply because it was easier not to look. Story 8. I moved to Aldermore Court in March, 6 months after my divorce finalized, into a 3-bedroom colonial I could only half afford and had bought anyway, because the listing photos showed a cul-de-sac full of maple trees, and a quiet that felt, at the time, like exactly the medicine I needed. I work as an audio engineer, mostly podcast post-production, and the occasional indie audiobook, which meant I could do the job from anywhere with a decent mic booth and a reliable internet connection, and which also meant that first spring that I had an unusual amount of unstructured daytime to notice things about a neighborhood most people would have been too busy commuting to ever clock at all. The divorce itself had been the ordinary unglamorous kind. No single dramatic betrayal, just 2 people who'd slowly stopped being able to make each other happy, and had finally admitted it out loud after a decade of trying not to. I'd spent the 6 months between the papers going final and the house closing in a rented apartment that never once felt like anywhere I actually lived, working from a card table because I couldn't justify buying real furniture for a place I already knew I'd be leaving. And by the time the Aldermore Court listing came across my feed, I was ready, in a way that probably wasn't entirely healthy, to attach an outsized amount of hope to a house I'd only ever seen in photographs. I remember standing in the empty living room the day I got the keys, before a single box had been unpacked, and making myself a private promise that this would be the place I finally did things right. Stayed in touch with people, showed up for a neighborhood, built the kind of steady, visible life I'd let atrophy somewhere in the last few years of my marriage, without ever quite noticing it happening. That promise is, I think now, the single thread running underneath everything else that happened that spring and summer. I wasn't just a curious new neighbor with a professionally trained ear for artificial sound. I was a lonely man who badly wanted a story where showing up mattered, where persistence and friendliness eventually earned you belonging. And Damon Voss's careful, rehearsed politeness slotted into that story so easily, for so long, precisely because I needed a version of him that fit it. I noticed Damon Voss within the first week, mostly because his house was impossible not to notice. The largest lot on the court by a wide margin, a sprawling, oddly proportioned place that looked like it had been built for a family twice the size of whatever lived there now, set back from the street behind a stand of blue spruce that somebody clearly paid good money to keep trimmed. I'd assumed that first week that a house that size belonged to a family. It took me almost a month of occasional sightings, a young man, alone, taking in packages, mowing a lawn that never seemed to need mowing, to understand that Damon lived there by himself, and another month after that, to admit to myself how strange I found that fact. For reasons I couldn't yet put into words, the lawn bothered me longer than it probably should have in retrospect. Not because a well-kept lawn is inherently strange, but because I never once, in 6 months of living across from it, actually saw Damon mow it himself. It simply stayed short-edged, weed-free, week after week, with no landscaping truck ever parked in the drive, and no obvious explanation for how a young man who otherwise seemed to leave his house only for groceries managed to maintain grounds that size without visible help. I filed it, the way I filed most things about him that spring, under the heading of rich people have systems I don't understand. A phrase that did a lot of quiet, unexamined work for me over those first few months. I want to be honest that I went looking for neighborhood connection that spring, in a way that probably made me an easier mark than I'd like to admit now. The divorce had cost me most of the friend group my ex-wife and I had built together over 8 years. The particular quiet cruelty of a shared social circle that has to pick a side even when nobody asks it to. And I'd moved to Aldermore Court telling myself, with the specific determination of a newly single man trying to engineer his own second act, that this was where I'd rebuild something. I brought a bottle of wine to 3 different houses on the court that first month, introduced myself at the mailbox, signed up for the neighborhood association's email list before I'd even finished unpacking my kitchen boxes. I wanted badly to belong somewhere again. I think that wanting is the reason I spent as long as I did explaining away everything about Damon Voss that should have concerned me much sooner than it did. None of the other 3 households I'd introduced myself to that first month ever became more than a friendly wave in passing, which I understood, intellectually, was simply the ordinary texture of adult life in a place like this. People busy with their own jobs and children and marriages, with no particular obligation to fold a stranger into their existing circle, just because he'd shown up with wine and good intentions. It didn't feel ordinary at the time. It felt, some nights that first spring, like confirmation of something I'd already half suspected about myself since the divorce, that I'd become someone people were polite to, rather than someone people actually wanted around. I mention this not because it excuses anything that came after, but because I think it explains, more honestly than anything else I could offer, why a strange young man's carefully rehearsed politeness read to me, for as long as it did, as an invitation still waiting to be earned, rather than a wall built for reasons that had nothing to do with me at all. He was polite when I first knocked on his door with the obligatory bottle of wine, unfailingly polite in a way that had an edge of rehearsal to it, like a man reciting lines he'd practiced, rather than a person actually glad for the company. Mid-20s, I guessed, though something about his bearing made him seem both younger and older than that at once. Younger in the way he stood in his own doorway like he wasn't quite sure he was allowed to invite me past. Older in the tired, careful way he chose his words. He thanked me for the wine, told me he mostly kept to himself, working remotely in logistics for a family business he didn't elaborate on, and closed the door with the specific gentleness of someone who wanted the rejection to land as softly as possible rather than as a rejection at all. I told myself, walking back across the yard, that some people just weren't neighborhood people. I'd have believed that story indefinitely, I think, if the deliveries hadn't started giving me a different one to work with instead. I saw him a handful more times over the following weeks, always at a distance, always brief. A wave across the yard while he brought in groceries, a nod at the mailbox that never turned into conversation, no matter how deliberately I slowed my own walk to invite. Once, in April, I caught him standing at the edge of his own driveway, well after dark, no obvious reason for it that I could see, simply standing there looking up at his own house in a way that struck me, even at the time, as less like a man admiring his property, and more like a man steeling himself to go back inside it. I almost called out to him. I didn't, telling myself it wasn't my business what a grown man did on his own driveway at 11 at night. A sentence I'd end up repeating to myself, in one form or another, more times than I like to admit before the summer was over. The trucks came at odd hours, always unmarked, always dropping off cargo that didn't match anything I could imagine a single young man in logistics needing: sealed steel drums, the kind with hazard diamond stickers I couldn't read from my kitchen window, crates heavy enough that it took 2 drivers to walk them up the drive on a hand truck. I counted over that first spring, 11 separate deliveries, always between 10 and 11 at night, always gone again by morning with nothing visible left on the property to show for them. I asked Pearl Okonkwo about it. Eventually, my across-the-street neighbor, 71 years old, the closest thing Aldermore Court had to an institutional memory, having lived there since the development was built in the 80s. She'd watched 3 different families move in and out of the Voss house over the decades, she told me, sitting on her porch with 2 glasses of the lemonade she made from a pitcher that seemed to be permanently refilling itself. Always the same pattern, she said in a voice that had the practiced neutrality of someone who'd decided a long time ago it wasn't her business to have an opinion about it. A family would move in, keep almost entirely to themselves, and then, a few years later, move out again just as quietly as they'd arrived. No for sale sign lingering, no open house. The property simply changing hands through what she assumed were private channels before a new quiet family took their place. The Hendersons were the last ones before this young man, she said. Nice couple. Kept mostly indoors too, come to think of it. I always assumed it was just how people who could afford a house that size chose to live. Private. I never had a reason to think different until you started asking. I didn't push her further that afternoon. I wish, now, that I had. The party happened on a Friday night in early June, 3 months after I'd moved in, and it was the first time I'd ever seen lights on at the Voss house, past 9 o'clock. I noticed it from my kitchen window while doing dishes. Every window on the ground floor lit warm gold, shapes moving behind the blinds. Music low enough that I could only catch the bass line through my own closed windows, and beneath it, unmistakably, the layered murmur of a crowd. Laughter, glasses, the specific acoustic texture of a room full of people who were enjoying themselves. I felt something close to relief, watching it. I'd spent 3 months building a small, careful story in my head about a lonely young man too shy or too strange to let anyone in. And here, finally, was evidence that story might have a happier chapter coming. That Damon had friends after all. A life I simply hadn't been invited into yet. and that the isolation I'd been quietly worrying about on his behalf was mine to worry about, and no one else's. It was the laugh that caught my professional ear first, before I'd even decided to walk over. A woman's laugh, bright and specific, repeating, not similar laughter from different moments in a party, the way real crowd noise naturally varies and drifts, but the exact same laugh, same pitch, same length, recurring at what I clocked. Once I started paying attention the way 11 years of editing audio had trained me to pay attention, as a suspiciously even interval. I stood at my sink with a half-dried plate in my hand, counting the way I'd count a loop point in a rough mix that hadn't been smoothed out properly yet, and got the same answer 3 times running. That laugh came back around every 90 seconds. Precisely, threaded into what I now understood, with a small cold drop in my stomach. Wasn't a party at all, but a recording. A professionally mixed ambient party noise track. The kind sound designers built for film backgrounds. Looped and played through speakers positioned to carry convincingly out into a quiet suburban night. I've built tracks almost exactly like it myself, more than once, for clients who wanted a scene to feel populated without the expense or logistics of actually recording a real crowd. Layered voices, glassware, distant music, a handful of distinct vocal moments repeated at intervals wide enough that a casual listener would never notice the seams. Recognizing the craft of it, standing at my own kitchen sink, produced a strange double feeling I've never fully been able to untangle since. A flicker of pure professional admiration for how well built the loop actually was, laid directly over a growing, specific dread about why anyone would need a suburban house to sound occupied by people who weren't there. I went out onto my own back porch to listen more carefully, phone in hand, though I hadn't yet decided what I intended to do with it, and watched the light shift behind Damon's blinds in the same repeating rhythm I'd only half registered from inside. 4 minutes, near as I could time it, before the same sequence of shadow and movement began again. A shape that might have been a raised glass. A shape that might have been someone leaning in to laugh at something. Both of them recurring with the mechanical patience of a looped video file rather than the genuine unpredictability of actual guests. I told myself, walking across the yard in the dark, that I was going to introduce myself properly this time, finally. Get invited to whatever this actually was. I want to be honest that this was a lie I was telling myself, even as I told it. Some other, more careful part of me already understood I was going to investigate rather than socialize, and had simply dressed that intention in a friendlier story, because the friendlier story was easier to act on without feeling like I was doing something wrong. The blinds moved on their own timer, too, I realized, standing at the edge of Damon's lawn. A soft mechanical shift every few minutes, shapes passing behind them that never quite resolved into individual bodies, the way real party guests would. Silhouettes that repeated their motion in a loop, just subtle enough that I might never have caught it if I hadn't already been listening for the seams. A projector, probably, or a looped video feed, throwing movement onto the fabric from the inside. Somebody had built an entire night's worth of convincing, ambient human presence out of recorded material, and rigged it to run unattended, which meant, with a logic that turned my stomach even before I'd worked out what it implied, that whatever was actually happening in that house tonight required every real, living person inside it to be somewhere the neighborhood wasn't supposed to notice. I found the side gate unlatched, which felt at the time like an invitation and feels now, in hindsight, like something closer to a door somebody had simply forgotten to lock in the middle of doing something far more urgent. The backyard was dark. The fake party's glow and murmur confined entirely to the front-facing windows. And it was there, rounding the corner toward what I guessed was a walkout basement, that the smell reached me before anything else did. Sharp, chemical, something between bleach and nail polish remover, but heavier, with an undertone I couldn't immediately place, and have spent more time than I'd like trying not to place since. I stood still for a long moment at the corner of the house, some instinct telling me to turn back before I'd consciously formed the thought. And I remember, with a clarity that has stayed with me longer than almost any other single detail from that night, the specific quality of the silence in that backyard compared to the recorded warmth still playing out front. No crickets. No wind through the spruce, just the low mechanical hum of something running behind the walls, and my own pulse loud enough in my ears that I had to consciously slow my breathing to hear anything past it. Beneath it, a sound, mechanical, rhythmic, a grinding, churning noise with an industrial weight to it that had nothing in common with the party recording's carefully engineered warmth. Something running hard and steady behind a basement window covered. From the inside, with what looked like taped-up cardboard, one corner of it peeling loose enough to leave a gap, maybe 2 inches wide. I told myself, crouching in Damon Voss's backyard at 11:40 at night, that I could still walk away without looking. I didn't walk away. I've turned that decision over more times than any other single choice I made that year. Trying to locate the exact moment curiosity stopped being a professional habit and became something closer to a compulsion I couldn't have talked myself out of, even if I'd tried harder than I did. What I saw through that gap has resisted, for months afterward, my own attempts to describe it in any order more coherent than the fragments it actually arrived in. Fluorescent light, harsh and clinical. Nothing like the warm gold glowing from the front windows. Men. 4 of them, I counted. Though I've never been fully confident the number didn't shift while I watched. All of them older than Damon by what looked like decades. All of them dressed in heavy protective coveralls, full-face respirators, the kind of gear you'd expect at an industrial site rather than a suburban basement. A large stainless steel apparatus dominated the center of the room, something between an industrial mixer and a wood chipper, feeding into a sealed drum identical to the ones I'd watched delivered to that house 11 separate times that spring. The grinding sound was coming from it directly, steady and mechanical, one of the men feeding something into its hopper with the flat, practiced disinterest of a person doing a task he'd done many times before. I made myself keep watching longer than my own nerve wanted to allow. Some old professional habit insisting I needed to actually understand the scene, rather than simply register enough of it to be frightened. The room itself looked purpose-built rather than repurposed. Poured concrete walls with a drain set into the center of the floor, a row of matching steel shelving units along one wall stacked with more of the same sealed drums, everything arranged with the tidy, deliberate order of a space that got used often enough to have earned real infrastructure. rather than something improvised for a single occasion. One of the men said something to another, too quiet and too muffled by his respirator for me to make out words. And the second man laughed, a short, ordinary laugh, the kind two coworkers might share over nothing in particular, which somehow unsettled me more than anything else in that room, the sheer mundane ease of it. I didn't see Damon. That detail has haunted me more than almost anything else from that night. His absence from a room his own house was clearly built, at least in part, to accommodate, as if whatever was happening down there operated with or without him, using his address the way you'd use a mailing address rather than a home. I don't know how long I crouched there before a hand closed around my shoulder from behind. It was Damon. Not one of the men from the basement. Not anyone I'd need to run from immediately, though my whole body had already flooded with the specific, useless adrenaline of being caught at something before I registered whose hand it actually was. He pulled me back from the window with a grip that had real strength behind it, despite his slight build, walked me fast and silent around the side of the house to the front yard, and only let go once we were both standing in the fake, warm glow the projected party was still throwing across his own lawn, the recorded laugh looping somewhere behind us for an audience of exactly no one. "You need to go home," he said, low, and his voice had none of the rehearsed politeness from our first meeting in it at all, just a raw, exhausted fear that made him look, for the first time since I'd met him, genuinely his own age. "Right now. Don't come back over here. Don't call anyone tonight, please." I asked him what was happening in his basement, and I watched something in his face close over even as something else in it seemed, for just a second, to want to answer me honestly. "It's not," he started, and stopped, and tried again. "It's not what you're imagining. It's worse, probably, and it's also not something you can fix by knowing about it. I didn't choose this. I inherited it. The same way I inherited the house. You don't get to just decide you're not doing it anymore. I've tried." I asked him what he meant by inherited, whether he meant the house or the men in it, or something larger that I hadn't yet found the shape of, and he laughed. A short, humorless sound that had nothing in common with the recorded laughter still looping behind us. "All of it," he said. "The house comes with the arrangement. That's the whole point of a house like this, in a neighborhood like this. Nobody looks twice at a quiet young man with money he didn't earn, as long as the lawn's mowed and the parties look normal from the street." He glanced back toward his own front windows, toward the warm, false glow still playing out for nobody. "I used to think I could just wait it out. Sell the house, walk away clean once I had enough saved somewhere they couldn't trace. I don't think that anymore." I asked him whose men those were. He wouldn't answer that one at all. Just looked past me toward the street for a long moment, as if checking whether anyone else had noticed us standing there together, and told me again, more urgently this time, to go home and not mention any of it to anyone. Not the association, not the police, not even Pearl across the street, whose long memory of the house's quietly rotating families suddenly took on a very different shape in my mind as he said her name unprompted. A name I hadn't given him, which meant he already knew far more about who I'd been talking to than I'd assumed anyone in that house had reason to track. "How do you know I've been talking to Pearl?" I said, and he didn't answer that either. Just looked at me with an expression I've spent a long time since trying to name. Not threat exactly, nothing that direct, but something closer to a tired, resigned warning. The look of a man telling you, without the words for it, that the walls around this particular life were a great deal thinner and better monitored than I'd assumed. I didn't sleep that night. I sat at my kitchen table with every light in the house on, replaying the grinding noise and the chemical smell and the flat, practiced way that man had fed the machine, trying to build a story I could actually act on, rather than one that just kept circling the same unbearable, unconfirmed shape. I thought about calling the police directly and got as far as opening my phone before some instinct, Damon's fear, or my own, talked me out of dialing, replaced instead by an anonymous tip line I found for the county sheriff's department, where I gave the barest possible description of what I'd seen without including my name or address, and hung up with no real confidence that a vague, anonymous report about chemical smells and grinding noises would generate more than a passing drive-by. The drive-by, when it came 2 days later, produced nothing. A patrol car idled in front of the Voss house for exactly 4 minutes, and Damon, according to Pearl, who watched the whole exchange from her porch with the same careful neutrality she brought to everything else on that street, answered the door himself, calm and unbothered, and sent the deputy away with what she described as an easy, convincing laugh. The real one, presumably, not the recording. I understood, hearing that whatever protected this operation wasn't limited to a fake party running on a timer. It extended outward into whatever calls got made and unmade before a deputy ever reached that door, into whatever made a 4-minute welfare check feel sufficient to a department that, Pearl mentioned almost offhand, had checked in on that house at least twice before, over the decades she'd lived across from it, always with the same brief, unremarkable result. I found myself replaying that 4-minute window more than almost anything else from that whole stretch of the summer, turning it over the way I'd turn over a rough cut that wasn't landing right, trying to identify exactly where the failure had happened. It wasn't that the deputy hadn't come. The deputy had come promptly, exactly as the tip line promised. It was that the visit itself had been built, by design or by long practice, to survive exactly the kind of brief, procedural check a department with limited hours and 100 other calls could reasonably offer. A 4-minute knock and talk wasn't negligence, not technically. It was simply the wrong tool for a problem that had clearly spent 30 years learning precisely how to look like nothing at all to anyone who wasn't already standing at that basement window. I did the thing I'm least proud of about that whole stretch of the summer roughly a week later. Driven by the same compulsive, can't leave a loose thread instinct that had gotten me crouched at that basement window in the first place, I pulled the property's public sale history from the county recorder's website, the kind of records anyone can access if they know to look, and found a pattern that made the back of my neck go cold. In a way, the fluorescent basement light hadn't quite managed on its own. 4 sales over 30 years, each one handled through the same small real estate brokerage, each one closing at a price notably below the house's actual assessed value, as if the sellers in each case had needed the transaction to move quickly and quietly, more than they'd needed to maximize what they walked away with. 3 of the 4 prior owners, According to old local newspaper archives I found through the library's Digital collection, had left the state entirely within a year of selling. No forwarding address on record, no further local footprint I could find in any database a private citizen has legal access to. I spent an entire weekend on it, working through the archive with the same obsessive, detail-oriented focus I usually reserved for a mix that wasn't sitting right, printing out what I could and organizing it into a timeline on my own kitchen table until I had something that looked uncomfortably like the kind of investigative board true crime documentaries loved to show in dramatic close-up. 1994. The Corrigan family, sale price 11% below assessment, no local record of them past the following spring. 2003, a couple named Whitfield, same brokerage, same quiet departure. 2011, the Hendersons Pearl had mentioned, gone by the following autumn. Each sale, when I cross-referenced the closing dates against the brokerage's public business filings, fell within a few months of a change in the brokerage's own ownership structure. The company itself apparently passed, generation to generation, alongside whatever arrangement kept placing new quiet families into that specific house. I found one more detail that Sunday night, close to midnight, that I've never been able to fully explain away with anything less unsettling than the obvious conclusion. A single name, a notary public, appeared on the closing paperwork for all 4 sales, spanning 30 years, a length of career that would have made her, by my rough calculation, well past ordinary retirement age by the time of Damon's own purchase. I looked her up. I found nothing. No obituary, no current listing, no digital footprint past a business registration that had never once been updated or renewed. I stopped looking after that. Some threads, I decided, sitting alone at my kitchen table at midnight with my daughter asleep 2 rooms away, weren't mine to keep pulling. I told Pearl about it, eventually, the whole property records timeline unable to hold it entirely by myself any longer, and watched her face do something complicated while she listened. Not quite surprise. More like the particular recognition of someone finally being handed proof for a suspicion she'd been quietly declining to examine for 30 years. She was quiet for a long moment after I finished, turning her lemonade glass in slow circles on the porch rail, before she told me something I hadn't expected. That her late husband had once mentioned, back when the Corrigans still lived there, that he'd seen the same unmarked delivery trucks at odd hours, and that she'd told him, at the time, it wasn't their business to wonder about a neighbor's deliveries. I've had 30 years to regret telling him that, she said. I don't know that regretting it now does either of us any good. But I wanted you to know I heard you. Really heard you, not just being polite about it. I asked her carefully whether she thought I should keep pushing, whether there was anyone else on the county's side who might actually follow a lead this specific, rather than treating it as one more strange story about a strange house. She thought about it a long time before she answered. Longer than felt entirely comfortable in the quiet between us, and told me that in 30 years of watching families come and go from that house, she'd never once seen anyone push harder than a single anonymous phone call, and that she genuinely didn't know whether that meant the pushing had never worked, or simply that nobody had ever pushed hard enough to find out. It wasn't the reassurance I'd wanted. It was, I came to understand over the following weeks, probably the most honest answer either of us had access to. "You're the first person who ever brought me a timeline," Pearl added, almost as an afterthought, folding her hands around her glass. 30 years I've had a feeling and nothing else to hang it on. A feeling doesn't get anybody to listen to you. I don't know that a timeline will either, but it's more than I ever had. I've thought about that sentence more than almost anything else she said to me that summer. The particular loneliness of having watched something for 3 decades, with no language sturdy enough to make anyone else take it seriously, and the strange, complicated relief of finally handing that loneliness to someone else, even knowing it might not change a single outcome. My daughter came to stay with me that weekend, my regular custody rotation landing, with a timing I've never been able to decide was coincidence or something worse. On the same week all of this had come fully into focus. She's 7. She likes to ride her bike up and down the cul-de-sac while I watch from the porch. The exact kind of ordinary suburban ritual I'd bought this house specifically to give her, and I spent that entire weekend watching her pedal past the Voss property with a fear so total it frightened me almost as much as the basement itself had. A fear that had nothing to do with anything I could point to directly, and everything to do with the simple, unbearable fact that I now knew something about that house I couldn't unknow, living 40 feet from where she slept. I called my ex-wife that Sunday night, after our daughter had gone home, and told her without any of the specifics that would have made me sound unwell, that I wanted to talk about changing the custody exchange location for a while, a request she agreed to without asking too many questions, which I've been grateful for since, even though it meant I never had to explain the real reason, and even though some part of me has wondered since whether or not explaining it was its own kind of failure. The house went quiet again after that, the fake party never repeating itself, the deliveries slowing to something closer to normal. And I told myself over the following weeks that whatever cycle I'd interrupted by getting too close to that basement window had simply moved to a different phase, dormant. For now, the way I imagined it must have gone dormant for whatever family lived there before Damon, in whatever gap separated one active cycle from the next. Damon himself grew steadily harder to find. He stopped answering his door entirely, stopped taking in his own mail, until one morning in September, I noticed a different car in his driveway, an SUV I didn't recognize, and a moving truck the following week that emptied the house of everything I'd ever seen through its windows in 6 months of watching. Pearl told me, a few days later, that the house had already sold again, quietly, quickly, through the same small brokerage, to a young woman who'd moved in alone, kept to herself, and seemed, by every account Pearl could offer from her porch, perfectly polite. I don't know what happened to Damon Voss. I've looked, more than I probably should have, in every database and search engine and public record a private citizen can reasonably access, and found nothing that confirms he's alive, and nothing that confirms he isn't. Just an absence, total and clean, the same absence I've come to suspect that swallowed the Hendersons before him and whoever came before them, stretching back through 30 years of quietly departing families, that a whole neighborhood had spent 3 decades agreeing, without ever once saying so out loud, not to ask too many questions about. I filed one more report before the summer ended, this time with more specifics than I dared include in the first anonymous call. The property sale pattern, the notary's name, the dates I'd assembled on my kitchen table that weekend, sent through a different, anonymous tip portal to a state-level agency, rather than the county sheriff, on the theory that whatever protection this operation enjoyed locally might not extend as far up the chain. I never received any confirmation the report had been read, let alone acted on. I checked the portal's reference number twice a week for a month afterward, watching a status field that never once changed from under review, until I made myself stop checking the way I'd made myself stop looking up the notary, because some part of me had started to recognize the checking itself as its own kind of unhealthy tether to a story I no longer had any real power to finish. I still live on Aldermoor Court. I've thought about moving more times than I can count, and haven't, partly because of the mortgage, and partly because some stubborn, unwilling part of me doesn't want to be one more resident who simply leaves quietly rather than staying to notice. I watch the new woman's house sometimes, from my kitchen window, doing dishes, telling myself I'm not looking for anything in particular. Most nights, there's nothing to see. Ordinary lights and ordinary quiet, the specific hush of a cul-de-sac full of maple trees that first drew me here, that I once mistook, 6 months into a new life, for nothing more complicated than peace. The new owner's name, according to the closing paperwork, Pearl found a way to glimpse through a friend who worked at the title company, was Adira Marsh, 29, single, listed occupation, consultant, purchase price, handled through the same small brokerage that had closed every sale on that property for 30 years running. I introduced myself the week she moved in, the same bottle of wine ritual I'd offered Damon back in March, and found her polite in a way that felt, standing on her doorstep, uncomfortably familiar. The same careful, rehearsed warmth, the same gentle, immediate closing of the door. I haven't gone back a second time. I've told myself that's simple respect for her privacy. I don't fully believe that's the whole reason, and I've stopped pressing myself to decide which part of it is true. I catch myself, some evenings, doing dishes at the same window, listening for a laugh that repeats too evenly, watching for blinds that move on a timer rather than a hand. Nothing has come yet. I tell myself that's a good sign. I'm not sure anymore that I fully believe that either. I think, some nights, about what Damon told me that last time we spoke, that he'd inherited the arrangement the same way he'd inherited the house, that a quiet young person with unexplained money was simply the price of entry a neighborhood like this one had been paying, unknowingly or half-knowingly, for longer than any single resident had lived there to notice. I think about Pearl's husband, dead now for over a decade, who saw the same trucks decades earlier, and was told, gently, by the person he trusted most, that it wasn't their business to wonder. I think about how many other cul-de-sacs and how many other quiet developments might be running some version of the same arrangement right now, hosting some version of the same fake party, for some version of the same reason, watched by neighbors who'd rather believe in Anna, shy young man, than in anything that fake party's warm, looped light was actually built to hide. I think, too, about how easily I might have gone on believing it myself, if my own trained ear hadn't happened to catch a 90-second loop on a night I was standing at exactly the right window. Some nights, though, if the wind is right, I catch something faint and chemical drifting across the yard between our houses, gone again, before I can be sure I didn't imagine it. I've stopped walking over to check. Story 9. Eli Marchetti had been keeping vampire hours for about 6 weeks by the time it happened, ever since he'd landed a contract with a fintech startup out of Singapore that needed its lead back-end developer available for their working day rather than his, which meant Eli's actual workday now ran from roughly 9 at night until whenever his brain finally gave out sometime past dawn, coffee and blue light, and a Slack channel that never fully went quiet. He liked the arrangement more than he probably should have, if he was honest with himself. The money was good, and the empty overnight hours suited something in him that had always worked better alone, in the particular hush of a house nobody else was awake in. The street outside settled into full quiet by around 11 most nights, the last dog walker gone in, the last porch light clicking off 2 doors down, and Eli had come to genuinely love that stretch of hours in a way he hadn't expected to when he first took the contract. Just him, 3 monitors, and a problem to solve. No meetings, no small talk, nobody needing anything from him except clean, working code. He'd told Talia more than once that spring that he'd finally found the version of work that actually suited his temperament. After years of open-plan offices and instant messages, he felt obligated to answer within minutes. He believes, looking back now, that some of that satisfaction was real. He also understands now that the same isolation he'd been quietly congratulating himself on had made him considerably harder for anyone. A neighbor, a friend dropping by unannounced, even his own sister, to notice anything wrong before it escalated as far as it eventually did. He'd bought the house 8 months earlier, his first, a small 2-bedroom bungalow on a quiet street of nearly identical post-war houses, built in 1948, back when the whole neighborhood had gone up fast and cheap for returning veterans. It came with the kind of quirks a house that age accumulates, a fuse box that still had 2 genuinely mysterious breakers. Nobody, including the home inspector, had been able to identify a basement that smelled permanently of old coal dust, despite the furnace having been converted to gas sometime in the 70s, and sealed somewhere behind a built-in shelving unit down there, according to the inspection report, the bricked remnant of an old coal chute that predated the conversion entirely. Eli had read that line in the inspection report once, filed it under charming historical detail, and never thought about it again. He would think about almost nothing else. 6 weeks later, once he understood what it actually meant, he'd closed on the house in a rush of genuine happiness. That first week, the kind of uncomplicated pride he hadn't felt about much of anything in the 2 years since a long relationship had ended, and left him renting a series of increasingly forgettable apartments across town, none of which had ever once felt like more than a temporary holding pattern between one uncertain chapter of his life and the next. This was his. He'd painted the small second bedroom into a proper office that first month, hung art he'd been keeping rolled up in a closet for years, learned the specific creak of the third stair, and the particular way morning light came through the kitchen window, in a way that felt for a while like exactly the fresh start he'd been telling himself he needed. He mentioned as much to Talia more than once that spring, half joking that the house had more personality than any partner he'd dated in years. He'd stop making that joke eventually, for reasons that had nothing to do with humor anymore. The first thing that felt wrong, though he didn't clock it as wrong at the time, was his cat. Moth was 7 years old, a placid orange tabby who'd never in his life shown Eli anything close to genuine alarm, and sometime in that second month in the new house, he started refusing to go down into the basement at all. Not the ordinary feline indifference to an uninteresting room, but a flat, immediate refusal, ears back, tail low, backing away from the top of the stairs, the way he'd back away from a vacuum cleaner. Eli noticed it, laughed about it once, to his sister on a phone call, called it haunted basement energy, and went back to his deadline without giving it another real thought. He had 4 days to ship a payments module and a client 11 time zones away who didn't care about his cat's opinions on the basement. Moth's behavior extended beyond the basement, too, in ways Eli only fully assembled into a pattern much later. A new habit of sleeping pressed against Eli's bedroom door, rather than at the foot of the bed the way he always had. A tendency to startle at sounds that had never bothered him before. A general watchfulness that Eli, at the time, attributed to the cat, simply adjusting to a new house the way any animal takes time to settle into unfamiliar territory. He'd owned Moth since the cat was a kitten, knew his ordinary moods and habits well enough to read them without thinking, and still managed, for 6 full weeks, to explain away every single deviation from that baseline as some harmless quirk of the move, rather than what it actually was. An animal with senses considerably sharper than his own, trying, in the only language available to him, to tell his owner that something in the house had changed. He noticed other things over that stretch, too, in the scattered, half-attentive way of a man running almost entirely on caffeine and a compressed sleep schedule, the kind of tired that blurs one day into the next until an entire week can pass without leaving behind any clear individual memories at all. A kitchen chair he was fairly sure he hadn't left pulled. Out from the table, a bag of bread that seemed to empty faster than his own sandwich-making habits should have accounted for. A basement light he found on more than once, despite being fairly certain he'd switched it off the last time he'd been down there. Each one, taken alone, folded easily into the explanation his exhausted brain reached for automatically. He was tired. He wasn't sleeping on any kind of normal schedule anymore, and a man running on 4 hours of sleep a night forgets things, misremembers things, leaves lights on, and doesn't recall it the next day. He'd have told you if you'd asked him in week 5 that nothing strange was happening in his house at all. He'd have believed it, too. That's the part that still unsettles him most. Looking back, how completely his own exhaustion had built him an alibi for every single piece of evidence that should have told him otherwise. There was one night, closer to the 5th week than he likes to admit, that he's since gone back over more times than any other single memory from that whole stretch. A night he'd gotten up around 1 in the morning for water and found the kitchen faucet already running, just barely, a thin, quiet trickle he was almost certain he hadn't left on himself. He'd stood there for a long moment, hand hovering over the tap, a half-formed unease rising in him that he couldn't quite name before deciding, the way he'd decided about everything else that stretch, that he must simply have left it dripping himself, distracted by whatever bug he'd been chasing before bed. He turned it off, went back to his desk, and never once, in the moment, let himself follow the thought any further than that. Never asked himself how a tap, left dripping by his own hand hours earlier, would still be running at exactly the volume you'd expect from someone who'd just used it and forgotten to fully shut it off. He's thought about that faucet more than almost any other single detail from those 6 weeks now, because it's the one piece of evidence he can't fully explain away, even with the benefit of everything he learned afterward. Not proof of anything specific, just a small, nagging wrongness he'd talked himself out of taking seriously. The same way he'd talked himself out of every other small wrongness, that whole stretch. Each one individually forgivable, all of them together, forming a pattern he simply hadn't been awake enough, in any sense of the word, to actually see. There were smaller signs too, ones he only assembled into any kind of pattern much later, going back over the whole stretch in his memory with the specific, obsessive thoroughness of a man determined to understand exactly how badly he'd missed what was happening under his own roof. A faint, sourceless smell some mornings, something like unwashed fabric, gone by the time he'd fully register it as strange. A single mug he was fairly sure he hadn't used, rinsed and sitting in the drying rack, that he'd assumed at the time must simply be one he'd forgotten washing himself in some earlier, sleep-deprived haze. A book on his living room shelf that he found, once, resting at a slightly different angle than he remembered leaving it. The kind of detail so small it barely qualified as a thought at all, filed away and forgotten within seconds, rather than the hours it would take, in hindsight, to understand what it might have meant. He worked through those 6 weeks, the way he worked through most stretches of deadline pressure, treating any distraction from the actual code in front of him as a cost he couldn't afford to pay. A mug out of place, a chair moved, a smell he couldn't place. None of it rising anywhere close to the threshold of something worth stopping to investigate when a client 11 time zones away was expecting a working payments module by a date that kept, somehow, arriving faster than he'd planned for. He's thought a great deal since about how that same tunnel vision, the thing that made him good at his job, that let him hold an entire system architecture in his head for 6, 8, 10 hours at a stretch without losing the thread, had also been exactly the trait that let someone else's presence in his house go unexamined for as long as it did. Competence and vulnerability, he's come to understand, aren't always as separate as he used to assume. He heard the bangs at 3:14 in the morning, 6 weeks into the contract. Sitting at his kitchen table with 3 monitors worth of code open in front of him, and a payments integration bug he'd been chasing for 2 hours straight. 4 of them, in quick succession, deafening in the specific way a sound is deafening when it arrives into total silence, rather than into a room that was already carrying some ambient noise. A fist against solid wood, hard enough that Eli felt it as much as heard it. The walls themselves seeming to carry a faint sympathetic shudder through the old house's frame. It came from down the hallway, from his bedroom, specifically, the door of which he'd left closed that morning the way he always did, out of some tidiness habit left over from having a roommate years earlier that he'd never quite shed even living alone. He didn't move for a long moment. He wants to be honest about that in the retelling, that his first response to 4 deafening bangs on a closed door in his own supposedly empty house wasn't courage or quick thinking, but a total animal freeze, his hands still hovering over his keyboard, his whole body gone rigid in a way that felt afterward almost embarrassing to admit to, though everyone he's since described it to has told him the same thing. That freezing is exactly what a body is built to do first, before it does anything else. The freeze itself lasted, by his own best estimate afterward, somewhere between 10 and 15 long, unbearable seconds, though it felt considerably longer while he was living inside it, his mind running through and discarding explanations at a speed that outpaced his body's ability to act on any of them. A pipe knocking. The house settling in the cold the way old houses sometimes did. Moth, somehow, though even in the moment some part of him understood. A 7-pound cat couldn't produce a sound that loud no matter what he was doing on the other side of that door. Each explanation arrived, sat for a fraction of a second, and collapsed under its own weight before the next one took its place. None of them sturdy enough to actually let him relax. None of them frightening enough on their own to fully explain why his whole body had locked up the way it had. It was the silence afterward that finally got him moving. 4 bangs, and then nothing, no footsteps, no further sound, just the ordinary tick of the refrigerator, and his own pulse suddenly very loud in his ears. He picked up the heaviest thing within reach, a cast iron skillet, still sitting on the stove from dinner hours earlier, and made his way down the hallway with a slowness that felt, in the moment, like the only response available to a man whose legs weren't fully convinced they wanted to cooperate with the rest of him. The bedroom door was still closed. He stood in front of it for what felt like a very long time. Skillet raised, listening for any sound at all from the other side, and getting nothing but his own ragged breathing back, before he finally reached out and turned the handle. The room was empty. Bed made, window closed and latched, closet door shut the way he'd left it. Nothing out of place that he could see in the dim glow of his phone's flashlight. No sign that anyone had ever been in that room at all, let alone recently enough to have just slammed a fist against its door 4 times in a row, loud enough to shake the walls. He stepped fully inside anyway, skillet still raised, and swept the flashlight beam into every corner a person might conceivably fold themselves into. Under the bed, inside the closet, behind the heavy curtain he'd never gotten around to replacing from the previous owners. Nothing. The room held exactly the same handful of objects it always did. His laundry hamper, a stack of books on the nightstand he kept meaning to read, the closet door's hinge that had always squeaked faintly and squeaked now, ordinary and unthreatening, when he nudged it fully open to check behind it. He remembers standing in the middle of that empty, unremarkable room for several seconds afterward, skillet lowering by inches, trying to reconcile the violence of what he'd just heard against a space that offered absolutely no physical evidence it had ever happened at all. No scuff on the door's interior face, no mark. Nothing that would suggest a fist had struck it from either side hard enough to be heard clearly 2 rooms away. He was still standing in the doorway, skillet lowering slightly, adrenaline starting to curdle into something closer to confusion, when he heard the floorboard creak behind him. Out in the hallway he'd just walked down. He turned in time to see a shape. He's never been able to give a fuller description than that, in any of the times he's had to recount it since. A shape rather than a person, low and fast, moving away from him down the hall toward the kitchen he'd just come from. And something in him that had spent the last minute frozen finally, belatedly, caught up to the moment and sent him running after it before his conscious mind had fully signed off on the decision. He chased it through his own kitchen, past the table where his laptop still sat open and glowing, catching only the edge of movement at the corner of his vision, as whatever it was rounded into the living room ahead of him, fast and low and utterly silent in a way that struck him, even in the chaos of the moment, as somehow more frightening than if it had been making noise. The chase itself couldn't have lasted more than 8 or 9 seconds start to finish. And yet it's the part of that night that has stretched longest in his memory since, replaying at a speed his own body never actually experienced it at. The skillet heavy and awkward in his hand, his bare feet slapping cold linoleum, the specific, useless clarity of thinking, I am chasing something through my own house at 3 in the morning, even as his legs kept moving, without waiting for the rest of him to catch up to how insane that sentence actually was. He reached the living room 3, maybe 4 seconds behind it, close enough that he should have caught up, should have at minimum seen it reach the front door or a window, and found instead an empty room. Front door still deadbolted the way he'd left it hours earlier, every window latched from the inside exactly as it should have been. He stood in the middle of his own living room at 3:17 in the morning, cast iron skillet still raised, breathing hard and understood with a creeping, specific dread that had nothing to do with the chase itself, that he had just watched something disappear inside a locked house with no way out that he could find. He turned in a slow circle, skillet still raised, half expecting the shape to simply reappear behind him the way it had appeared in the first place, and found only his own living room, ordinary and undisturbed, the television's standby light glowing its usual small red dot in the dark, like nothing at all had happened in the room around it. He checked every door and window twice, then a third time, working through the small house room by room with his phone's flashlight in one hand and the skillet still gripped in the other, finding the same thing everywhere, locked, latched, undisturbed, his own front and back doors both dead-bolted from the inside. The bedroom window painted shut years before he ever bought the place, clearly untouched. The narrow bathroom window, too small for an adult to fit through even if it had been open, which it wasn't. He found himself, on that third circuit, doing something he'd never once done in 8 months of living in that house, actually pressing his palm flat against each window pane, each door frame, as if he could somehow feel a hidden seam that his eyes had missed. The same instinct that made him double-check a line of code 3 times when a bug refused to make sense on the first 2 passes. He knew, even while he was doing it, how little sense the gesture made. He kept doing it anyway, room by room, because some part of him needed the physical ritual of checking more than he needed the checking itself to actually produce an answer. By the time he finished the third circuit, the adrenaline had burned down into a kind of hollow, shaking exhaustion, and he sat on his own living room floor with his back against the couch, skillet still in his lap, and let himself cry for a few minutes, in the specific, ugly way you cry when your body has simply run out of any other response to offer. He called his sister at 4 in the morning, 3 time zones behind him and groggy with sleep, and told her everything in a voice that came out steadier than he felt, mostly because saying it out loud to someone who loved him felt like the only thing keeping the whole night from tipping over into something he couldn't fully hold by himself. Talia didn't tell him he'd imagined it. That mattered more than almost anything else that night. That the first person he told believed him immediately and completely. No hedging, no gentle suggestion, that exhaustion might be playing tricks on him. Just a flat, furious, "I'm calling you a locksmith" first thing this morning that gave him something solid to hold on to. Until the sun actually came up, he stayed on the phone with her for almost an hour. After that, longer than either of them needed for practical purposes, both of them understanding without saying, so that the call itself was doing more work than any of the actual words passing between them. She asked him questions he didn't have answers to, whether he'd heard anything else since, whether he wanted her to stay on the line while he checked the house one more time, whether he thought it was safe to stay put until it was fully light out, and he answered each one as honestly as he could manage, grateful, in a way he's never quite found the right words to thank her for since. That she never once tried to rush him off the phone or make the conversation smaller than it needed to be. She told him, near the end of that call, that she'd been having a strange, unplaceable feeling about him for the past week or two. Nothing she could point to specifically, just a sister's low-grade worry she'd chalked up to his work schedule and hadn't acted on. Neither of them have ever fully decided what to make of that detail since, whether it meant anything at all, or whether it was simply the kind of thing people say to each other after something frightening happens, reaching backward for a warning sign that makes the whole ordeal feel a little less senseless in hindsight. He called the police too. Once it was light enough that the request felt less absurd than it had at 4 in the morning, and the two officers who eventually came out walked the house's perimeter and its interior, with the same careful, patient thoroughness he'd have wanted, finding nothing more than he had, no forced entry anywhere, no broken latch, no disturbed dust on any windowsill that would suggest a point of entry. The older of the two, a woman named Officer Reyes, who did most of the talking, asked him to walk her through the whole night in order, start to finish, taking careful notes on a small pad rather than a phone or tablet, a detail Eli found oddly reassuring at the time, some old-fashioned thoroughness that made him feel, for the first time since the bangs on his door, like someone was actually taking this as seriously as it deserved. She asked him, more than once, whether he was certain about the sequence. The bangs first, then the shape in the hallway, then the chase, in a tone that Eli understood, even in his exhausted state, was less about doubting him and more about the specific procedural care of someone who'd need to write this up accurately later. He appreciated that care, even as it frustrated him a little. Having to relive the sequence in careful, chronological detail when every part of him wanted to simply be believed and comforted rather than interviewed. It was the younger officer, walking the perimeter outside while Reyes finished her notes, who called out that he'd found something worth looking at around the side of the house. An old panel half hidden under a thick tangle of ivy that had clearly been disturbed more recently than the vine growth around it would otherwise suggest. One of them, that younger officer who seemed genuinely more curious than dismissive, asked whether the house had a basement, and Eli, who hadn't thought about his own basement once in the chaos of the last several hours, led them down for the first time since the previous week, Moth watching the whole procession from the top of the stairs with his ears flat and refusing, even with 3 grown adults for company, to follow them down. It was the younger officer who found it. Running his flashlight along the built-in shelving unit against the far wall, the one the inspection report had mentioned, sat in front of the old coal chute's bricked-over remains. Except it wasn't bricked over anymore. Someone had, at some point Eli had no way of dating, carefully removed enough of the old brick and mortar to open a gap just wide enough for a person to fit through, hidden behind the shelving unit in a way that meant you'd never notice unless you actually pulled the unit away from the wall, which, until that morning, nobody ever had. Eli stood at the bottom of the basement stairs while the two officers worked the shelving unit away from the wall, feeling a specific, sick vertigo settle into his stomach as the gap behind it came fully into view. Not a crumbling accidental hole, but something that had clearly been worked at deliberately, the brick edges smoothed rather than jagged, as if whoever had done it had taken real time and real care to make the opening usable, rather than simply forcing their way through in one violent effort. He found himself staring at the shelving unit itself for a long moment before he could make himself look past it into the gap. A piece of furniture he'd walked past 100 times without ever once. Questioning, dusted around, occasionally leaned against while he searched for a tool, never once suspecting it was doing double duty as a door. Reyes crouched at the gap's edge, shining her flashlight into the dark space beyond it, and was quiet for a long moment before she said, in a voice that had gone noticeably more careful than it had been upstairs, that they were going to need to call this in properly rather than treat it as a simple report to file. The space behind it wasn't large. A narrow, brick-lined shaft, the old chute itself, angled up toward ground level at the side of the house where, Eli would later confirm, an equally old and equally overlooked exterior access panel sat half-buried under decades of accumulated ivy, painted over so many times it had simply stopped reading as a door to anyone's eye, including his own, in 8 months of living there. But down at the base of the shaft, in a gap between the chute itself and the basement wall, someone had built a kind of nest, a sleeping bag, worn soft with use, a scatter of energy bar wrappers and empty water bottles, a battery-powered lantern turned off, but clearly recently used. Reyes wouldn't let him get close enough to examine it himself. Cordoning the whole corner off with a length of tape she produced from somewhere in her jacket while she waited for a crime scene technician to make the drive out. But Eli could see enough from where he stood, hovering at the edge of what was now technically a crime scene inside his own basement, to understand that whoever had built that space had done so with real care rather than desperate improvisation. The sleeping bag arranged neatly rather than balled up, the water bottles lined in a small, deliberate row along the brick, the whole space carrying an unsettling, domestic orderliness that felt somehow worse than chaos would have. This wasn't someone who'd stumbled into an empty crawl space out of pure necessity for one cold night. This was someone who had built himself a home inside Eli's home, patiently, over what the technician would later estimate, based on the wear on the sleeping bag and the accumulation of trash, had likely been several weeks at minimum. And, taped to the brick at eye level, facing whoever might curl up in that space to sleep, 3 photographs printed on ordinary paper rather than developed properly, all 3 of them Eli himself. One clearly pulled from his own barely used social media account, one that looked like it had been taken through his kitchen window at some point over the past several weeks, and one, worse than either of the others, that showed him asleep in his own bed, the angle suggesting it had been taken from somewhere very close, very recently, by someone standing in the room with him while he slept and never waking him at all. He's spent a great deal of time since then trying to explain to other people, including himself, exactly what that third photograph did to him in the moment he first saw it, propped there in the beam of Officer Reyes's flashlight. It wasn't fear exactly, or not only fear. It was something closer to a total retroactive collapse of every assumption he'd ever made about his own privacy, the specific, unbearable knowledge that a version of himself he'd never consented to being seen, asleep, unguarded, utterly unaware, had existed for some stranger's eyes for what might have been weeks before he ever learned it had happened at all. He asked Reyes, in a voice that came out smaller than he wanted it to, whether they had any way of knowing exactly how long the photograph had been sitting there. She told him gently that forensics might eventually be able to estimate a time frame from the paper and ink, but that she couldn't promise him a precise answer, and that even an answer wouldn't necessarily make the not knowing easier to carry. He spent that whole first sleepless week afterward doing the math obsessively in his head, trying to reconstruct which of his own ordinary nights might have been the one captured in that photograph. A Tuesday, a Thursday, some unremarkable evening he'd fallen asleep at a normal hour instead of working through until dawn, unaware that being asleep at all in that house had apparently made him more vulnerable rather than less. He's since stopped trying to pin the exact date down. He understood, eventually, that knowing the specific night wouldn't actually change what had happened, and that continuing to search for it was simply another version of the same compulsive checking that had him examining every window pane with his bare palm the night it all started. Eli didn't go back to sleep in that bedroom for the rest of the week, sleeping instead on the living room couch with every light in the house left on, and his phone charged and within reach, a habit he's never fully managed to shake even now. Months later, in an apartment 3 neighborhoods away from that house entirely, the police took the photographs, the sleeping bag, everything else from the nest, processed the exterior access panel for prints, and came back 2 weeks later with a result that offered him almost nothing to hold on to. A partial print unmatched to anything in any existing database, no name, no face beyond the low. Fast shape he'd glimpsed for less than 2 seconds in his own hallway. No answer at all to the question he's never once stopped asking himself since. How long, exactly, someone had been living in the walls of his own house before 4 deafening bangs on a closed door finally told him so. Talia flew in 2 days after it happened, taking a week off work she hadn't planned to take, and stayed with him in a hotel near the house rather than the house itself, both of them agreeing without much discussion that neither of them wanted to spend a night under that particular roof again before it sold. She was the one who found the realtor, the one who sat with him at the kitchen table, the same table where his laptop had still been open and glowing when all of this started, going through the paperwork to list the house at a speed that startled even the realtor herself. Eli remembers being grateful for her presence in a way he's struggled to fully articulate since, not because she did anything he couldn't technically have managed alone, but because having someone else physically in the house with him, even briefly, made the space feel almost survivable again in a way it hadn't since 3:14 that morning. He asked her once during that week whether she thought it made him weak, selling so fast, running, rather than trying to reclaim the house as fully his own again. Psst. She'd looked at him for a long moment before answering, in the particular older sibling tone she'd used on him since childhood whenever he was being too hard on himself, and told him that there was nothing brave about staying somewhere. A stranger. had already proven he could get into whenever he wanted, and that the only foolish choice available to him now would have been pretending otherwise for the sake of not looking scared. She reminded him, too, of something he'd forgotten in the fog of that week, that their own grandmother, decades earlier, had walked away from a house under considerably less alarming circumstances, simply because it never felt right to her again, and that nobody in the family had ever once called that decision cowardly. He sold the house within the month, faster than his realtor thought was wise given the market, and has never once regretted the loss on the sale price, the way he suspects a version of himself from a year earlier would have. He told the buyers about the coal chute, insisted on it, over his realtor's mild objection that it might complicate the sale, and watched them have it properly sealed with poured concrete before closing. A small, specific relief that has stayed with him longer than almost anything else from that whole ordeal. That whoever bought that house afterward would never have to learn, the way he had, exactly how many quiet, overlooked seams an old house can carry, without anyone ever thinking to check them. He thinks, sometimes, about the family who'll actually live there now, a young couple, according to the closing paperwork, expecting their first child, drawn to the same post-war bungalow charm that had once drawn him. He hopes, more than he's ever admitted out loud to Talia, that the sealed chute is enough, that concrete and a fresh coat of paint over an old scar is sufficient to close a door that had clearly, once, meant a great deal to whoever had found it open. He doesn't fully believe that hope is guaranteed. He's simply decided, in the months since, that it's the only version of the ending he has any power left to offer a family he's never met. He still keeps every light on some nights in the new apartment, for no reason he can fully justify to himself anymore. Moth has never gone near a basement door again, not even in the new building, refusing the stairwell down to the shared laundry room with the same flat. Immediate alarm he first showed 6 weeks into the old house, months before Eli understood what his own cat had been trying to tell him. He's changed the way he works too, in small but permanent ways that have nothing to do with locks or lighting. He still keeps late hours for the same overseas client, still sits at a kitchen table well past midnight, chasing down bugs in someone else's payment system, but he checks in with Talia now, every night around 1 in the morning. A short text that says nothing more than "still here, all good." A habit neither of them has ever discussed abandoning, even as the months since that night have stretched into most of a year. He knows, rationally, that a check-in text wouldn't have changed anything about that particular night, since whoever had been in his house was already long gone by the time daylight finally came. He sends it anyway, because he's learned since that some habits exist less to prevent a specific danger, and more to prove to yourself, night after night, that you're still someone worth checking on. He's thought, too, about the version of himself who spent 6 weeks explaining away every small wrong detail in his own house. The moved chair, the emptied bread bag, his own cat's flat refusal to go anywhere near the basement, because a deadline felt more urgent than his own unease. He doesn't fully blame that version of himself anymore, not the way he did in the raw, furious weeks right after it happened. He understands now that exhaustion doesn't just slow a person down. It builds them a whole private set of explanations, tailored precisely to whatever they most need to believe in order to keep functioning, and that the same tunnel vision that had made him good at his job had also made him, for 6 weeks, a remarkably easy person to live alongside without ever being noticed. He never did learn who it was, or why his particular house, his particular routine, had drawn that kind of patient, sustained attention in the first place. The detective who eventually took over the case from Officer Reyes told him, in their last conversation before the file quietly settled into the same kind of open, unmoving status Eli imagines most cases like his eventually reach, that these situations resist explanation more often than television and true crime podcasts ever prepare people to expect. That sometimes there simply isn't a satisfying story waiting at the end, only a stranger who wanted something for reasons that may never surface in any interview room, and a homeowner left to build a life around the not knowing instead. Eli has tried in the months to make some kind of peace with that particular absence. Some nights he manages it better than others. That's the story for tonight. Rest well, and if your house is old enough to remember a life before you moved in, you might want to check what it's still quietly keeping open before some ordinary night at 3 a.m. does the checking for you.